Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 201, Arm Wrestling. Buggy sees a small arm wrestling competition on the street and gets interested. He joins it without thinking twice because it seems fun. There are many people who join it and they need to pay 100 belly. After waiting for 6 minutes, the competition starts. There are 19 contestants here and they'll play with a knockout system. 16 contestants are fishmen while the other 3 are humans. The 3 humans are pirates like Buggy but he doesn't know them. Then it started and Buggy go against one of the human pirates. He defeats the guy easily, their strengths are too far apart. The other matches also finish soon and now there are 10 people left because one of them didn't have an opponent before. Buggy faces a tuna merman and wins again, but now he acts as if it's difficult to make the show more interesting. He wins the next matches with hard effort and wins by a small margin. The fishmen even think that he is lucky. He finally gets in the final and faces a muscular orca fishman. It makes him rather confused though because orca isn't fish, it's a mammal. But it lives in the water, so maybe it's also a fish. It's too complicated, so he ignores it. You are strong, human. I've been doing this kind of competition many times and it's the first time I face a human in the final, says the orca fishman. Who, it seems you've won many times, says Buggy. That's right, I am the champion of Fishman Island's arm wrestling. I've won hundreds of arm wrestling competitions in Fishman Island and never get defeated, says the orca fishman proudly. Is that so? Then, how if we make a bet? Asks Buggy. Interesting, what kind of bet? Asks the orca fishman. If you win, I will do anything you ask. But if I win, you will join my crew and go to New World, says Buggy. Fine, let's do it, says the orca fishman without hesitation. Good, everyone here is the witness. I'm Buggy, says Buggy as he places his hand on the table and gets ready. I'm Simon, says the orca fishman. Both of them get ready and then the match starts. They push each other's hands as strong as they can. But they look equal and no one budges from their position. It surprises the fishman audiences, but they all are getting excited because this match has gotten more interesting now. Buggy and Simon push each other but none of them goes down. Every time they get pushed, they will push back, but they still can't push their opponent all the way down. Their hands just go back and forth many times. They look to do their best to win and it makes the audiences hyped. The audience cheers on both of them regardless of their differences in race. Then after some minutes, Buggy finally wins after Simon gets very tired. The audiences are very happy by such an exciting match. Even though Simon lost, but the fishman audiences aren't disappointed because the match is very exciting. Simon isn't too disappointed too even though he lost because it's been a long time since he has such a match. Well then, I'll wait for you on my ship. We will sail in 3 days, so prepare your stuff, says Buggy while acting tired. Ha ha ha, alright, see you in 3 days, Captain, says Simon without raising a fuss. Buggy takes the prize money and leaves with his group. They return to their ship because it's almost dark now. No one in the group says anything until they get rather far from the crowd. Captain, why were you acting as if it was a difficult match? Asks Elon. The fishmen are proud of their strength that is said to be 10 times of humans. If I defeat their champion easily, then they will think that I cheat. They might also think that I wanted to embarrass them. So I acted like that to avoid trouble. Besides, it made the match more exciting and give us more profit, right? Asks Buggy as he looks at Jude. Yes, I've won some bets and we get 10 times of what we bet, says Jude while showing the money she gets. Sigh, the last one seems to be the real reason, says Della. The group reaches their ship in 17 minutes and some crew members also have returned. Mantis has returned earlier and has cooked for them. But they can't eat until everyone returns and they don't need to wait long. At night, Buggy gathers the executives and tells them that they'll stay for 3 days. He also tells them to try recruiting some people while they spend their time here. Fishmen are naturally strong, so they can be a good addition to their crew. Well, having many types of people in our crew is good because that makes things more interesting for us. Anyway, have you found Tom-san's brother, Palu? Asks Buggy. Yeah, I've found Den-san and have asked him to coat our ship. He will do it some hours before we left. The coating method here is different from the one in Sabayati. They don't use tree sap but use special corals that produce bubbles, so it will finish fast. For now, he will prepare the floats that will pull us to the surface, says Dion. Buggy nods and they talk about their plan in New World. It will just be a few months before they attack Kaido on Wano. So they really need to plan it well so they won't lose. They've made the plan, actually, but they need to talk about it once in a while to improve it based on their condition. I think our first priority is still raising our strength before the war. That's why we really need to recruit more people. But training the new members in the remaining time might be rather difficult, says Cricket. Strength won't be a problem from now on because it's easy to find strong people in New World. The problem is their loyalty, that's the main problem with most pirates in New World, says Buggy. Loyalty is not an easy thing to get everywhere, but it's very important. Sigh, I guess we can only do what we can with the recruitment. We need to focus more on strengthening the ones who are in our crew already. It's good if we can get new members, but it's not a problem if we can't, says Cricket. You're right. The number isn't a big problem. Anyway, Enel, how's the progress of the thing that I've asked? Asks Buggy. It's good, we can start tomorrow. I've adjusted the strength to match each one's level so no one will die, says Enel while smirking. What are you talking about? Asks Palu. I think it's pant, says Buggy before a flying ladle hits his skull head. It's not panties, but something better. Enel, try to improve it before we depart. We will do this after we leave Fishman Island so I will tell you before that. Please wait for it with anticipation, says Buggy, who doesn't explain it clearly. The others are curious, but they don't ask again and just wait. Then they talk more about their plan in New World. Their target is not any pirate crew, after all, so they need to be serious. They might have lost some crewmates, but that's a risk for everyone who becomes a pirate. Still, they want to make the casualties as low as possible. That's why they need a good plan and make their crew stronger. Chapter 202, Surprising Days. On the second day of their stay on Fishman Island, Buggy goes to the sea forest. It's located outside of Fishman Island so he needs to cross the water. He asks for Den's help and Den lends him a small boat. All the executives except Magnus who is too big for the ship and some crew members follow Buggy to the sea forest. Den follows them too in case something happens. He is a fishman, so he can always help if someone gets drowned or something. They arrived in the sea forest and the scenery here is really amazing. The two poneglyphs are still here, the Rio and Road poneglyph. Buggy looks at the poneglyph and just like usual, he doesn't understand shit. Well, not like he wants to understand it because he doesn't need to know the content. He is not interested to find Laugh Tale because that will make him the next pirate king. That title is too troublesome for him, so he doesn't need it. Besides, what he wants is to go to every island, not just the last island. Eventually, he will try to find Laugh Tale, but he doesn't want to be a pirate king. So he will go there after someone find it first, which will take more than 20 years because he needs to wait for Straw Hats. I want to explore the other islands first. Even Captain Roger hasn't explored Calm Belt, so I will explore that sea. There must be many islands there but it is difficult to go explore that sea because there is no wind. It won't be a problem for Black Pearl after we finished our engine. I will think about Laugh Tale after I explored every other island in the world. If I'm too bored to wait, then I'll just go there secretly, thinks Buggy. Buggy doesn't have the ambition to be the pirate king. But he needs to be as strong as the Pirate King if he wants to pursue his dream to explore every island in the world. That's why he doesn't plan to go to Laugh Tale before the next Pirate King appears. He will explore all 7 seas first and also the sky before he wants to think about Laugh Tale. There are still many islands that he hasn't visited, so he will see them first. He is also sure that he was missing some islands on the 4 blue seas, so he needs to explore them again. After looking at the poneglyphs, Buggy explores the sea forest. There are many graves there, on the place that has air in it as it is covered by a bubble. On the outside of the bubble, there are many corals, trees, fish, and also shipwrecks. This place is also known as a ship graveyard because there are many shipwrecks here. The sunken ships will get swept by the current and piled up here. Their treasures will usually get taken by the kingdom unless some ruffians come first. As he walks around, Buggy gets curious about something, so he goes near the bubble. Suddenly, he inserts his right hand into the sea through the bubble. Now his hand is underwater and finally, he gets an answer to his curiosity. So this is the pressure of 10 kilometers depth underwater. This pressure will surely kill normal humans, but I just feel it to be heavy. Even though I get weakened by the seawater, I still can handle this pressure easily. Also, this pressure must be the reason why fishmen have strong bodies naturally. Their bodies adapt to this high pressure so they become strong, says Buggy as he takes his hand back. For the current Buggy, the pressure of 10 kilometers depth underwater is not so strong. If any normal fishman can handle this pressure, then he who has gotten stronger than most fishmen won't have a problem handling it. He even asks Cricket and Palu to try it and they also don't have any problem. Enel tries it too, but he gets into trouble because he gets very weakened. His lightning power isn't very compatible with water, after all, because it makes him short-circuited. The group enjoy their time in the sea forest and even treat it as a picnic. They even have lunch on the ground after placing a carpet. It truly has become a picnic, but they don't care because they enjoy it. After some hours, they decide to return to Fishman Island again. But not before Buggy left some marks for anyone who finds it in the future. He draws and even engraves his crew's flag and name on some places. Soon, they arrive in Fishman Island again and explore the island again. Yesterday, they haven't done exploring the island. Now, they will go to the places that they haven't visited. There are still many places that they want to visit, so they move rather fast. But of course, Buggy reminds them to keep trying to find new members. Fishmen don't really like humans, so it will be difficult to recruit them. But Buggy and Co will keep trying until they finally leave this island. Surprisingly, they can recruit 2 fishmen on the second day. The 2 fishmen are a lobster fishman and a crab fishman. However, these 2 aren't fighters. The lobster fishman, Larry, is a musician. Brooke recruited him. While the crab fishman, Yu, is a shipwright. Palu recruited him. Still, the 2 can fight to some extent although they aren't experts. But it's good enough as long as they can protect themselves. The clowns will also train them so they will get stronger even though they aren't real fighters. On the 3rd day, they recruit more people and get 4 new members. Buggy is very surprised when the orca fishman, Simon, suddenly comes with 4 people. He has asked some of his friends to join him and 4 of them agreed. Renov.com. There are a starfish fishman, a dolphin merman, and also a twin swordfish fishman. The 4 of them are pure fighters and they've competed in a few fighting tournaments on the island. They want to try a new challenge, so they agree to join the crew. Buggy puts the orca and the twin swordfishes in Cricket's team, while he puts the other 2 in Magnus' team. They are fighters, after all, so Cricket and Magnus will take care of them. Simon the orca then asks when will they leave, which Buggy answers tomorrow. The orca man thought that they'll leave today because Buggy said to come in 3 days. But he said it on the 1st day, which meant that they'll leave on the 4th day. Anyway, they still have a day left to enjoy this island. They've told Den that they'll leave tomorrow, so they asked him to prepare the coding. Buggy also has told Neptune that they'll leave in a day so that the king won't get upset if he leaves without saying anything. Then on the fourth day, they recruit 2 other members just before they leave. These 2 recruits are siblings and surprisingly, one of them is the clownfish mermaid that clinging to Dion on the first day. The other one is her older brother, a stingray fishman. The girl's name is Dory, while the man's name is Aid. They are just 2 years apart with the man being 22 and the girl being 20. It seems Dory likes Dion, so she wants to join the crew, and her brother can't let her go alone, so he joins too. Dory is a nurse, so she joins Manba's medical team. While Aid is a cook, so he joins Mantis's cook team. Both of them have experience in their field, so there's no need to teach them from scratch. In the 4 days of their stay on Fishman Island, the clowns have recruited 9 people. Buggy was quite pessimistic about the chance of getting any fishmen in his crew. But now, they have 9 new fishmen joining their crew. They all are very satisfied by this, so after Den coated their ship, they leave the island immediately. Then they hold a party on their way to the surface. Their new journey in New World will surely become more interesting now. Chapter 203, Finally, New World. The clowns have left Fishman Island and are on their way to the surface. With 9 new crew members, they are ready to face the new challenges in New World. They anticipate their new journey as their ship keeps getting closer to the surface. Then soon, they finally arrived on the surface and now they can see the new sea in front of them. But they can't celebrate it because the weather in New World is far more extreme than in Paradise. Sometimes, it can change just in seconds. Everyone in the crew immediately moves to keep their ship safe. They do what they can to make the ship move so they can leave this area soon. Luckily, Jude has learned a lot since they were in Paradise, so she has a lot of knowledge of New World's weather. Jude keeps giving instructions to the crew and they all work relentlessly. The weather here is very extreme and it makes Paradise looks like a very safe zone. Then after 7 hours of a battle against nature, they finally get out of the dangerous area. Pant damn, that was very dangerous and tiring. No wonder many pirate crews can't even survive their first day in New World. The sea itself has sunken them even before they face anyone, says Dion. So you know that many pirate crews can't survive their first day here, but you don't know the cause. It seems your information gathering ability is still not good enough, says Buggy while smirking. Ugh, I will try harder, says Dion. You should. Jude, how's our route? Asks Buggy. It's fine, Captain. The extreme weather pushed us out of the route, but it's not far, so there's no problem, says Jude. All right. Everyone take a rest for 10 minutes, then go check everything on the ship. We need to be ready for anything in this sea or we won't survive. So don't be lazy and make sure everything in the ship is fine, says Buggy to his crew. Aye. Replies everyone. They follow Buggy's command and rest for 10 minutes. Then they check everything in the ship to find if there's any damage because of the previous bad weather. Luckily, the ship is fine although there are some small problems like the ropes that tied their cannons get loosened a little. They fix all the problems and continue to sail toward the first island that they'll visit in New World. But it won't be so easy because they encounter a marine ship. It won't be a problem if the marine ship isn't owned by Sengoku, an admiral. Damn, a troublesome man appears, says Buggy. What should we do, Captain? Asks Cricket. What else? We'll escape. We aren't ready to face him yet. Let's escape while our distance is still very far, says Buggy. The clowns then move and get away to avoid Sengoku's ship. An admiral's strength isn't a joke and Buggy knows they aren't ready to face Sengoku's unit yet. Even if they can win, there will be a lot of casualties, so it's better to avoid a battle. Buggy sighs in relief knowing that Sengoku doesn't chase them. He doesn't know the reason but it's good that they don't need to be chased by an admiral. They might need to abandon the first island to avoid Sengoku, after all. On the marine ship, Sengoku looks at the escaping pirate ship and sighs. Then he looks at his men and a lot of them are injured badly. They were just having a war against Whitebeard pirates and many of his men have died or injured. So it's not that he doesn't want to chase the clown pirates, but he can't. He needs to arrive on the base soon and gets his men treated. His men's lives are more important than chasing a rookie pirate crew. But whatever the case is, it is a stroke of luck for the clowns. Facing Sengoku right of the bat when they have just arrived in New World is just too much. Now they can sail more peacefully without Sengoku chasing them. Dion, try to check Marine's movements after we arrived on the first island. Sengoku will surely inform the Marine and they might send people to chase us, says Buggy. Understood, replies Dion. They keep moving to the first island and finally see it after 2 days. This island is very big and tall with the shape of a giant pyramid. There are many levels on the pyramid with many kinds of structures built on them. They docked in a special port for pirates and pay an entrance fee. This island is a kingdom and they take fees on visitors, even pirates. But of course, they will protect the pirates from the Marine when they are on the island. The kingdom that owned this place is the Giza Kingdom. This kingdom lives from tourism, so there are many tourist spots here. But they also have many industrial and agriculture businesses because their land is vast. The clowns explore the island after paying the fee to stay for 4 days. The log will change in 4 days, so they will stay until it changes. Although their next plan doesn't need the log, they'll still stay here for 4 days to fool the Marine into thinking that they'll follow the log. Well, the log route in New World is harder to guess because we use 3-needled log. So the destination will be one of those 3 and it's hard to guess which needle that will follow, thinks Buggy. Buggy is exploring the island with Ruff, Jude, and Della. The 2 kids are with Cricket and Mantis now, so it's just the 4 of them. Jude and Della will always stick with him as one is his secretary while one is in love with him. Ruff just likes to explore with Buggy because he can protect him. As they explore the kingdom, Buggy finally finds out that his guess is right. When he saw the island's shape, he has guessed that this place will be like ancient Egypt. He is correct, the buildings, clothes, tradition, and other things are just like ancient Egypt. The leader here isn't a king, but a pharaoh, just like ancient Egypt. But the pharaoh's name isn't similar to any Egypt pharaoh that he knows. The current pharaoh's name is Saimunda, a young pharaoh who has just ruled for a year at age 18. There will surely be many problems with such a young leader. But Buggy doesn't care about the politics here and just wants to explore this place. He is just curious about the similarity of this kingdom with ancient Egypt, including their leader's title, nothing else. Buggy's group keeps exploring the kingdom, which gets split into 9 districts. There are 4 lower districts, 4 middle districts, and 1 top district. They were divided based on the floor levels and also sides. The lower and middle districts are divided into west, east, south, and north because the pyramid has 4 sides. While the upper district was just made into one because it's not too wide even though there are 4 sides too. The lower district is for the business area. Factories, tourist spots, agriculture fields, hotels, etc. This district is dedicated to visitors and business, it's where their money comes from. The middle district is where their citizens live. But there are some divisions too because the higher floors have higher prices and tax. So the higher the floors are, the richer they are. The upper district is where the castle is located. It is where the government works and also where the nobles lived. Not everyone can enter this place, so it seems Buggy can't explore this district. There are a total of 100 floors on this pyramid and each floor is 10 meters tall and wide. So with 100 floors, this island has a height of 1000 meters or 1 kilometer. It's just like a mountain. Each side of this pyramid also has a length of around 1 kilometer. Boom! Just when Buggy learns about this kingdom, an explosion sound is heard. A man was shooting his hand cannon at the guards that chase him. It seems he is running away from them and now running toward Buggy's group. The man suddenly grabs Della and holds her as a hostage. Don't move, or I'll kill this girl. Chapter 204, New Trick. A man who runs from the guards suddenly catched Della and made her hostage. Della is panicking because she's never been in such a situation. Buggy sighs and approaches the man, then touches his back. Excuse me, can you release my friend there? Asks Buggy. The man immediately turns around and shouts, I told you to not get closer or I'll kill her. Whoa, okay, calm down man, says Buggy as he raises his hands, but his wrists have gone. The man is surprised and asks, why you, where are your hands? Buggy looks at his hands and then stupidly says, where have they gone? Ah, there they are. He said that while looking at the man's hands, so the man also looks at it. Buggy's detached hands suddenly grab the man's hands. Then Buggy forces him to release his hold of Della and then she runs back to them. Jude hugs her and calms her down because she's scared. What they? You? Says the man angrily as he tries to attack Buggy, but he can't move. He looks down and sees that his feet are covered in grey matters. Jude has grabbed his feet so he can't move at all as Buggy also holds his hands. The guards look at it dumbfoundedly, so Buggy shouts to them, what are you waiting for? If you don't do anything, then I'll kill this guy myself. The guards wake up from their stupor and immediately catch the man. Buggy really wanted to kill that guy, but he knows it will cause problems with the kingdom. Such a thing will hinder his peaceful days in this kingdom and he doesn't want that. Will you just let him go like that, Captain? Asks Ruff. You must be kidding. There's no way I'll let someone who threatened my crewmate like that go, says Buggy while smirking. Then why? Asks Ruff confusedly. Buggy grins and explains what he has done in a low voice to hide it from others. He has inserted some of his cells into the man while they talked before. Buggy entered his cells through the man's skin pores. After his cells entered the man's body, he assembled them and formed them into a sharp spinning saw. Then he moved that saw through the man's body and made internal damages in the man's body. I just made a lot of shallow cuts through his body, so he won't feel it for some time. But internal injuries are dangerous and even if they are shallow, they will make him suffer slowly and eventually die. I will never forgive those who threatened my crewmate's life, says Buggy with a calm expression, but Ruff knows he is angry. Gulp, I don't want to think of what that man will go through. But, what about your cells, Captain? Have you retrieved them? Asks Ruff. Buggy then shows a very small round plate made of his cells and says, yeah, here they are. They're covered in his bodily fluid, so I don't want to put them back inside myself for now. He has a disgusted look and so is Ruff. Then Ruff takes his water bottle and immediately pours the water on the lump of cells to clean it. After the cells get cleaned and the water dried, Buggy finally puts them back in his body. The group then goes to a cafe so Della can get relaxed and calm down. They just relax in the cafe while eating and drinking. Buggy also thinks of something while he relaxes with the group. If I can insert my cells into my opponent's bodies and attack their insides, I will be able to injure those who are stronger than me. They won't be able to do anything with their insides when I attack them. Maybe I can even destroy their hearts or brain and kill them immediately. Damn, why did I never think of this, thinks Buggy. The idea to insert his cells inside his opponent suddenly crossed his mind when Della was taken captive before. He was angry and wanted to kill the guy but he didn't want to make trouble. So he needed to do it stealthily and this is his answer. Now, Buggy thinks that this is a good usage of his ability. But he also thinks that even if such a trick is useful, it won't help him grow stronger. He can grow this strong without relying on such tricks, but because he pushed his limit by fighting strong opponents. I won't use it as a main weapon, but I can always use it as a hidden weapon. This is something that I'll use in an emergency when I can't defeat my opponents even after going all out. It's good that I found this before I face Kaido. Now I have more weapon to be used against him, thinks Buggy. Buggy decides to keep his usual fighting style and only uses this trick when he is cornered. He can't rely on such tricks if he wants to be truly strong, after all. It's not that using tricks is bad, it just won't make him grow stronger like before. While Buggy thinks of that, Ruff thinks of something too. He is inspired by Buggy's method to attack the opponent's insides using a very small weapon. Ruff wants to make it too, and now he puts it in his project list. The group just relaxes there, and then after Della calms down, they leave the cafe. They resume their exploration and then they find a clothing store. It makes Della's mood change 180 degrees and she immediately checks the store happily. The others are glad that she has returned to normal and follow her to check the store. She is very excited to see many kinds of new fashion and buys every model. Then they go on a shopping spree and buy a lot of local fashion items. They return to their ship in the evening and so are the other crew members. It's a rule for them to return before sunset to have dinner together. Only after dinner can they do what they want again. While waiting for dinner, Buggy sees his fishman members are gloomy. Some crew members are trying to cheer them up but they fail. So he approaches them and asks why the fishmen are looking bad. Well, how should I say this? We were just going around the town together. Then we saw some cuties and hit on them. We, the humans, succeeded, so they also wanted to try. But they failed and didn't get any girl at all, says a man. Damn, this must be a discrimination toward fishmen, says Simon the orca angrily. Wait. Stop there. Don't keep saying about discrimination. It's not good thinking. Anyway, can you show us how you seduce those girls? Asks Buggy. The fishmen look at each other before they nod and show how they did it. Buggy and Co have dark faces when they see the fishmen's seduction method. They are just showing their bodies appeal like some kind of beast. Ugh, I know that they are fishmen, but I don't know that they seduce girls like real fish, says Buggy. If even Captain is surprised, then we are more surprised, say the other human members. The fishmen keep showing their bodies appeal and Simon the orca asks, how is it, Captain? It's good, right? As if, says Buggy mercilessly, making the fishmen shocked. Buggy then asks, is this how you seduce the girls in Fishman Island? We never seduce anyone before. The girls just came to us and flirted with us. We are quite famous in Fishman Island, after all, says Simon proudly. That means you never hit on girls. No wonder you suck at it, says a human member. So they just followed their fish instinct and do what male fish do to get females' attention, hey? Asks another man. Sigh, guys, teach them how you do it, this is too stupid for me to handle, says Buggy tiredly as he leaves. Says the human members tiredly too. Buggy walks around the ship while waiting for dinner to be ready. But then, Ruff suddenly runs toward him excitedly while holding something long that is covered by a white cloth. Captain, it's finished. Gil has finished it, says Ruff. Buggy widens his eyes and grins, that's good. Let's test it after dinner. Chapter 205, New Weapons. The objects are a pistol, a rifle, and a sniper rifle. These weapons have modern Earth designs because that's what Buggy asked. But because he doesn't know how the guns work, he asked Ruff to research and build them. These 3 guns have different designs from the guns in this world. So they are very eye-catching and make the clowns who see them get very curious. Even more so when they see the bullets that aren't shaped like balls, but long and pointy. Buggy then calls their best gunners, the twins who joined on Water 7. The twins are a man and a woman at the age of 21. The man's name is Danny, a short and medium-range gunner. While the woman is Deanie, a sniper. Buggy gives the rifle to Danny and the sniper rifle to Deanie. As for the pistol, he gives it to Ruff because this guy is also good with guns. If Ruff is more focused on using guns, he might be even better than Danny and Deanie. The 3 of them then try the new guns using different targets. Ruff shoots a target wood on the railing from the middle of the deck. Danny shoots a thicker wood at the same distance. Then Dini shoots a seagull that flies 400 meters from their ship. The pistol shows a good result by breaking the small wood plank. The rifle is more surprising because it breaks a thick wood block with one shot. As for the sniper rifle, it can hit the seagull perfectly, but the bird is destroyed because the firepower is too big. Oi oi oi, they are more destructive than I thought. Just how did you make them? Asks Buggy to Ruff with a shocked expression. Everyone else is also shocked, including the twins who used the guns. How? I just used everything I know and this is the result. Besides, this is your idea, Captain, says Ruff nonchalantly. I know that I was the one who asked you to make them. But this is not what I expected, says Buggy. Is it a problem, then? Asks Ruff. Buggy gets silent for a moment before saying, no, it's good. Too good instead, that we need to be careful so that this technology won't get stolen by others. But just because we are wary, doesn't mean that we shouldn't use them. Tell Gil to mass-produce the pistols for everyone in the crew. It will be a good secondary weapon or even a main weapon as long as we don't run out of bullets. Produce the rifle for the gunners and the sniper rifle for the snipers. They will need to adapt with the new weapon, so the sooner they try it, the better it will be. But tell everyone that they need to be careful so they won't lose their weapons and give enemies our technology. I will punish anyone who causes it to happen and it won't be a light punishment. Then lastly, do more research on the bullets and try to make some more variations with different effects. I'm sure you already have some ideas and want to make them, so don't hold yourself. I give you full freedom to do anything you want in this project, just like usual. Ruff grins excitedly hearing that and says, leave it to me, Captain. I will make weapons that make our enemies tremble in fear when they hear our name. Everyone in the crew is also happy to hear that all of them will get the new pistol. Although most of them aren't gunners, having a pistol with big firepower is a good thing. It can be a lifesaver when they face enemies that they can't defeat with their main weapons. Ah, I want to make guns that work underwater. It will be a good weapon for the fishmen. Is that allowed? Do I ever restrict you? Asks Buggy back. Ruff smiles happily and says, no. Then just do what you want, says Buggy. The fishmen are surprised to hear that Ruff wants to make a special weapon for them and Buggy allows it easily. They never thought that they will be treated this good in this crew that is full of humans before. It makes them touched and their loyalty raised. The fishmen suddenly bow to Buggy at the same time and yells, Ruff-san, thank you for caring about us. Captain, we will follow you forever. Everyone else is surprised and Buggy confusedly asks, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Ruff also says, why yet, you've scared me. Simon the orca fishman smiles and says, don't worry, Captain, Ruff-san. We are just starting to like this crew even more. The fishman looks at them as if they are looking at their idol. Ruff gets embarrassed and Buggy just sighs at them. Buggy then tells them to not mind it and dismisses them. Dini, I want you to teach the others who can't use guns yet. They don't need to be experts, just enough to shoot at a short distance using their pistols, says Buggy after the others dismissed. Can we use our training method? Asks Dini shyly while hiding behind her twin brother. She is quite a shy girl when she doesn't use her gun. You can use any method that you want, as long as it doesn't kill them, says Buggy. Dini nods shyly and Danny says firmly, leave it to us, Captain. Buggy nods and then tell the team leaders to supervise this new program. This will surely raise their crew's strength a lot before they face the beast's pirates. So they all need to be serious with this if they want to win and reduce casualties. After that, Buggy meets Enel and they have a discussion. They have planned something for a long time and now they are ready to execute it. So before the sleep time, Buggy gathers everyone on the main deck. He uses his strong observation haki to assess their power and splits them into 3 groups. Buggy has the best observation haki in the crew, so his judgment is the most accurate. Enel's mantra, observation haki, is also strong, but not at Buggy's level, although he has a wider range. After Buggy splits the normal members into 3 groups, Enel starts their plan. He uses his lightning power to electrocute them, with very small power, of course. But surely it makes everyone surprised, so Buggy needs to calm them. Calm down, this is just therapy, and this is good for you. No one will be harmed by this, says Buggy. Therapy? But they all look to be in pain. Asks someone before he tilts his head when he sees the ones who get electrocuted. The ones who get electrocuted have pained expressions before. But now they seem to feel pleasure and relax. It's because they feel the electricity that runs through their bodies makes their fatigues gone. Seeing everyone's confused face, Buggy asks Manhwa to explain it. So Manhwa tells everyone in the crew about the function and benefits of this electric therapy. He is a doctor and Buggy has talked with him about this. Manhwa has researched this and found its benefits. It reduces their fatigues, energizes their cells, and other benefits for their bodies. But then he also found that this electric therapy can stimulate their cells to grow stronger and break their limits. So basically it will hasten your progress and you can grow faster in a shorter time. It depends on your body's capabilities, but it can hasten your growth up to 10 times. It will be very effective when you push yourself so hard before receiving this therapy. But we can't do it too often or it will reduce the effect, so it will just be once per week, says Manhwa. Everyone gets excited when they hear that and now they want to try it. Enel is also excited because he can feel his control over his devil fruit ability increase. Using it for a delicate job like this will make his control grow faster. It's a win-win situation. Buggy also grins seeing this and says, we just have a few months left, but everything looks good. If everything goes well, then Beast's pirates won't be a problem. Just you wait, Kaido. Chapter 206, Giving Hope. After receiving the electric therapy, everyone feels their bodies get a lot better than before. They feel that their muscle and bones are getting stronger. All of them feel energized and feel that the result of their training so far has appeared. Enel does the therapy on everyone in the crew including Buggy and the executives. But their electric dosages are different from normal members. They are strong, so they need stronger electricity to stimulate their cells. After doing the therapy for everyone in the crew, Enel feels his devil fruit mastery increased. Doing detailed and delicate work like this is far more difficult than making big attacks. He needs to be precise and very careful when controlling his lightning, after all. How is it? Are you all satisfied? Asks Buggy to his crew. They all answer at the same time, yes, Captain. Good. Now, remember these things. We will do this therapy once per week. The result of this therapy will get better the more you train because it just hastens your progress, not actually giving you power. So you better work harder to get a better result in the next therapy. If it goes well, we will be the strongest pirate crew. Says Buggy vigorously to motivate his crew. The crew members cheer happily and they thank Buggy and Enel. Then Buggy dismisses them and they all immediately train because they are full of energy now. Buggy lets them train but tells them to sleep at 11 p.m. because rest is also important. Strongest crew, hey? That's a big ambition, says Cricket while grinning. Ambition needs to be big or it will be meaningless. But it also needs to be something that we can achieve. Being the strongest crew is very difficult, but it's not impossible. Besides, if it can motivate them, then I'll even say that we'll take over the world, says Buggy. But none of us here want to do that, we just want to be free and do whatever we want, says Cricket. That's why I didn't say that. Who would do something so troublesome like taking over the world? Asks Buggy while shaking his head. Well, I'm sure there are people with such ambition out there. We never know, says Cricket. The next day, all crew members are training vigorously again. They are still hyped by the result of the electric therapy last night. But Buggy tells them to not force themselves too much or they'll get injured instead, which won't give them any benefit. So they all now just train at their training time that has been scheduled by Della. But they all promise to train more seriously so they will gain better results later. All of them are very satisfied with this new program and now they all have hope to be strong like the executives too. But they all forget that as they grow stronger, the executives will also get stronger. The executives' progress will be even faster than theirs too. Talent is also important, after all. But the normal members will still be able to get much stronger than they are now. On the second day, Buggy resumes his exploration on the island. Only Della and Jude follow him now because Ruff is too engrossed in his new research. Buggy let him be because that guy will never leave his lab when he is focusing on his research. The day goes well without too many problems that will always come to pirates like them. Stuff like fighting or arguing with others is normal for pirates like them. But at least the clowns can minimize it and don't make too many problems. On the third day, the clowns get a new member, which is a doctor. Well, to call him a doctor is quite wrong because he is a poison expert. He can make many types of poison and also make their antidotes. Manhwa found this man when he tried to find a new team member. His medical team doesn't have enough people to handle their whole crew that has 54 people in it now. He never planned to get a poison expert, but then he found the man through some gossip and recruited him. Poison is an important subject to learn but most people are afraid of it so they avoid those with a good knowledge of it. But it is very important because many pirate crews and even marine use poison. So they need someone who studies it to counter those. They can even use poison on their weapons too if they want. Having a poison expert will surely increase their options and prevent problems regarding it. The poison man's name is Bisa, which is quite young as he is in his late 20s. He is very untidy with dirty clothes, long untrimmed brown hair and beard, and he even smells bad. This guy is always studying poison that he never takes care of himself. Buggy doesn't like his crew to be dirty, so he makes Bisa clean himself and gives him better clothes. Bisa also gets his hair and beard trimmed after that and now he looks better. He is not too handsome, but he is quite good looking actually. So his bad habit of not cleaning himself is wasting his good point. Manhwa will take care of the new guy and teach him to take better care of himself. Nothing else worth mentioning happens on the third day and the fourth day finally comes. This is their last day on this island and now they will move to the next island that they've planned. Dion, any info about the marine? Asks Buggy. Yeah, they have known our position after we encountered Sengoku before. I was quite surprised that they were just finished a war with Whitebeard pirates, but that's not really strange. Sengoku has surely reported about us and I thought that they'll send a unit to chase us, says Dion. They don't? Asks Cricket. Dion shakes his head and says, they don't send anyone. I think it's strange considering this place is still near with G1 base which is the biggest marine base after Marine Ford. So they must have many troops ready there, but they don't send anyone. It's not that strange actually. Now we are in New World, a totally different place with a totally different level from Paradise. In Paradise, the Marine needs to control dangerous pirate crews themselves. But in New World, other pirate crews will help them do it, says Buggy. So they want to let other crews take care of us? Asks Palu. Yeah, it's not that rare anyway. Many rookie crews that have just entered New World get destroyed by senior crews that have stayed in New World for a longer time. These crews also keep targeting rookie crews to get more members. Their favorite targets are supernovas, so we are on their radar, says Buggy. Ah, we have 5 people with bounties higher than 100 million, says Palu. That's right. Such a crew will surely gather everyone's attention. The red hair pirates are also having a hard time right now because many crews still chase them. Every crew in New World needs to be strong or they'll get eliminated. Forcing rookies to join them is the easiest way because rookies usually are still naive and think they are the best. Rookies like that are the easiest targets for them, says Buggy. Ha, naive rookies, hey? Asks Cricket playfully. Humph, we will show them who the naive ones are, says Enel, followed by everyone's agreement. Buggy grins and says, "Yeah, let's destroy them." Chapter 207, New World's First War. The clowns leave Giza and go to the next island. But they don't follow the log pose, they follow an eternal pose. Their next destination is Beak Island, that's shaped like a bird's beak. This is an island controlled by Beast's pirates. But when the clowns leave Giza, some pirate ships are following them. Just like what Buggy said, these crews are rookies hunters. They are targeting the clowns since they arrived on Giza. "Whoa, look at that, we are being chased," says Dion playfully. 5 ships, hey? It's more than I thought," says Palu. "What should we do, Captain?" asks Cricket. "For now, let's wait and see," says Buggy. Sometime later, the 5 ships that chase them start to fight with each other. They don't want to let the other crews get the clowns that have 5 people with bounties higher than 100 million. So they try to destroy the other crews and capture the clowns themselves. The clowns are watching the naval battle as if it is a show. Those idiots think that whoever wins will be able to get the clowns under their wings. They never consider the clowns' strength at all and think that the clowns are just another naive and weak rookie crew. After some minutes, a crew finally wins the naval battle after the other 4 get destroyed. The winning crew chases the clowns with their already bad-shaped ship after getting damaged by their previous opponents. This crew has a flag with a picture of a toothless skull. They are the toothless pirates and their captain really doesn't have any teeth left. It makes the clowns laugh when they see him threatening them with his toothless mouth. "Bastards, how dare you laugh at our captain?" shouts a member of the toothless pirates. No, it should be us who ask. "How can you not laugh seeing him every day?" asks Magnus. The toothless pirates get intimidated seeing Magnus' gigantic body. But they still believe that they are stronger even though they face a giant. It's because the giant isn't the crew's captain, so they think he is weak. You won't laugh again after knowing our captain's bounty. He is a man with the bounty of 234 million belly, you know? Now be afraid and kneel before him, says another man. 234 million? That's even less than vice captain and just a little higher than Palu-san, says someone from the clowns. Sigh, and here I thought he is a big shot that has higher bounty than captain, says another man from the clowns. The toothless pirates get even angrier and finally, their captain issues an order to attack the clowns. But before they even start to attack, the clowns have made their move first. Enel has moved Black Pearl closer to the toothless pirates' ship. "Destroy them!" shouts Buggy. The clowns jumps to the enemy's ship and start their attack. There are only 55 people in the clowns including the executives. But only 40 people move to attack the enemies that have 93 people on their ship. Webnovel. Among the clowns' executives, only Brook, Manhwa, and Dion move to attack. These 3 need more battle experience and this crew is a good opponent. But the other executives also watch the battle and are ready to help anytime. They can defeat the enemy's cannon fodders quite easily even though they are outnumbered. The electric therapy has increased their power a lot and now they can fight better than usual. All of the clowns' normal fighters are having fun in their battle right now. While the normal members fight the cannon fodders, the 3 executives are fighting the enemy's top ranks. Brook and Dion fight their captain while holding their laugh. Manhwa is fighting their vice-captain who has a fat body, far fatter than Manhwa. "Brook, why don't you give him some of your teeth?" asks Dion jokingly. "Dion-san, my teeth are one of my charms. What if ladies don't want to show me their panties because I don't have any teeth?" asks Brook back. "They still won't show you their panties even if you still have all your teeth anyway," says Dion while smirking. "So mean. I need my teeth to sing perfectly, so I won't give them to anyone," retorts Brook. The toothless captain gets angry and yells, "Enough of your mockery. I will beat the shit out of you and show the power of a new world pirate captain." The toothless captain suddenly transforms into a big turtle, which of course, doesn't have a tooth. It makes Brooke and Dion laugh even harder because of it. A toothless man has the power of a toothless animal. Buggy looks at the transformation and thinks, turtle. Isn't that Peckhams' devil fruit? Hat, it seems this guy will die soon and we just hasten it. What a very unlucky guy. The toothless man looks at the laughing Dion and Brooke before saying, turtle might be toothless, but it has strong jaws. As he says that, the turtle man jumps to bite Brooke's leg. But Brooke evades it easily and even attacks the turtle with his sword. It doesn't work though because the turtleman uses his shell to block the sword. Brooke and Dion jumps back and Dion also transforms into his chameleon form. They get ready as the turtle rushes at them. But he is a turtle in the end, so his movement is very slow that it makes Brooke and Dion feel like idiots for getting wary of it. Both of them finally move to attack the turtleman but he hides inside his shell. They try to attack through the holes, but the turtle can spin his shell to block their attacks. The turtle also gets his head out of his shell sometimes to bite them. His head can move at high speed even though his walk is very slow. Damn, such a tough shell. If I can use armament Haki's hardening, this shell won't be a problem, says Dion as he punches the turtle shell. So you know about Haki. It seems you aren't idiot rookies like I thought, says the turtleman from inside his shell. Dion gets pissed and yells, come out if you want to talk, damn it. Dion-san, calm down. Getting angry won't solve anything, says Brooke while still trying to stab the turtle shell's holes, but it keeps spinning. TCH, you're right, sorry, says Dion while still attacking. The two of them keep attacking but nothing works. Then suddenly, Brooke has an idea and stabs below the turtle shell. It makes Dion confused until Brooke moves his sword upwards and flips the turtleman on his back shell. Ah, the lower shell is also hard, says Brooke in realization. Dion gets a tick mark and yells, of course, it is, you damn skelly. I thought it will be softer, says Brooke, making Dion slap his forehead. They have a little argument until they realize that the turtleman can't flip his body back. It makes them dumbfounded and grins sinisterly. They walk closer to the turtleman and start to kick his shell from the side. Their attacks aren't hurting the turtleman, but it makes him move around on the deck like a pinball. They laugh as they keep hitting the turtleman as if they are playing a game. It makes Buggy and Co who watched it sweat drop at them. What are they doing? Asks Mantis as she slaps her forehead. He, that seems fun, says Jude jealously. They keep watching the two idiots play with the turtleman until the turtleman breaks into a cabin. It makes the game stops and both players are disappointed. But then, they get serious again when the turtleman comes out with a human-turtle hybrid form. Damn you, bastards! I will make you pay for what you did, says the turtleman as he points in the wrong direction because his head is very dizzy now. Brooke and Dion just look at each other before they get serious again. Buggy who looks at it then comments, ooh, a real-life teenage mutant ninja turtle. Ah, no, he's a toothless mutant nasty turtle. Chapter 208, Turtle and White Rat. The toothless captain gets out of the cabin looking like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. It makes Buggy laugh because of how ridiculous that guy seems. Too bad that his color isn't green but brown and he is also alone, not four. It will be better if he has a rat as a teacher, says Buggy. I don't know about the teacher, but his vice captain is a white rat, says Cricket. Hey! Asks Buggy in surprise as he looks at the enemy vice captain. This fat guy is also a devil fruit user and has just transformed into a fat humanoid white rat after Manhwa pushed him when he was in human form. He transforms into his hybrid form immediately without using his animal form. What a coincidence, says Buggy in disbelief. Their roles are not right, but the turtle and rat are together. It surprises Buggy because it's too much of a coincidence. But now it gets more interesting to watch. Especially seeing the fat Manhwa fighting the fat humanoid white rat. The war between the two pirate crews keep going and the clowns are dominating it. Now, the normal members have almost defeated the enemy's troops. They are having a hard time fighting the stronger opponents, but they work together for it. Manhwa is also having a rather hard time fighting the fat white rat. His opponent is very agile even though he's fatter than Manhwa, but Manhwa can handle it quite well with his O-Haki. He has a hard time, but as the battle goes on he keeps getting better. Captain is correct. Fighting a strong opponent is the best way to grow. I'm not fond of fighting, but it is necessary, so I will keep getting stronger, says Manhwa while blocking the white rat's claw attack with his spear. What are you blabbering about? Asks the fat white rat with a pissed tone. Ha, I just said that you are my stepping stone. You just live to make me strong, says Manhwa with a mocking tone to taunt his opponent. What did you say? Asks the fat white rat with a low angry tone. Manhwa smirks seeing his opponent getting taunted and getting fiercer. But the fat white rat's movements are too predictable even though he is fast and agile. If Manhwa doesn't have O-Haki, he will get overwhelmed now. Still, Manhwa is being pushed by his opponent, but it just makes him excited. This is his chance to awaken his A-Haki that he has trained for months since he entered Grand Line. He doesn't like fighting, but he also doesn't like to be left out. Among the men who joined the crew before Grand Line, only I still can't use A-Haki yet. Even if it's just the basic colorless stage, I want to be able to use it, thinks Manhwa. Another man who has the same target as Manhwa is Dion. He has been taught A-Haki by Buggy and really wants to awaken it. Even the normal members have been taught Haki, so he doesn't want to lose. It will be very embarrassing if I can't use armament when they can use it later. I've been taught it before them, so I need to master it before them. Besides, the 22 of them are my ex-crewmates. There's no way I'll let them be able to use it before me, thinks Dion as he counters the turtle's punch with his punch. Dion keeps trying to infuse his attacks with A-Haki. He stops dodging once the turtleman transforms to hybrid form. Both of them are fighting with their bare hands, so Dion is using this chance to activate his A-Haki. However, someone with a bounty above 200 million isn't that easy to fight. Dion is getting overwhelmed by the turtle who can use A-Haki already. The turtle's strength is also higher than him in his chameleon hybrid form. Even with Brook's aid, the turtle is still having the upper hand. But Dion and Brook just keep attacking the turtleman relentlessly. They know that if they can't even handle this man, then their journey in New World will be very difficult. Manhwa also thinks the same, so he keeps fighting the fat white rat with all he has. He has a new spear that has just been forged by Gil. It can't be used as a bazooka, but it's far stronger than his previous spear. He fights the white rat in a close range while keep taking some distance to use his spear more effectively. He couldn't even graze the white rat's skin at first, but now he can give the white rat some flesh wounds. Manhwa is also surprisingly agile in moving his spear, although he can't move his body as agile as that. But his spear's manship can help him handle his opponent's agile movements. So he doesn't need to move around that much in his fight, but he's still able to handle his opponent. When the three executives have a hard time fighting the enemy captain and vice captain, the normal members have finally defeated all their opponents. They've even defeated the stronger ones who have bounties on their heads. All of them get injured, but none of their injuries is life-threatening. In fact, none of them received a fatal injury. They all know when to back off and help their comrades in dire times. Their teamwork is very good and it has saved them. Ha ha ha, did you see that? We don't have any bounty, but we can defeat those who have it, says Bastia, the man who has the Owl Zoan power. That's right, this is the result of our hard work, our training. Captain and the executives are right, bounties don't matter. It doesn't represent our strength. We can be stronger than people with bounties on their heads, says Danny, the male of twin gunners. Yet, having any bounty or not doesn't matter to us because we are strong. Strength is the most important thing to have in this world. That's why we need to keep getting stronger, and then we will become the strongest crew. We are the clowns, says Bastia vigorously. Yet, shouts everyone else. Buggy looks at it and sighs, what are those idiots doing? Shouldn't they loot the ship now while the captain and vice-captain are busy? Cricket chuckles and says, just let them be. It must be a good time for them because they've defeated some people with bounties. Well, they did it together, but at least they did it by their own hands. Buggy just sighs and averts his gaze to Dion and Brook's battle against the Turtleman. They still can't break the Turtle Man's defense. Like a turtle, defense is his strongest point. He has a thick and hard shell and he also has thick reptile skin. Their fight continues with the two getting pushed by the Turtleman's power. Zoan Devil Fruits always boost the user's physical powers. So this Turtleman has strong attacks and also tough defense. Also, the Turtleman can use two types of haki which make the battle harder for Dion and Brook. Dion can use O haki but is still unable to use A haki while Brook still can't use either of them. That's why this battle is very difficult for them. Dion blocks the Turtleman's straight punch but he gets pushed back. While that happens, Brook takes the chance to cut the Turtleman's arm. However, the Turtleman has predicted it and blocked Brook's sword with a haki. Ugh, his haki is very troublesome, says Brook as he backs off to help Dion. Yeah, and his power is no joke. I feel like my hands are getting numb after receiving his attacks many times, says Dion while looking at his bruised and trembling knuckles. Humph, you never have a chance against me, says the Turtleman arrogantly as he swipes his arm that got hit by Brook quickly as if he is hiding something. Brook and Dion don't realize it, but Buggy realizes what the Turtleman did. He just swiped a bit of ice on his skin that get touched by Brook's sword. He swiped it to hide that he is affected albeit a little. Buggy grins as he sees that, it seems Brook will improve first. Chapter 209, Improvement. When Brook's attack created a little ice on the Turtleman's skin, Buggy realized that Brook has improved his Devil Fruit's ability a little. He still can't control his soul, but he can bring out the coldness of death. Brook isn't alone and he has a lot of friends now after joining the crew. He can always play his music every day for others and it makes him happy. Furthermore, he believes that his current crew won't meet the same fate as his old crew. Some time ago on Water 7. Captain, can you spare your time for me? There's something I want to talk with you, says Brook while Buggy is lying on the ship's front railing. Sure, let's go to my office, says Buggy. They go to the captain's room and talk while drinking. What do you want to talk about? Asks Buggy. Honestly, I just want to say my gratitude for you because you've taken me in your crew. I thought I would stay in that dark place forever and it scared me, says Brook while having a solemn expression. Buggy doesn't say anything for a moment, and then, is that it? You've told that to me a few times. Just tell me what you really want to say, Brook. Yo ho ho ho, I really can't hide anything from you, hey? But I am indeed very grateful to you for everything that you've done for me. You've also guided me to get stronger and now I have improved a lot in swordsmanship. Not only swordsmanship but also improving my devil fruit ability, says Brook. Have you finally grasped it? Asks Buggy in surprise. Yes, I have started to feel the energy that resides inside me. But I don't understand it and can't touch it or utilize it even slightly. I don't know anything about it, so I want to ask for your help. This power will make me stronger and I will be able to help you and the crew easier with it, says Brook seriously. Buggy sighs and closes his eyes before saying, Brook, do you remember when we met for the first time? Compared to that time, you have improved a lot. It has just been a few months, yet you have become this much stronger. In these last few months, do I ever rushed you to get stronger? And no, you just told us to keep training if we want to get stronger and survive in this harsh world, says Brook. That's right. I want my crewmates to get stronger but I never require them to be very strong. Getting stronger needs process, it's not an instant thing. In these few months, you've worked hard to get stronger. You also keep doing what you like, music. Now finally you start to feel the power that you hold. That means what you did is correct. You just need to do what you usually do. There's no need to push yourself too hard, says Buggy. Brook still feels uneasy and says, but. No but. You just need to enjoy the process and understand it step by step. Just enjoy the days with your friends. We are pirates, we shouldn't worry about trivial things like this, says Buggy. Arino.cm. Brook is silent for a moment before saying, all right, I understand. I was too anxious that I can't help the crew. But now I finally understand that I just need to be myself to help the crew. What I did has made me stronger and it will keep making me stronger. Buggy then talks with Brook for some minutes while slipping some clues of how Brook can utilize his devil fruit ability. But he doesn't say it directly because Brook needs to figure it out himself so he can become strong. Also, Brook talks to him not only because of this but also because he still feels that he is not useful enough in the crew. He feels that he hasn't made significant contributions like the others because he just plays music every day. So Buggy tells him that his music has helped them a lot. It brings them the happiness that they need every day. They all know they might die anytime but everyone is happy every day because of Brook's music. Your music touches the deepest of our hearts and makes us able to enjoy our days to the fullest, says Buggy. Brook suddenly tears up and says, so my music is helping you, I'm glad. He cries and Buggy can only sigh before smiling seeing the skeleton gets relieved. Now Buggy is very amazed at how Luffy makes this guy opens his heart fully within a few days. The protagonist's aura is really strong. Back to the present. Brook has improved a lot since that talk and now he can even bring out the cold energy of his devil fruit. It is just a matter of time before he can use his soul power. His progress should be faster than in the canon because he has someone to guide him even for a little. Now he keeps attacking the turtleman using his sword. Every time his sword touches the turtleman's skin that gets in contact freezes a little. It freezes even when the turtleman uses his haki. But the freezing causes the turtleman's movements sluggish. It gives Brook and Dion more chances to attack. They attack more fiercely, especially Dion after he saw Brook's improvement. He doesn't want to be left behind. They bombard the turtleman with their attacks but the turtleman also fights them back relentlessly. Both sides are injuring each other and seem quite equal. But then the equality tilted when Dion and Brook start to get tired. The turtleman has more energy to fight than them and he still has a lot of energy even though he fights two people. A bounty of more than 200 million isn't a trivial thing. It means that he is a very dangerous person. Both Brook and Dion can inflict damages to the turtleman, but they're not enough. The turtleman is still stronger than them and has more experience. Brook's cold attacks affect him but not by much. Now they are being pushed and get beaten. But they aren't the type to give up easily, they are the clowns, after all. With the last bits of their energy, they intend to go all out in one last attack. They know their comrades will come to save them if needed, but they need to do their best. The turtleman who realizes it attack the two with a strong punch. Dion sees it coming and grits his teeth. He rushes forward and ducks to dodge the punch at the last second. Then he sends his own punch with all his strength. Take this! No name fist! Shouts Dion. Without his knowledge, a layer of thin blackish color covered Dion's fist. He punches the turtleman in the stomach with all his strength and cracks it. The turtleman is shocked seeing it and he also feels the pain in his stomach. But before he can do anything, Brook's sword which has been covered in a blue aura has appeared in front of his neck. He wants to cover his neck with haki, but it's too late. Brook's sword slashes his neck but his neck is still intact. I thought you slashed my neck, says the turtleman as he touches his neck. You shouldn't touch it carelessly or it will fall off. I have cut your neck, after all, says Brook as he sheaths his sword. Click. Right when Brook's sword makes a clicking sound, the turtleman's neck gets cut, and the wound freezes. Brook didn't intend to kill him, but the only soft vital spots are the neck and head. The other parts are covered with shells. They've finished. What about Manhwa? Asks Enel. Manhwa, who is more equal to his opponent, doesn't get pushed around. Then when Brook and Dion defeated the Turtleman, the White Rat Man gets distracted. Manhwa uses this chance to stab the White Rat Man's chest, defeating him too. Buggy grins and says, "We're done." Chapter 210, Coke Island. The war with toothless pirates finally has finished. There are no casualties among the clowns and they just get injured. Now they are looting the enemy ship before leaving for the next island. In this war, Brook and Dion have made some good progress. Brook can use the coldness of death in his attacks now. Dion has used A.K.A. hardening in his last attack when he went all out. Manhwa couldn't awaken his A.K.A., but he has improved his O.K.A. and his spearsmanship. None of the normal crew members awaken their haki. It has just been 2 weeks since they started their haki training, after all. But Dion's progress makes Enel jealous because he still can only use colorless A.K.A. So Buggy promises to let him fight the next strong opponent. It will stimulate his growth faster than just training. For now, they just need to celebrate their victory by having a party. It's their first war in New World, after all, so it's worth a celebration. They also get a lot of loot from their enemy, so they can spend some immediately. Their next destination is Coke Island, which will take a week from Giza even with Black Pearl's top speed. It is an island with abundant coal resources even though it's not a big island. Beast's pirates conquer this island for the coal because they need it to fuel their factories in Wano. Buggy plans to take over the island and stop the coal supply. Of course, he knows that Beast's pirates won't stay silent and will take over the island again. But that's fine because it will still cut off their supply for some time. Besides, Buggy intends to take all the coal that has been mined and sell it. He will also plant some spies among the locals and miners to inform him if Beast's pirates come again. If they come again, then he will just beat them up again. His objective is to reduce Beast's pirates' power slowly before the main war. It will also be good training for his men because the Beast's pirates are strong. This way, they can weaken the enemy, get stronger, and gain loots in the process. But Buggy knows it won't be that easy because the opponent is Kaido. He knows that Kaido won't leave Wano because Odin is still there. At most, he will just send the All-Star. But there will always be a possibility. Well, if Kaido comes, then they just need to do something based on the situation. They can fight back if the situation is in their favor or just run away. Their main objective is still the main war in Wano, after all. The clowns keep training on their way to Coke Island. They finally arrive in 8 days because they take it rather easy. In these 8 days, they also have an electric therapy session and obviously made some good progress. So that's Coke Island. It's still very far, but let's start our plan. Palu, Dion, it's time, says Buggy while looking at the faraway Coke Island with a scope. Palu and Dion nod before they go to the lower cabin to do their plan. Soon, a small submarine shaped like a jet comes out of a door at the left of Black Pearl. Palu and Dion operated it and they go to the island first. The submarine is named Torpedo and it can move fast. It is powered by a battery connected to its machine. Of course, Ruff and Palu are the ones who made it. They were very interested when Buggy asked them to make it. They reach the island in a short time while Black Pearl doesn't move. Dion leaves the submarine and goes to the town alone. Palu stays in the submarine and dived down to avoid detection. Dion uses his camouflaging and moves in the town undetected. He searches the Beast's pirates' base and finds it in a short time. Then he infiltrates the base and moves fast to cut off all the communication accesses. His mission is to cut off the communication of this island to the outside world. This way, no one on the island will be able to contact the Beast's pirates and call for reinforcement. So when the Beast's pirates finally get the news, it will be too late already. Dion finished his job just in 10 hours because he has used to this kind of job now. He could finish it in 6 hours if he doesn't double-checked everything. Luckily, he did a double check because he found some hidden dendon mushies. After he finished his job, Dion calls the crew and Black Pearl moves again. Everyone in the crew is ready to fight the beasts pirates on the island. Dion has given them information about the enemies, so they are very ready. The ones on the island aren't that strong, but there are a lot of them. They are led by Solax, who has a bounty of 94 million belly. But don't underestimate him, he should be stronger than the previous Turtleman who has a bounty higher than 200 million. His bounty might be lower, but he is from Beasts Pirates. Kaido won't take just anyone as his subordinate, says Buggy. That makes sense. Kaido puts him as the leader here, so he must have the skill and power to do it. His bounty doesn't represent his strength. I guess it's because he is overshadowed by those above him, says Cricket. That's what usually happens in a crew as big as Beasts Pirates. They can get stronger but their bounties are hard to raise. Well, it's not a problem for us because we still can handle this. Enel, you can go and take the leader of this unit. Also, I give you all permission to kill the enemies. We can't leave them alive because they will just return to Beasts Pirates, says Buggy. It will be useless if we let them alive because our objective is reducing their power, right? Asks Enel excitedly. Yeah, and by killing them we will get the locals and miners' trust. Those guys are forced to obey the Beasts Pirates, so we can be their saviors. It will make our plan easier. So while Enel and the guys take care of the Beasts Pirates, the other executives and I will handle the traitors, says Buggy. Traitors? Asks Mantis confusedly. It's the traitor from the local side. There must be some people who submitted to the Beasts Pirates and willingly become their lackeys to get profit. If we remove them, the locals will like us more, says Cricket. Oh, that's a good idea. We can gain their trust easier and plant our spies among them, says Mantis. Yeah, it will benefit us and them. I doubt there will be someone strong among them, but it will be difficult to find them. Dion is working on it now and I hope it will be fast, says Buggy. They talk more about the plan as they approach the island. Palu also has returned with the submarine after Dion finished his main job. If Dion failed, then he will return with Palu, but there's no need to do it now. The clowns get ready for the battle as the ship is getting closer to the island. They all have new weapons now after Gil made them using good materials. Their previous weapons were their loots and have decent qualities. But Gil can make better weapons, so it's better to ask him to make weapons for the crew. Weapons are very important for pirates like them, after all. The weapons' qualities contribute a lot to their victories. Black Pearl finally arrives on the island after some time. Then some beasts pirates that guard the port approach their ship. Without waiting for the enemies to talk, the clowns kill the guards immediately. Of course, it causes a ruckus, but that's good because now the enemies will come here themselves. There's no need to search for them and it will save time. They kill all the guards in the port and gather a lot of attention. Buggy smirks and says, "Let's hunt the beasts." Chapter 211, First War with the Beasts. Buggy and the other executives except Enel and Magnus leave the ship stealthily and go to the town. Enel is leading the men causing a ruckus on the port while Magnus stays on the ship to guard it. He is too big to join the secret operation, so he stays behind to be a backup. Enel and the men are attacking the beasts pirates on the port. They attack right away after they arrived and kill the enemies that come. There are only some guards on the port, so it's easy for the clown to kill them. Ha, they just put some weaklings to guard this place. They must be very confident that these guys are enough to stop anyone that attacks them, says Enel after his group wiped out the guards. Well, their crew name is enough to stop people from attacking this place, after all, says Magnus from the ship. That's just applied to those cowards, not us, says Enel while smirking. You're right. We aren't afraid of something like beasts pirates and Captain never fear anyone, says Magnus. Yet, he is just calculative and puts our safety as a priority. I'm sure if he is alone, he must have gone to attack Kaido right away, says Enel. He won't do that. Captain knows his strength isn't enough yet to fight Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He is a fearless man and most of all, he is a smart man, says Magnus. You sure know him quite well, says Enel. Of course, I need to know the person that I follow because it will affect my life too, says Magnus. I just followed him because he is stronger than anyone I've ever met. But well, the more I know him, the more I think it's a good decision to follow him. He is always full of surprise and I still can't find the depth of his strength, says Enel. I don't think you'll ever find that. Anyway, we need to stop talking because you have work to do, says Magnus as he points in the town's direction. Enel grins because he has known it. Many beasts pirates are coming to the port from the town's direction. They wear black furred attire similar to the one in the canon. But they don't have any animal traits because smile hasn't been invented yet. Magnus, don't do anything, just sit there, says Enel as gets ready. I won't do anything, it's your job, says Magnus. Boys, let's do what we've discussed, says Enel to the men. Yeah, replies the men vigorously. Brook's team, I hope you can play the music even without Brook here, says Enel. Yes, replies Brook's team members before they play the music. Ost, overtaken. Let's go, orders Enel as he walks forward. The men follow him walking forward to approach the enemies. Their walk becomes more epic with the epic music in the background. They walk until they meet the beasts pirates in the center and they look at each other. Clown pirates, a rookie crew with a very high total bounty. It seems your bounty has made you arrogant so you attack this place. Or maybe you are just ignorant and don't know whose island is this, says Solax, the beasts pirates unit leader on this island. Solax is a very tall and big man. He is taller than any human in the clown pirates as he stands at 3.5 meters. His upper body is very big and his arms are big too, but his legs are small, similar to cricket. He has dark skin and red eyes with red hair too. We know full well whose island is this, beast pirates bastards, says Enel. So you know but still attack this place. It seems your arrogance knows no bounds. Master Kaido will surely like to educate you himself, says Solax. Sorry but, Kaido isn't smart enough to teach us anything, says Enel while smirking. Humph, it seems you need your mouth to be shut. Fine, I won't give mercy. Men, get them all, orders Solax to his men. The beasts pirates roar and rush to attack the clowns. There are more than 400 men in the beasts pirates while the clowns only have a little more than 40 men without Buggy and Co here. But none of the clowns are afraid, they are very excited instead. Bam! Enel hits his gold staff on the ground and says, kill them. The clowns grin and those who hold sharp weapons suddenly get their weapons covered in lightning. Their weapons handles are made of materials that don't conduct electricity, so they don't get electrocuted. This is the plan that Enel has prepared with the men. He will flow his lightning on their sharp metal weapons to increase their attack power. Of course, he just uses lightning with moderate power to not injure the men. But those who hold blunt weapons and guns don't get boosted because their weapons are connected into one part. Well, most of the clowns wield sharp weapons, so only a few who don't get boosted. The ones with short-ranged weapons attack in the front while those with long-ranged weapons attack from the back. They use the new guns and easily kill their targets even though the enemies are New World pirates, beasts pirates at that. Enel just stays back and watches the men fight with a satisfied expression. He doesn't usually do a leader job, but doing it once in a while feels really nice. He watches the battle and supports those who have difficulties using his lightning power. The gunners in the back also provide support, but their attacks are limited. They can't shoot if the targets are blocked by their comrades. But Enel doesn't need to worry about it because he can manipulate his lightning trajectory at will and he has Ohaki to help him locate his targets. Solax, who also watches from behind, gets frustrated seeing his 400+ men get overwhelmed by 40+ people. Furthermore, their enemies are just rookies who have just entered New World, not some big hots here. Damn, I will get killed if we failed. It seems I need to use them now before our casualties increase, says Solax after seeing around 100 of his men get defeated. Solax blows a flute and then two shadowy figures come from the building on his left and right. The two figures stop beside him and now they can be seen clearly. They are male twins with normal height and body proportion. The twins have tan skin, yellow eyes, and dark blonde hair. They look like normal teenagers at first, but their faces show that they are crazy. Bloodlust can be felt clearly from the two of them and it is clear that they've killed a lot of people. Why did you call us, big bro? Asks the man on Solax's left. The men can't handle the enemies, so go and help them or Master Kaido will be angry at us, says Solax. TCH, they are so incompetent, says the man on Solax's right. Can we kill them? Asks the man on the left. Do as you wish. But try to leave the ones with bounties alive. It's that man with a gold staff and that giant on the ship. The others must be on the ship too, says Solax. He, alright, says the twins manically. The twins rush to the battlefield and Enel also moves to stop them. He knows his comrades can't handle these two, so he needs to stop them himself. But before he arrives, a spike made of ash jolted out of the ground in front of each of the twins and stopped them. This power is that annoying girl's ability, says Enel. Hey! You shouldn't call someone who helps you annoying, says Jude angrily as she suddenly appears by gathering the ash particles that spread on the surrounding. Help? I never asked for your help. Also, shouldn't you go with Captain? Asks Enel annoyedly. Captain told us to stay here as a backup. If good enemies appear or our men are in a pinch, we need to give support, says Manhwa who walks out of a building on the port. Enel sighs and says, TCH, I thought I can finally do what I want. But well, it's Captain's order, so I'll just accept it. Don't drag me down. Jude and Manhwa grin as they say, you too. Chapter 212, Other Targets. While Enel and the men fight against Beast's Pirates unit, Buggy and Co meets with Dion. Dion has searched the targets of their operation which are local people who work under Beast's Pirates. They will remove these people which are considered as traitors by the locals. It's very easy to find these people because they hold high positions on this island. They climbed the rank by wagging their tails to the Beast's Pirates and becoming their people's enemy. So removing these people will make the locals trust the clown a little. Of course, it won't be easy because the clowns are also pirates, just like the Beast's Pirates. But gaining a little trust is important so they can talk and discuss their next plan for this island. The clowns can't leave this island just like this because it's an important island for Beast's Pirates. Is it really that important? Asks Palu. Of course, it is. This island is where they get their resources, so they won't leave it. Furthermore, it will be an insult if they let a rookie pirate crew take over their territory. A big pirate crew like them won't let this matter go, says Buggy. So it doesn't matter whether this island is important or not. They just need to show that they aren't a crew to be messed with. Is that what you mean? Asks Ruff. Yeah, they have their pride as a big pirate crew and we will take advantage of that. Let's move immediately to capture the targets. Try to keep them alive so the locals can give punishment themselves. It will make them happy and agree to talk with us, says Buggy. The others nod and they immediately spread to find their targets. Dion has located the targets and they just need to go to the locations. With the executive's strength, it will be easy to capture some normal people. But not every target is a normal person because some of them are rather strong and have many men under them. Buggy, Cricket, and Palu will take care of these people while the rest handle the easier targets. They split and Buggy goes to the one with the highest authority here, the mayor. The mayor has sat in that position since before the Beast's Pirates conquered this island. He immediately becomes their subordinate after knowing their power. There are many guards in the mayor's, so it will be the most difficult even though the mayor himself is weak. Some beasts pirates are also included as guards, and all strong people on the island have been recruited. Those who refused will be killed, so no one dares to refuse. Buggy reaches the mayor's residence, which is a big mansion. Very contrast with the badly shaped houses in the town. There are some good buildings around the mansion which are used by beasts pirates. They don't care about their citizens at all, hey? Well, this is a usual sight in this world and I can't always meddle in it. But I have a business here, so it's fine if it helps the locals, says Buggy as he walks toward the mansion. Some guards see him and tell him to stop, but he ignores them. Buggy takes out his new pistol and shoots them immediately. The new pistol is very powerful and it can kill them in an instant as long as he hit the correct spots. Using a pistol doesn't feel that bad. But the bullets are limited, so let's not use it too often, says Buggy as he switches to his swords again. Buggy barges into the mansion and many people have waited for him. They have heard the gunshots and waited for Buggy inside. Seeing that he is alone makes them snicker, but then they get surprised when they see Buggy's wrists detached. What's wrong? You won't attack? Then I will attack first, says Buggy while grinning. Buggy uses his old technique, the spinning saw blades, by spinning the sword that he holds in his detached hands. He moves them to attack the guards and easily cuts through their defense. None of them can stop Buggy's spinning saw blades and they get defeated in a short time. Come out. I don't want to waste my time waiting for some hiding rats, says Buggy calmly. Suddenly, 3 men and 2 women come out of some different spots. They were hiding and waiting for Buggy to get closer to the mansion so they can ambush him. But he has discovered them first, so there's no use for them to hide anymore. The 5 enemies surround Buggy on all sides and they hold different weapons. The 3 men wield a long sword, double katana, and an axe. As for the 2 women, they wield a spear and a whip. They all look to be in their late 30s or early 40s. Come. Don't waste my time, says Buggy with a haughty tone. Humph, you are looking down on us, says the man who wields an axe. I am. Is that a problem if I look down on weaklings like you? Asks Buggy. The 5 enemies get angered and they immediately move to attack Buggy. He just waits for their attacks and suddenly his feet are tied by a whip from a woman. Then the other 4 enemies attack him by stabbing or slashing his body with their sharp weapons. Buggy doesn't fight back or even use a haki, so his body gets pierced and cuts into pieces. The enemies are quite dumbfounded by how easy it is to defeat Buggy. They all laugh because Buggy isn't as strong as they thought, but then their laugh stopped and their body stiffened. Sigh, I thought you will give me some entertainment. What a letdown, says Buggy with a disappointed tone. The 5 enemies are stunned and can't say anything seeing Buggy's body return to normal. Devil fruit user, says the man who wields double katana in shock. His words make his comrades shocked too and they want to run away because their attacks didn't work on Buggy at all. Their winning chance has disappeared since their previous attack failed. None of them know Buggy's power, but they know their attacks won't work, so they want to escape. But Buggy won't let them go and he slashes both of his swords horizontally. He makes a circle slash attack that spread everywhere and hits the enemies. However, his slash attack doesn't intend to cut them, so it's not sharp. It's just hit them very strongly and knocks them unconscious. It still feels strange when an attack from the sword isn't sharp and doesn't cut. But a good swordsman can make their attack sharp or not by will. Still, I don't really like this feeling of failing to cut something, says Buggy before he sighs. Buggy ignores his feeling and enters the mayor's mansion. There are more guards there but he can handle them easily with his spinning saw blades. He finally reaches the mayor's office and finds a fat old man pointing a pistol at him. Don't move, says the fat mayor. Buggy just walks forward and says, I've moved, now shoot me. The fat mayor trembles and he closes his eyes before he shoots his pistol. He opens his eyes after that and gets shocked seeing Buggy's face in front of his. It makes him jump backward and drops his pistol. The fat mayor looks afraid and he says, how? How can I be fine? You won't understand even if I explain it, so just forget it and sleep, says Buggy while crouching in front of the mayor. Buggy punches the mayor's solar plexus and knocks him out. Then he ties the man and takes out his denden mushi to call his friends. I'm done. Chapter 213, Insulator. On the main battlefield, the clown's normal members are fighting Beast's pirates' troops. Enel still helps them because Jude and Manhwa have taken care of the twins who target him. So he can concentrate on assisting their men in the war. The ones who have their weapons coated in Enel's lightning can cut their enemies easier. Their weapons become a lot sharper because of the lightning and can cut through the enemy's weapons. Even if they don't cut their enemies, the lightning will electrocute the enemies upon contact. That's why just in a short time, the enemy's number reduced to half from 400 plus. The clowns only have 40 plus people to go against these 400 plus. But even though the enemies are 10 times their number, the clowns are stronger than them. It also applied to Jude and Manhwa who are pushing back their enemies, the twins. Even though the twins looked very arrogant before, they are getting pushed by Manhwa and Jude. It makes them look like idiots who can only talk. But then it changes when the two suddenly transform. Typical of Beast's pirates, these two are Zoan devil fruit users. The one who fights Jude is a gorilla, while the other one is an orangutan. They transform into their hybrid forms right off the bat. They can finally fight Jude and Manhwa without getting pushed now. Both of them can use A.K.A so they can touch Jude's Logia body and hit her. But Jude is ready for this because A.K.A users will be more common in New World. Jude and Manhwa fight the twins almost equally now. None of them gains advantage currently and just look equal. In fact, the twins are a tad stronger now in their hybrid form, so Jude and Manhwa have a few difficulties, but they're sure they can handle it. They need to. Solax, who watches the war from behind, gets angered. His men get defeated by rookies and the twins, which are his most trusted subordinates, are having a hard time fighting Jude and Manhwa. He never feels this ashamed because of a rookie pirate crew. The only way to remove this shame is by defeating the clowns himself. So he makes a move and immediately uses his devil fruit power. Surprisingly, he is not a Zoan devil fruit user, but a Paramecia. Solax's skin suddenly changes its color into shiny white, including his hair. Only his eyes that don't change from outside. His body looks more sturdy now that he has used his devil fruit ability, but it also looks fragile at the same time. Enel doesn't really care about Solax's devil fruit and starts to attack. He extends his right hand to the front and creates a big lightning strike. The lightning beam hits Solax and Enel grins. But then his face stiffens because Solax is fine. The clowns get surprised and Jude asks, "What kind of devil fruit is that?" To think that Enel's lighting won't work on him. Ha ha ha, just because he is a Logia doesn't mean he is invincible. Rookies like you always think like that because you haven't seen the world yet. My big bro ate the ceramic fruit, he is a ceramic human. Lightning won't work on ceramic, says one of the twins who fight Jude, the gorilla man. Ceramic? Won't he be fragile then? Asks Jude. Ceramic is a lot harder than you thought. If not, then Big Bro won't be able to come this far with his power, replies the gorilla. Enel also hears it and clicks his tongue. Ruff has done some research about his devil fruit ability and finds some weaknesses. They include some objects that can't be affected by his lightning, like glasses, ceramic, rubber, etc. TCH, I never thought that I'll really meet one of them here. That means the only way to defeat him is by using A.K.A or physical attacks. Let's use physical attacks while trying to awaken my A.K.A, says Enel as he flashes forward. Enel attacks Solax using his gold staff first, but Solax can block it easily with an A.K.A covered hand. Solax can use both O.H.A and A.K.A, so it's easy for him to handle Enel's attack even though Enel is fast. Enel keeps attacking using his gold staff and enhancing his speed and power using his lightning. His ability won't affect his opponent, but it can affect his speed and power, so he uses it on himself to make his attack stronger. But Solax uses his O-Haki to predict all Enel's attacks and counter them. He can block, parry, or evade Enel's attacks and hasn't gotten any damage. Solax is also more experienced than Enel, so he is a difficult opponent for Enel. TCH, this isn't it. I don't get the feeling that Dion said when he awakened his A-Haki. It seems using the gold staff is wrong, thinks Enel as he discards his gold staff. Now Enel won't use his gold staff anymore, he will use his bare hands. It makes Solax snort because it is a stupid move to use when Enel knows without his staff, he won't be able to injure Solax at all. It seems you've given up when we've just fought for a short time, says Solax. Give up? What are you talking about? Asks Enel as he sends a punch at Solax. His punch hits Solax and pushes the guy back a little. But Solax doesn't get any injury at all while Enel feels his knuckles hurt because Solax's body is very hard. Solax laughs and mocks Enel to be very stupid for using his fist instead of gold staff. Then they start to fight in close range and Enel is on the losing end. His lightning power doesn't affect his opponent and his physical attacks can't injure his opponent. He keeps getting hit and his attacks even hurt himself because Solax's body is very hard. Enel is the only one who gets injured in his battle while Solax is very fine. But instead of getting discouraged, Enel gets even more excited as the battle goes. It's very rare for him to get injured like this when fighting since he ate his devil fruit, after all. The twins who fight Jude and Manba think that Enel is a madman who gets excited when he is losing. But Jude and Manba know very well what Enel aims in this battle. They know he is very jealous of Dion who awakened his A-Haki in the previous war against toothless pirates. Humph, boys are really idiots, says Jude while attacking her opponent. The twins that fight with Jude and Manba are also proficient in O-Haki and A-Haki. So they can hit Jude's Ashlogia body if their attack passes her defense. But Jude is very proficient in defense and she is good at using her O-Haki, so he can always predict her opponent's attacks. Her opponent is the one who transforms into gorilla while Manba's opponent is the orangutan one. Their physical power increase a lot and their attacks are very strong. However, Jude and Manba are good at O-Haki and can predict their attacks then moves according to them. Still, their strength is a problem because they can make Jude and Manba's attacks useless. Jude has tried to strangle the gorilla man, but he can break through her attack. The orangutan man also keeps stopping Manba's attacks with brute strength, so nothing works so far. These enemies are very problematic, says Jude. Indeed, but at least our men can handle their opponents, says Manba as he peeks behind him. Behind them, the clown's normal members have almost finished their battles. They've reduced the beast's pirates' number a lot from 400 plus to just around 50 people. Both sides are equal in number now, but the clowns are clearly stronger even without Enel's lightning coating their weapons. It's just a matter of time for them. So we can't lose here or it will be very shameful, says Manba. You're right, says Jude. They start to attack again and get more determined to win. Chapter 214, Last Battles. The war continues and just like what Manba said, the normal members finally win after a short time. Now only Enel, Jude, and Manba haven't finished their battles. They need to finish their battles soon and Enel orders their men to pull back to the ship. The men pull back and they tend their injuries in the ship. They've won, but they also received a lot of injuries, including some fatal injuries. Some people are gravely injured, so Manba's medical team immediately treats them while the ones with minor injuries treat themselves first. After their men pulled back, the three who still fight get more serious in their battles. They need to finish soon because it's been rather long since this war started. But it won't be easy with strong opponents to fight. Enel has it the hardest because his opponent is his natural enemy. His lightning attack never works and his physical attacks can't deal significant damage to his opponent. He is in a pinch and has gotten a lot of injuries because of his enemy's attack. Bam! Solax punches Enel's stomach and flings him back to where the big war is located. There are only beasts pirates' corpses there because none of the clowns died. Buggy has taught them that their survival is the most important, so the clowns always find a way to live in a war. Enel looks around while holding his pained stomach and senses some life signs. There are still some survivors among the beasts pirates who looked as if they were dead because of their grave injuries. RioBL.cm. I should teach those guys to put more attention to this. But well, they must be tired after fighting these many people. Then let me help you a bit while releasing some stress, says Enel. He extends his hands to the side and then his hands glow brightly. Suddenly, lightning currents appear from his hands and spread all over the place. The lightning current hits all the beasts pirates, be it the ones who died or live. Enel stops after some time and now all beasts pirates members finally died. Buggy's order is to not leave any one of the beasts pirates alive because they aim to reduce the enemy's power. Leaving the enemies alive will make their effort useless. Solax, who understand what Enel had just done, gets angered. Of course, he doesn't care whether his subordinates died or alive. But if all of them died, then Kaido will kill him for losing so many strong troops. His unit is actually quite strong among the beasts pirates units. Without sufficient strength, they won't be tasked to manage a territory with just less than 500 people. This is New World, after all, so the enemies are strong and 500 isn't a big number. But they lose to a crew with around 50 people in total, and not all these 50 plus people fight. This means that the clowns have become stronger than this strong unit of beasts pirates. It's not the best unit, but it's still a strong unit. Enel and Solax continue their fight with Enel now getting more concentrated. He needs to awaken his A.K.A. if he wants to win against Solax. That's the only way because his devil fruit doesn't work against this guy. But of course, it won't be that easy, and Enel is the one getting beaten up now. His movements have become better though, and he can evade more attacks. This battle will be very beneficial for Enel if he can win this. On another hand, Jude starts to gain an advantage in her battle. She has found a way to increase her ash's temperature before the crew reaches this island. Now she is using this new finding in her fight against the Gorilla Man. She strikes the Gorilla Man with her hot ash many times. Jude uses blunt and sharp attacks before, but they didn't work. It's mainly because ash is too light, it doesn't have enough weight to make strong attacks. In Paradise, her skills are enough, but they aren't enough to be used in New World. So she tried to find a new method and finally found a way to raise her ash's temperature. Although the most she can do now is raise it to normal fire temperature, it's enough to be used against most enemies. Her hot ash attacks now start to dealt damages to the Gorilla Man. The ash burn the gorilla's fur on where he got hit. Now the Gorilla Man starts to get bald because of it. His skin and flesh also get burnt and it makes his movements sluggish. The Gorilla Man finally decides to go all out and use one big attack to finish the fight. He rushes at Jude while carrying a big log that he has taken just now. He coats the log with a haki and jumps to hit Jude from above. Jude just waits, and when the Gorilla Man swings the log, she transforms her whole body into ash. The ash then moves up and engulfs the Gorilla Man whole. Then Jude raises her ash's temperature as high as she can. The Gorilla Man covers his whole body with a haki, but not even haki can block heat. He feels very hot as he gets burnt by Jude's hot ash. None of his attempts to free himself work as Jude clings onto him tightly. Finally, the Gorilla Man falls unconscious after he couldn't bear the heat. He faints and Jude just lets him lay there. She doesn't kill him. She just can't kill someone even though they need to kill their enemies. Sigh, I will just let Enel does the deed. Defeating him is good enough for me, says Jude as she rests because she is very tired and has many injuries. While Jude has defeated her opponent, Manba still can't do it. The orangutan man is more troublesome than the Gorilla Man. He is the older one of the twins and actually stronger than his younger brother. When he sees his brother gets defeated, he gets angry and fights more ferociously. His orangutan power gives him long hands that make him can reach Manba from a rather long distance. He also has a tough body and a haki that Manba can't pierce using his spear. So just like Enel, Manhwa needs to awaken his A.K.A and coat his spear with it to make his attacks stronger. But it's not so easy because even Enel hasn't been able to do it. Still, he just needs to try by keeps attacking the orangutan man. The war continued with only Enel and Manhwa who still fight their opponents. They have a hard time and have received a lot of injuries. But they still fight even though they are in bad condition, and it makes their opponent pissed because they are like cockroaches. Enel, who almost runs out of stamina, is still attacking Solax the ceramic man. He attacks without any care even though his body has a lot of injuries and his knuckles are bruised. He doesn't give up even though his body feels like it will break apart. Solax punches his stomach and shouts, "Just give up, damn it." Enel gets pushed back and almost falls, but he forces himself to keep standing. Then he smirks and says, "I don't know what you said. You need to talk with human language, you bastard." Solax gets angry and rushes at Enel to deliver a very strong punch. Enel tries to block it with his hands, but then he gets a strange feeling. It's not a bad feeling and he decides to follow that feeling now. Enel tilts his body to the left and evades Solax's punch. Then he delivers a strong punch with his right hand. Solax scoffs because it will be useless, but then he widens his eyes when he sees Enel's fist turns black. Seeing the sudden change, Solax immediately covers his body with a haki. Enel's punch hits Solax's stomach and creates a big impact. But Solax is a master of defense and Enel's punch doesn't break his defense. Solax smirks, but then it stiffens when he feels his body get electrocuted. Enel's A.K.A allows him to make his lightning power touch Solax's real body and electrocutes him. Enel uses all his power in his lightning attack and Solax can't handle it. Some time later, Enel's lightning attack stops and he falls on his knee. Solax is standing, but then he falls on his back with a burnt body, unconscious. Enel looks at Manhwa, who also has just finished his battle in a similar fashion. Manhwa knows what Enel wants and passes his spear to Enel. Enel then stands slowly and stabs the spear on Solax's heart. He does the same to the twins because he knows that Manhwa and Jude won't kill them. Then he lays on the ground and pants hard as he says, "Finally done." Chapter 215, Execution. After defeating the beast's pirates, Enel does a double check to make sure that all the enemies are dead. Many people are looking from afar and the clowns ignore them. But Enel still uses his power to hear them in case there are some beast's pirates men. In the meanwhile, Manhwa is treating the injured ones with his team. He wants to treat Enel, but the guy still wants to inspect the enemy's conditions. Only after he finishes can Manhwa treat his injuries, which are the worst from everyone. "Hey, do you think Captain knows that your opponent has a power that counters yours naturally?" asks Manhwa while treating Enel's injuries. "I'm sure he knows, and that's why he assigned me to fight this guy. Captain always said that the best way to grow is by fighting strong enemies. This guy isn't the strongest enemy for me, but he is the worst. If I can win against him, then surely I must get stronger. That's why Captain made me fight this guy," says Enel. "Are you guys done yet? Vice Captain called me just now and told us to gather in the mayor's residence. Magnus will stay here with the men and prevent anyone from leaving," says Jude while walking toward them. "Anyone?" asks Magnus. "Yeah, anyone without any exception," says Jude. "All right, I'll sink every ship that tries to leave," says Magnus. Manhwa hastens his work and then they go to the mayor's residence. Enel has become a mummy with bandages all over his body, but he still can walk normally. He refused to use a wheelchair and choose to walk instead because he doesn't want to appear weak. Some time later, they arrive at the mayor's residence. In front of the residence, there are many tied-up people. Most of them are beast pirates who don't join the war because they have other jobs. Buggy and Co have caught them but haven't killed them yet because Buggy has a plan for them. Enel, Jude, and Manhwa enter the residence and see Buggy and Co in the front room, waiting for them. Buggy's group laughs seeing Enel looks like a mummy. "Frio bien. Ha ha ha, is that a new fashion, Enel?" asks Palu while laughing loudly. "Tch, shut up. Manba just overdid himself, says Enel unhappily. So, was your opponent good? I hope you improved a lot now, says Buggy. As I thought, you know his power, don't you? You should have told me so I could prepare for it, says Enel. What's the use of it? Unexpected things always happen in a war, so you need to be ready for everything, says Buggy while smirking. All right, you're the boss. Here, my improvement, says Enel while showing his newly acquired A.K.A. Oh, it's good. The hardness is good for someone who has just awakened it, says Cricket as he checks Enel's A.K.A. They also check Manba's newly acquired A.K.A. It is not as hard as Enel's haki, but Manba can imbue it into his weapon already. His strong desire to use A.K.A. on his weapon has resulted in this development. After that, they move to their next plan, which is to get this island's denizens' hearts. They bring the people that they've caught to the main plaza and gather everyone on the island, including minors and innocent prisoners. Dion has made sure that the prisoners are innocent by looking through many documents. They can't release those who did real crimes if they want to get people's trust. Releasing these innocents will make people trust them more. After many people gather, Buggy starts his speech and shows Solax's dead body. Then he shows the mayor that has been captured. It makes the people surprised because they never thought that the Beast's pirates and mayor's group will get defeated. Buggy then tells them that his crew doesn't wish to conquer this island and just wants to defeat the Beast's pirates for a personal reason. Hence, they don't need anything from this island, even the coal resources or money. He will let the people here do what they want with their island. Then Buggy let the people do what they want with the men that have been captured. The people are not sure of what to do until someone throws a stone onto the captives. After that, the others follow suit and throw many things too. It lasts for quite a long time because the people here have deep resentment toward these captives. It can be said that they've become these captive slaves for years. Now they have the chance for revenge, so they do it until they're tired. After they are satisfied, Buggy asks if some brave people want to execute the captives. Everyone hesitates, but then 13 young men walk forward and say they'll do it. The clowns give them sharp weapons for execution and they take the weapons they like. These 13 never kill before, so they hesitate even though they said they'll do it. But it's normal for people who never kill to hesitate. Buggy tells them to not force themselves before he beheads a beast pirate. If you're not ready, then don't kill. The burden of the first kill is always heavy, so you need to think it through, says Buggy. The 13 men clench their hands and then they move forward to their targets. They already have people that they want to kill, after all. These 13 have their reasons, but mostly their reason is revenge for their family members or themselves. After some hesitation, one man finally braces himself to stab his target with a spear right on the heart. It triggers the others and they start to kill their targets while shouting their reason like to avenge their parents. Some more men then step forward and follow these 13 to kill their revenge targets. The people who see it don't get afraid but get relieved instead because they feel they have been avenged even though they don't do it themselves. It takes an hour for all the captives to be killed. The clowns also killed some people who don't get killed by the civilians. Then they all put the corpses on a ship and burn the ship before sending it into the sea. Buggy tells the people that all of this will be his crew's responsibility so they don't need to worry. After that, he sends Cricket, Palu, and Magnus to hunt Seekings for a feast. While they hunt, Buggy will have a meeting with some representatives from the island's denizens. In the meeting, Buggy immediately tells them that the Beast's pirates will try to recapture this island again. It makes them worry, but then Buggy reassures them and says that his crew will help them. He gives them some dendon mushies and tells them to call his crew if Beast's pirates come again. May I ask why you do all of this? Asks a middle-aged man. Well, as you know, we are pirates. In New World, pirate crews are targeting each other and our target is Beast's pirates. So when they come again, just say that my crew is targeting them, says Buggy while smirking. Then, do you wish to make this island your territory? Asks a young man. No, I'm not interested in territory, it's a hassle. I just like to roam around the world, says Buggy. Are you sure? If you make this island your territory, you will get money as protection fee, you know, says the middle-aged man. So you want protection, hey? Sorry, but it's still a no. It's not that I don't want to help you, but our crew's name isn't that big yet to make other crews afraid of us, says Buggy. The island representatives get dejected because they really need protection. Then Mantis gives them a suggestion. The island can use their crew's name as this island's protector after they defeat Beast's pirates. It will prove the clown's strength to the world, so pirate crews will think twice to attack this island. The representatives get happy hearing that and they agree. Buggy gives Mantis a stinky face because he really doesn't want to manage a territory. The representatives know it, so an old man gives a suggestion. How about this? You don't need to manage this territory, we will do it ourselves. From now on, we will train our people so we can protect ourselves. We will just ask for your help if we can't handle it. Sigh, fine, do as you wish, says Buggy. The representatives cheer and the meeting ends. Then they go out and hold a party to celebrate their victory. Chapter 216, next. The next day after the execution, the clowns prepare to leave the island. They buy all the coals that have been mined with food and other necessities instead of money. What the people need now isn't money after all, but food, clothes, medicine, etc. Besides, Beast's pirates will surely come again and they'll take the money from this island. That's why having money will be a burden for the people here. Also, there's a lot of money in Beast's pirates' base and mayor's mansion. The clowns don't take any money and just take the coal. They don't need the money, after all, as they have plenty of it. But they help the Icelanders hide the money in a hidden underground base that they make hastily. The Beast's pirates will suspect that the money was taken away by the clowns, so the Icelanders will be safe. But the Icelanders need to keep working in the mine for the time being to please the Beast's pirates until the clowns destroy them. Why do you go this far to help us? Asks a local elder. It's because I still have a heart. I am no saint and I've killed many people. But I have my own view of what's right and what's wrong. I just follow what my heart tells me to do because it makes me feel more humane. I have principles and I need to always stick to them forever or I'll lose myself, says Buggy. The elderly man widens his eyes a bit and laughs a little. Then Buggy says, funny, right? A pirate talks about such bullshit. You don't need to believe it if you want. Well, it's hard to believe but the proof is in front of me, so what can I say? Even if you lie, it is a fact that you've saved us. That's why we are still grateful to you and your crew. Thank you very much, says the elderly man while bowing. Buggy just waves his hand and walks away to the port. His crew is ready to leave this island and go to their next destination. They will keep hunting the Beast's pirates units to weaken the enemy while training themselves and searching for more crew members. As for the coals that they take from the island, they transport them using a different ship. Ruff has installed a machine on the cargo ship so it can move faster. They will sell the coals on a nearby island's black market to lure the Beast's pirates. After everything's ready, the crew leaves Coke Island. Most of them are still injured but staying on the island for a long time is dangerous. The Beast's pirates might come anytime and the clowns might not be able to escape if they don't leave soon. They just need to recover on their way to the next island. Their next destination is quite close, just around 2 days. But it's enough for them to recover and they won't fight there, just selling the coals. They will leave as soon as they sold all the coals in the black market. The clowns leave and everything went well until they arrive on the next island in 2 days. It's a big island owned by a kingdom and it's are affiliated with Whitebeard, so it's safe. Their business goes as they've planned and they leave the island immediately. But before they leave, they get 2 new crew members. The first one is a middle-aged male cook who wants to search for his son who had gone missing after joining a merchant ship 3 years ago. The second one is a young man who joined after being defeated easily by Brook. He is a swordsman who vowed to follow the one who defeats him. Buggy puts him on Magnus' team, but he keeps challenging Brook when he's free. Of course, he never wins, but it's good entertainment for the crew while they go to the next island. FEWNL. Their next destination is quite far because they need to attack the beast's pirates' territory randomly in order to make the enemy unable to predict their movements. But Buggy knows that after some raids, the other territory will increase their defense. It's not a problem though, and it's a good thing instead, because the stronger the enemies, the stronger his crew will be. But he needs to make sure that no one in his crew dies. That's why they need to be fully prepared in all their raids. Their basic plan will always be the same as when they raided Coke Island. Dion will scout the island to get all important information before the Black Pearl arrives. Then they will make a strategy based on the information they get. On every raid, the raid leader will be changed between the executives. It is to give them experience in commanding the crew in war. They need to know that their responsibility isn't just to win but also to protect their crewmates. But not every executive will lead the raids. Ruff won't do it as he isn't a fighter, but he will still join the raids to gain battle experience. Dion also won't lead any raids because he already has a job as a spy. The next island is Breeze Island, a rather big island where strong wind blows all the time. It takes 12 days for them to reach this island, so they have enough time to train and even get electric therapy from Enel to stimulate their growth. Enel, Manhwa, and Dion keep training their newly acquired A.K.A. too. Brook trains his soul power every day and now he can use it to injure Enel's Logia body. It's because his soul power allows him to touch someone's soul or spirit directly, which makes Devil Fruit's ability useless. They all make good progress and are ready for their next raid. Their raid leader now is Magnus, who will fight a pirate with a bounty of 148 million. It means the opponent is strong and his Devil Fruit ability is interesting. The opponent's Devil Fruit is an ancient Zoan, Ankylosaurus. It's a dinosaur that has a big and hard hammer-like tail and uses it as a weapon. This guy is strong enough to be the main force in Beast's pirates, but not strong enough to be an all-star. Maybe he is like a Flying Six member in this period. But Kaido still hasn't made Flying Six, so let's just assume that this guy is a part of Flying Six's ancestor group. This guy will be a good opponent for Manhwa because an ancient Zoan is really strong, thinks Buggy. What's the enemy's number in total? Asks Magnus. There are around 1100 enemies on this island, far more than before. Also, these guys are as strong or even stronger than the previous ones, so get ready. Remember, Magnus, you are the leader, so don't charge first. You need to make sure your men fight properly before you make your move, says Buggy. But if my target moves, then I need to move too, right? Asks Magnus. Correct. If that happens, Ruff, who joins this raid, will take over the command. There are many slave workers in this place, forced to work for Beast's pirates. Well, most of them are pirates trying their luck, but some are civilians. I will work with Dion to release them while the other executives watch over the raid, says Buggy. Magnus, Ruff, we will keep watching you, but don't rely on us. We will only help in emergencies, so don't hope too much, says Cricket. I understand, says Magnus. They discuss the plan until they reach the island and a strong breeze welcomes them already. This raid will be more difficult than they thought. Chapter 217, Breeze Island. The clowns arrive on Breeze Island, where strong wind happens all over the island all the time. No plant or animal lives on the surface because the strong wind will just uproot the plant and make the animal fly away. It's impossible to live on the surface of this island. But as long as it's not the surface, then it will be fine. There's only one place that can be habited on this island. It's a giant cave on the right side of the island from where the clowns come. That cave is where the Beast's Pirates unit lives, so they need to go there. There's only one entrance, so they will get discovered no matter what they do. That's why they will make a flashy entrance and gather the enemy's attention. They will enter the cave with a bang. Shoot the cave. Orders Buggy. When they get closer to the cave, the clowns use their railgun to attack the cave entrance. They load it with buggy ball and shoot it from a long distance. The buggy ball moves at a high speed and explodes the big cave entrance. Good, the entrance is secured now. Keep shooting as we get closer, but use normal cannonballs so the cave won't collapse, orders Buggy. The clowns keep shooting as they get closer to the island. Their shot always hit the cave entrance and destroy the ships and buildings there. It really surprises the beast's pirates inside the cave because usually cannon attacks didn't work. Cannon attacks usually didn't work because of the strong wind on the island. The wind also blows in front of the cave and blocks the cannonballs. But the railgun's shots are too fast and the wind isn't strong enough to block them. It is a bad situation for the beast's pirates who are in the cave. But they aren't worried too much because they're sure the clowns can't enter the cave. The strong wind will push their ship from the side and make it crashes onto the coast. To enter this cave, the beast's pirates have made a tall wall that can be extended and retracted to block the wind. The ships that are allowed to enter can safely enter the cave by moving close to that wall. But of course, they won't use the wall to help the clowns, so they're sure the clowns can't enter the cave. Too bad though, the clowns have prepared to handle this problem. They roll their sails before entering the wind domain and prepare their propeller machine and jet dials. Then Buggy and Magnus gets ready on the front deck. Buggy coats his swords with A.K.A and charges their devil fruits powers. Magnus transforms into his Asura form and holds both of his axes. Then they get ready and face the direction of where the wind comes from. Now! Shouts Buggy as he swings both of his swords diagonally from below to make a cross shape. Magnus also swings his axes with the same motion. Both of them create big cross-shape flying slash attacks. The slash attacks merge and then clash with the strong wind of this island. Buggy uses all his power and swordsmanship ability in his attack. He even uses Pollux's Devil Fruit ability to create stronger pressure in his attack. He goes all out and his attack is far stronger than Magnus, although they aren't competing. Their combined attack clashes with the wind and stops it. Now there's no wind blowing in front of the cave entrance. The clowns immediately use this chance and move their ship forward at a high speed using their machine and jet dials. The combined attack won't stop the wind forever because the wind is a natural phenomenon. It will only stop the wind until its power diminishes and it's gone. So they hastily enter the cave before the wind blows again. They safely enter the cave and soon after that, the wind blows in front of the cave again. The beast's pirates are very surprised because they never have had this situation. No ship has ever succeeded to enter this cave without their help, after all. The beast's pirates want to call their main force in Wano, but they can't. Dion, who has infiltrated this place before the clown's attack, has removed all communication devices. He could enter this cave easily because he used a submarine that didn't get affected by the wind. So now they can't call for help or inform what happens on this island. It will be up to the beast's pirates unit that is stationed here to take care of this problem. They have high confidence though because they have many people and their leader is strong. The Black Pearl docks on the coast and the clowns immediately jump onto the land. There is a vast ground inside the cave with many buildings inside. It's basically a town inside this giant cave. The cave ceiling is also very high, so Magnus doesn't have any problem standing here. He can even jump and still won't touch the ceiling. So Magnus won't have any problem fighting in this location. They all get prepared to move just like how they planned it. Buggy also moves stealthily and meets with Dion to execute their own plan. The other executives stay behind to provide support to Magnus and the men if needed. 100 beasts pirates immediately come to stop the clowns. They have 1,100 men but just send 100 now because they think it's enough to handle the clowns. Their leader doesn't even come because he thinks the clowns are too weak. They need to swallow their arrogance though because all their 100 men get defeated in a short time by the clowns. Magnus and the other executives don't even need to move. Their men can handle all 100 enemies easily. They've gotten much stronger now, comments Mantis while looking from the ship. Their previous raid and training have shown the result. We also have hastened their progress using Enel's electric therapy. With their current progress, I'm sure that they will be strong enough when the main war starts. I don't want to see any of my crewmates die, says Cricket. Don't worry too much. I'm sure they will be ready when the main war starts. We have given them everything we can and they've done their best so far. They will be strong enough and survive, says Palu. The executives continue to watch as the Beast's pirates' reinforcements come. Now they send 300 men led by some lower-ranked officers. But they still get defeated by the clowns even if it takes a little longer than before. Magnus still doesn't need to move as their men can handle the enemies. Ruff, who joins the raid team, is also attacking the enemies. He needs to gain battle experience, so Buggy assigned him to this raid team. The clowns are getting some injuries when fighting 300 enemies. So Manhwa's medical team treats them immediately before the next wave of enemies comes. They just do some first aid treatments, but it's enough to help them prepare for the next battle. Soon afterward, the enemy's third wave comes and they have 500 men now. Their leader still hasn't come and there are only some lower-ranked officers. It seems the enemies still underestimate the clowns' power. Well, it's also because they need to gather their men that are scattered everywhere in the cave. The clowns are not moving and just wait on the port. So the Beast's pirates need to come to the port and attack the clowns. Thanks to that, the clowns don't need to fight 1,100 enemies at once. The Beast's pirates are strong and it will be difficult to win against that number. So fighting some big groups like this is better. The clowns win again now against these 500 enemies. So now they've defeated 900 enemies and only 200 left. They get more injuries now, but Manhwa's medical team moves fast to treat them so they can fight again. Some time later, the remaining enemies finally come. They are led by a rather fat and buffed green-haired middle-aged man. He looks rough with an untrimmed beard and long body hair. This man is the leader of the enemy's unit. The real battle will start now. Chapter 218, Doran. While Magnus' raid team is fighting the enemy's main force, Buggy and Dion are moving to find the slave workers. This island has an important mineral resource that the Beast's pirates seek. They won't occupy this island if there's no benefit, after all. To mine that resource, they need workers which they caught and turned into their slaves. Buggy wants to ruin Kaido's business and stopping these mines is important. But unlike on Coke Island, he will release these slaves so there won't be anyone left on this island. Kaido will need to start all over again if there's no worker here. Furthermore, Buggy plans to destroy this cave, so if Kaido wants it again, he will need to start from scratch again. It's easier to destroy things than to build them. Dion has gathered information about this place before, so finding the slaves' locations are easy. They are scattered on some mining spots, but these spots aren't that far apart. Both of them go to these spots from the one on the right side of this cave. There are some guards in these mines who are tasked to make sure the slaves are working. But they aren't that strong, so Buggy and Dion can defeat them easily. The problem is that they are scattered inside the mine, so it will take time to kill all of them. Both of them move separately to kill these guards. They also release the slaves from their explosive collars using the keys that Dion stole. The keys are universal, so they can be used to unlock all the collars. They tell the slaves to stay in the mine until the raid is over. The slaves will just be a burden if they come out and try to fight the enemies. It's better to let them stay here and rest because they've worked for hours or even days without rest. Buggy and Dion give the keys to the slaves in each mining spot so they can release the other slaves while both of them focus on killing the guards. The mining spots are long and deep, after all, so they can't waste time by releasing each slave they find. These mining spots are like labyrinths with many branches. It's also dark, so it's hard to see inside these small caves. But Dion has also stolen the maps for these caves, so it's easier for them to explore these caves. For Buggy and Dion, killing the mine guards is easy, but it takes time. However, for Magnus' raid team, their battle is not an easy one. The 200 men that they fight in this last wave are the strongest of their bunch. There are also the enemy's leader and 3 more high-ranked officers in the enemy's group. Magnus will take care of the leader, but there's no one strong enough to fight the 3 officers among the raid group including Ruff. He is not a fighter, after all. So the only choice is for the clown's executives to help. They pick the ones who haven't had the chance to fight strong enemies in New World. The ones who will fight are Cricket, Palu, and Mantis. Aren't these too much? You guys are too strong for them, so the battles will be boring. Maybe you can stay behind and let me handle it, says Enel. No, we want to have fun too. We haven't had the chance to flex our bodies since we arrived in New World. The next island is far, so we will need to wait for days. I am not that patient, says Cricket while cracking his neck. That's right. My hands are itching to fight, says Palu. Enough chit-chat. Let's go, says Mantis as she jumps to the land. Cricket and Palu follow Mantis and rush to the 3 officers. They run amidst the battle of their men against the 200 enemies. Some enemies try to attack them but they can handle these small fries easily. Magnus. Everyone will be fine by themselves. Go and fight the enemy's leader, shouts Cricket to Magnus. Magnus nods and moves to attack the enemy's leader, which is a green-haired middle-aged man named Doran. The 3 officers try to attack Magnus and they all transform into animals. They transform into a crane, a cheetah, and a horse. But before they can reach Magnus, Cricket, Palu, and Mantis stop them. Cricket faces the horse, Palu faces the cheetah, and Mantis faces the crane. They hit the 3 enemies and fling them away until they crash onto buildings. For Zoan users, Beasts Pirates really lives up to their name, says Palu. Well, their captain has the moniker of Hundreds Beasts or King of Beasts. So he must have led many beasts subordinates, says Cricket. They look at Magnus, who rushes at Doran and attacks with an axe in his normal form. Doran takes something from his back and swings it to counter Magnus' axe. He uses a big Morning Star mace to counter Magnus' attack. Magnus is stronger and pushes Doran a few meters back. But Doran is strong enough to receive Magnus' attack in his normal form because he only gets pushed a few meters back. So their battle will be good enough for Magnus' growth. The 3 officers who crashed onto buildings have returned in their hybrid form and now attack Cricket and Co. Cricket, Mantis, and Palu can defeat them fast because the difference in their powers is high. But they decide to use lower power and train their skills. Magnus needs to fight his opponent seriously though because Doran is strong even in his human form. He can defend Magnus' attacks without losing his ground even if he gets pushed because Magnus is stronger. But Doran isn't on the losing end as he can handle Magnus' attacks correctly. He has a lot of battle experience, even more than Magnus, who is far older than him. It's because Doran has more life and death battles compared to Magnus, who has just left Elbaf a few years ago. Besides, not many people can become threats to giants. So it's not strange for giants like Magnus to not have many life and death battle experiences. Their overwhelming strength scared most people, but without battles, they won't grow as fast as humans. So this is an opportunity for Magnus to fight against an experienced fighter. The last opponent that he fought was Rear Admiral Rince, a giant like him. Rince is strong but Doran is stronger. He might be as strong as a Vice Admiral if he goes all out. That prediction is correct because when Doran transforms into an Ankylosaurus, Magnus gets pushed easily. Doran's Ankylosaurus form is big. His current height is 3 meters and his length is 10 meters. He has an armored body with bone spikes on the armor and a hammer tail. A swing from his hammer tail has flung the giant Magnus to crash onto the buildings far behind. His body armor also seems to be very tough, as if they're made of metal. The armor is all over his back and the top of his head. Doran looks at the location where Magnus crashed and gets ready. He knows Magnus won't get defeated by that attack, and he is correct. Magnus jumps out of the rubbles of the destroyed buildings. He lands in open space and now he is in his Azura form already. His body has become bigger, his skin turns red and he has 6 arms now. He holds two giant axes in his hands and looks at Doran's ankylosaurus form. Magnus rushes and swings both of his axes at Doran. The axes hits Doran's armored back but failed to break it even though Doran doesn't use a haki. His armor is very tough even without haki coating it. This will really become a difficult battle for Magnus. Chapter 219, Playing Around. Magnus strikes Doran using his axes multiple times but Doran keeps blocking them using his body armor. He can even make the same armor on his limbs to block Magnus' attacks that aren't aimed at his back. Such an ability isn't Ankylosaurus' real ability, but Devil Fruit makes it possible just like how Queen can detach his head and tail. Devil Fruit's abilities are just too strange that they can even do what their real power objects can't do. As for Doran's Ankylosaurus power, it can create armor on his limbs and also stretch his tail up to 3 meters longer. These abilities give him good defense and offense. His armor is very tough and his hammer tail is very powerful, after all. Doran in his Ankylosaurus form gives Magnus a hard time. None of Magnus' attacks can deal damage to Doran while Doran's attacks have pushed Magnus back. He just used his hammer tail to strike and headbutts, but those are enough to push Magnus who has a gigantic body. Feu Novo. Cricket, Palu, and Mantis are watching Magnus battle while still fighting the three beasts pirates officers. They aren't serious in their battles and just use this opportunity to try their new skills and flex their muscles. So they have time to watch Magnus battle, which is interesting for them. It's very rare to see Magnus fights a real enemy instead of his crewmates in training, after all. Furthermore, his opponent has an ancient Zoan, a rare type of Zoan. This is the first time I see an ancient Zoan user, says Palu. Me too. It's really cool to see a primitive power like this. Well, mythical Zoan is very good, but ancient Zoan has its own charm. After all, no man won't get impressed seeing a dinosaur, says Cricket. Yet, compared to that, normal Zoan like these guys are just too plain, says Palu while hitting the Tigerman's head with his hammer. They are weak too, says Cricket while punching the horseman's stomach from below. Both Cricket and Palu then start to talk about their favorite dinosaur while fighting. Their opponents are just too weak for them that they can even talk chummily while fighting. Mantis, who sees it, can only sigh, but she lets them be. The three enemies aren't pleased though because they are being underestimated. But they know that their opponents are too strong, so they can't do anything about it. Still, they don't like being played like this, so they exert more power to fight. Their battles become more heated up and now the three clowns are having serious expressions. The three beasts pirates officers think that they finally can force their opponents to get serious. Too bad that it's just their imagination, as the three clowns suddenly defeat them with a strong blow each. Cricket and Co get bored and they can't really try their moves because these guys are too weak for them. So they decide to finish this soon and watch Magnus battle instead. They also can watch their men's battles now. Their men are struggling to fight against the 200 elites in this beast's pirates unit. Among these 200, there must be some people who are far stronger than the rest. If their men can't defeat these guys, then the clowns' executives will need to move. But it doesn't happen because their men are stronger individually. They have been trained to have strong physical power and good martial arts. So their strength foundation isn't weak and they don't just fight randomly using their experience. They also have good teamwork because Cricket has taught them many times. Their teamwork is also being trained every day, so even with just around 40 people, they can fight against 200 elite enemies. The 40 of them are more elite than these elites. There's nothing to worry about their men, so now it's just Magnus' fight that needs to be watched. His opponent is strong and Magnus is having a hard time. He is too focused on using his axes to attack Doran even though he can use other methods. Magnus is too stuck up on just using his weapon to fight. It's because he is too inexperienced and he has always won like this. But now an opponent that he can't defeat using his usual method has appeared, so he needs to change. The other executives don't tell him anything though because he needs to figure it out himself. He will improve easier in the future if he can find it out himself because his battle instinct will improve too. Guiding him every time isn't always a good thing to do. Luckily, Magnus finds a way soon. He attacks from above again and Doran blocks it with his armored head. But then Magnus stops his axe and sends a kick from below toward Doran's jaw. It's his first time using his feet in a fight because he always just used his hands. Doran gets kicked and his head gets flung up so his body also raises. He finally gets flipped as he falls on his back because of the kick. Magnus uses this chance to send an axe attack on Doran's stomach. The attack hits Doran but the Ankylosaurus man covers his stomach with a haki. Magnus is surprised to see Doran uses a haki now because he never used it before. He only used his armor to block Magnus' attacks before and suddenly he uses a haki now. You can't make armor on your front body, aren't you? Or should I say lower body because you are four-legged now? Asks Magnus in suspicion. So what? I still have my haki, so I don't always need my armor, says Doran. Magnus is dumbfounded because he just wanted to confirm his thought by looking at Doran's reaction. He never thought that Doran will admit it himself. It's whether this guy is very confident or he is just an idiot. Nonetheless, now Magnus knows where he should aim his attacks. He sends another attack at Doran but Doran suddenly transforms into his hybrid form and blocks his axe using an armored forearm. His transformation is fast because he is very experienced with his devil fruit. Doran uses his hammer tail to hit Magnus' wrist and make Magnus get back. He stands up again and then takes his Morning Star mace that he couldn't hold in his Ankylosaurus form. Now he has two weapons, the mace and his hammer tail. Both of them then start to fight again and Doran can hold Magnus well even though he is smaller now in his hybrid form. Magnus starts to use his feet to attack along with his 6 arms. But he is still clumsy because he hasn't fought like this before. It makes Doran, who still has his Ankylosaurus strength, pushes him back. Magnus is getting overwhelmed even though he is far bigger than Doran. Size doesn't always matter in this world. Strength isn't always decided by size and experience plays a very important role in battle. As he keeps being pushed back by an opponent many times smaller than him starts to make Magnus pissed at himself. He always thought that giants are the strongest and even if humans can get stronger, there won't be too many of them. In his crew, there are already 3 people stronger than him in physical power. Buggy, Cricket, and Palu are very strong physically and can push him back in a fist clash. Buggy has been stronger than him from the start, but Cricket and Palu didn't. They grow stronger fast and now have surpassed him. If this keeps going on then everyone will surpass me. I need to get stronger and maintain my pride as an Elbaf warrior, says Magnus with a determined and a rather angry tone. He suddenly placed his axes on his back and prepare 6 fists. His hair raises and flows upwards, his eyes glow red, and his veins pop up. He covers his fists with a haki and gets into a fighting stance. Magnus growls as he enters his Berserk mode. Chapter 220, Berserk Giant. Oh, he's using it. I guessed he is frustrated because his attacks didn't work, says Cricket while looking at Magnus' Berserk mode. Magnus can use this mode when he gets angry or frustrated. It boosts his overall power but he can't use it for a long time. Currently, his limit is 10 minutes before it stops and he gets very tired. So he needs to finish this before 10 minutes pass. FAWEBOLOM. Magnus rushes at Doran at a higher speed than before. It surprises Doran because suddenly Magnus arrives in front of him. Before he can react, Magnus already sends a barrage of punches from above using all 6 haki-coated fists. Doran gets hit very hard and receives some damage. But he immediately covers his whole body with a haki and creates armor on his limbs. He crouches his body like a turtle so that his armor can protect himself. The armor's spikes will stab Magnus' hands if he doesn't coat his fists with haki. His punches dent the ground until it becomes a big and deep hole. When it becomes too deep, Magnus has difficulty punching, and Doran uses this chance to slip out and back off. Doran has some injuries, but they aren't grave, just some minor injuries. It's a great feat considering he gets pummeled with strong punches from Magnus for some time. His body armor is very tough and protects his body well. Magnus rushes again at Doran and sends his 3 right hands to punch Doran at the same time. But Doran has prepared for this and he spins his body to the right. Then he swings his tail that he grows longer and hit Magnus' fists with his tail's hammer which has grown very big from the side. Doran's hammer tail attack makes Magnus' punches move sideways. It hits the ground and Magnus is falling because his balance broke. Doran uses this chance and swings his Morning Star mace to Magnus' face. Magnus sees it and knows he can't avoid it when he is falling like this. So he opens his mouth and screams as loud as he can in Doran's direction. It makes Doran flinches and covers his ears because his senses are strengthened when he transforms. Doran's attack failed, but Magnus is still falling. The giant uses this chance and coats his head with a haki. Then he slams his head toward Doran that can't move as hard as he can. Magnus' head slam creates a big impact that even cracks the ground around the impact site. The target, Doran, is nowhere to be seen and there's only a hole on the ground where he stood before. The hole has the shape of Doran's body so he must be inside it. It's just like a cartoon, comments Paulu. Well, considering Magnus' weight plus that head slam's power, such a result is not strange. But I agree with you that the result looks like a cartoon, says Cricket. You too, stop looking at that. Magnus will win, so just focus on watching our men. The battle has become more difficult for them because they've gotten tired but there are still more than 80 enemies, says Mantis. Oh, you're right. Cricket, give them some motivation. You are the vice captain, after all, says Paulu. TCH, you just don't want to get bothered, says Cricket. Cricket thinks for a bit before he shouts at their tired men, Oi guys! Keep fighting and win this. Captain will take you to relax and meet women for a few days if you win this. The clowns get excited and suddenly their tiredness disappears. Their injuries also don't feel painful anymore and they rush to attack their opponents. They are very motivated after hearing they can meet and hook up women again after many days. Are you sure it's fine to promise them something like that? Asks Paulu. It's fine as long as they get more motivated, says Cricket while smirking. Captain will kill you if he doesn't agree with it, you know, says Paulu. Cricket gets nervous and says, I think it will be fine. I hope it will be fine. They watch as their men fight more vigorously and start to push the enemies back. What Cricket said has really motivated them, they are just simple men, after all. As long as they can get good booze, food, money, and women, then their lives are perfect. When their men start to get the upper hand, a loud booming sound is heard from another location. Magnus and Doran is having a battle again after Doran gets out of the hole. Doran keeps countering Magnus' attacks with equal force. But he can't reach Magnus' body because it is too far. But then his weapon changed and the Morning Star detached from its handle. A chain is connecting the Morning Star and the handle and it's a long chain. Doran starts to attack Magnus using it and now his Morning Star can hit Magnus' body. Now he has a longer range and can attack Magnus, not just counter Magnus' attacks. With a longer weapon, he has more options. He attacks using his Morning Star and defends using his body armor. He also uses his hammer tail to parry or counters Magnus' attacks. Doran can handle all Magnus' attacks while attacking Magnus at the same time. It makes Magnus has a hard time and he can't land a strong blow at Doran. He has hit Doran many times before but Doran is very tough and hasn't gone down. Now he needs to find a way to defeat Doran because 7 minutes have passed. Magnus only has 3 minutes left to finish this battle because his Berserk mode will end soon. If his Berserk mode ends, he will get very tired and can't fight. So if he can't finish this in 3 minutes, he loses. Time keeps moving and Magnus still can't find an opening to attack Doran. He realizes that he really lacks the experience fighting someone this strong in a real battle. Most of his battles are just training or sparring without any risk of losing his life. But now he can lose his life if he loses this battle. Of course, he knows that his crewmates will save him if he loses. However, it will become his shame to receive others' help in a duel like this. 1 minute left and Magnus finally takes an axe from his back. He holds it using 2 of his right hand and then he swings it from above. The axe slashes the air and moves toward Doran, but Doran dodges it by jumping to the left. Magnus sees it and he takes the other axe with his left hands. He throws the axe at Doran, who still flies in the air. Doran can't dodge while he is in the air, so he turns around and receives the flying axe with his haki-coated armored back. He gets hit and flung to the ground before rolling and crashing into the buildings. But thanks to his armor, Doran doesn't get a grave injury and just some damage from the impact. He coughs a few times because Magnus' attack was very strong. Just when he wants to get up though, another flying axe appears above him. Doran widens his eyes and immediately crosses his haki-coated armored hands in front of him. He blocks the axe and gets pushed to the ground. He thoughts that it will end if he blocks the axe, but it's not. Magnus suddenly appears above him after jumping quite high. Then Magnus coats his feet with haki and stomps on the axe that hits Doran. Magnus' stomping power plus his height makes the attack very strong. Doran, who already has blocked the axe with all he had, get overwhelmed now. He exerts more power and focuses his haki on his hands to make it tougher. But his struggle finally comes to an end when Magnus' axe breaks his haki and armor. The sharp axe cuts his hands and then cuts his body in half. Doran is unable to hold Magnus' attack power, which is the combination of his stomping power and body weight. Their battle finally comes to an end with Magnus' victory and Doran's death. The result might change if Doran can hold it a little longer because Magnus collapses right after he won. He is very exhausted and now can't move even a little. But victory is victory and loss is loss. Chapter 221, Clean Up. With Magnus' victory, the raid team has finished their task. The normal members also have won against their opponents, after all. After hearing Cricket's motivational words, they fought more vigorously and finally won. Now they all rest after exhausting their stamina completely. Manhwa needs to treat them alone because his medical team was also fighting. All team members joined the raid, after all, without exception. The less skillful fighters were given pistols or rifles. They support the main fighters by shooting from behind. But it doesn't make their jobs less dangerous and less exhausting. The enemies still target them and they also get exhausted mentally. Fighting against 1,100 strong enemies surely has exhausted them. But no one died because of the executive's interferences. Enel, who has a strong Ohaki, supervised the battle and support those who almost get killed by attacking their opponents with his lightning. He did it happily because he could join the battle and also trained his ability. Controlling his lightning to not hit any of his allies in a crowded battle is very hard. So he needs a lot of training and the raid is the best opportunity for him. Seeing Manhwa work alone makes the other executives feel guilty. But they don't have any medical skills, so they are worried about doing something wrong and can't help. Manhwa sees this and gives them some cups of ointment to be used on wounds. Apply this on their wounds after cleaning the wounds with clean water. Just use it on the shallow wounds and leave the deeper ones to me. I will focus on the ones with worse conditions first, so you guys can help the ones with minor injuries, says Manhwa while still treating a man. The other executives nod and take the ointment before starting to help. They move in teams of 2 and treat the ones with minor injuries. One person will clean the wounds, then the other one applies the ointment. While the main group treats their injuries, Buggy and Dion are still doing their job. There are many mine spots, so their job is really time-consuming even though the job is easy. The guards that they need to defeat are weak and they just need to give the slave workers their collars keys, so it's easy but time-consuming. They finally finish their work after some time and then Buggy calls Cricket. He asks Cricket, Palu, and Enel to help him and Dion check the town. They need to make sure that all enemies have been taken care of. It takes them a few more hours to do the clean-up before they finish and gather in the main plaza. The slave workers also have gathered there per Buggy and Dion's instruction when they freed these people. They need to check these guys first before leaving this island. Buggy stands in front of the crowd and shouts, "Listen! I know you are confused about what happened and worried about what will we do to you. But don't worry, we won't do anything and we'll just let you go. It's not out of kindness though, because we just want to mess with Beast's pirates. The crowd murmured among themselves, but Buggy hasn't finished yet. Our target is Beast's pirates, so we will eradicate them completely. But we are worried that some of them are hiding among you, so we need to check it. I'm sure you guys also don't want any one of them to leave this place alive and tell their group about your whereabouts next, right? That's why I want those from the same mining group to gather together. Check among yourselves and report if there's someone who isn't from your group. They are most likely Beast's Pirates members who hide and want to leave this place. After hearing Buggy's instructions, the slave workers immediately splits into some groups. They gather with those who worked in the same mining spots. Then they check their groups and find some people who aren't from their groups. These people are really Beast's Pirates members who want to flee. They immediately catch some slave workers as hostages and threaten the clowns to let them leave this island. There are 16 Beast's Pirates members who hide among these slave workers. Let us go and we will not do anything to these guys, says a man. Buggy laughs hearing the threat. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? Do you think we care about their lives? We are pirates, not marines. I doubt that even marines will care about them, not to mention us. But well, we don't like people threatening us, so we won't let you do as you please. Right when Buggy finishes his words, the 16 Beasts Pirates get struck by lightning bolts from above. Cricket has ordered Enel to prepare an attack when Buggy talks. Buggy's speech distracts the enemies, so Enel can prepare his attack without anyone noticing. After the 16 enemies got electrocuted, the hostages run back to their group in fear. The clowns take the 16 enemies and throw them onto the pile of dead bodies after killing them. The dead bodies are stacking like a small mountain after the clowns kill them all and gather them in one place. Buggy tells the slave workers to do another check to make sure there are no other hidden enemies. They don't find anyone and then the clowns give them food. The slave workers aren't well fed, so they are weak. After eating, Buggy orders the slave workers to help the crew to loot this place. He orders them to take every valuable item including food. The mined resources are also included. They are very valuable and can be sold for a high price, after all. It takes some hours for them to collect everything in this place, even with the help of hundreds of men. The town is quite big and they need to search every crook and nook. Many valuables must have been stored in hidden locations, after all. Luckily they are patient and search very thoroughly because they really find these hidden storages. They gather all the valuables on the plaza and separate them based on their types. They accumulated quite a lot and of course, they are happy. Then they put the mined resources on a cargo ship. The treasures and money go to Black Pearl, of course. As for the slave workers, they get new clothes which they got from the loot to replace their tattered clothes. The clowns prepare a ship which was Beast's Pirates' ship that has been modified for the slave workers to leave this place. Buggy gives them some money that will be enough for them to live for months. He takes the money from the loots, but he doesn't give them the treasures because it's difficult to sell treasures as normal people. Buggy doesn't just give them the money out of kindness but also for them to keep silent about what happened here. They aren't allowed to say anything about what happened here to anyone, even their family, and they all agree. Buggy gives them an eternal pose to a safe island which is quite far from here so the Beast's Pirates won't detect them. He gives them enough supplies to reach that island. But they need to manage sailing the sea by themselves. Before leaving, the clowns destroy the town using some bombs. Then they activate the wind-blocking wall and get out of the giant cave. 3 ships leave the cave. They are Black Pearl, the cargo ship, and the ex-slave workers' ship. After getting out, the clowns destroy the wind-blocking wall so it will be hard to pass the wind barrier and enter the cave. Then the ships split and move in a different direction. The Black Pearl and cargo ship turns to the left while the other ship goes straight. The ex-slave workers wave and shout to say their gratitude as they leave. They still haven't reached a safe location, but they have been freed already, so they are grateful to the clowns. The clowns just wave back at them as they keep sailing to their next destination. Chapter 222, Dracula My Hawk. 2 days after leaving Breeze Island, the clowns arrive on another island. This island is called Broccoli Island because the trees here are shaped like broccoli. There is a big city on this island and the clowns plan to sell the loots they stole from Breeze Island here. They don't plan to stay here for too long because the beasts' pirates will surely find their location and chase them. But their plan gets interrupted by someone that they never thought would meet here. The one who makes them need to stay a little longer is Dracula My Hawk. Buggy and Co were on their way to Black Market when My Hawk called out to them. He has stayed on this island for a few days and was just about to leave when he saw the Black Pearl docked on a coast. Then he immediately went to find Buggy and finally found the latter. "Oh, isn't it the infamous Hawkeyes? I don't know that you are here. We almost crossed by each other on Sabayati a few months ago but something came up," says Buggy while grinning. "Yeah, you and Red Hair have done something unbelievable back then. Thanks to that I needed to leave that place immediately," says My Hawk. "Well, sorry about that. So, what do you want? Don't tell me you want to ask for compensation for what happened there. Let me tell you in advance, I won't give you anything," says Buggy jokingly. "I don't really care about that and won't ask you to give me anything. I just want to do what I initially wanted to do when I heard that you were on Sabayati," says My Hawk. "Ho, what is it?" asks Buggy even though he knows what My Hawk wants. "You are a swordsman, right? I am looking for strong swordsmen and you are quite famous for being one. Let's have a duel," says My Hawk with a serious expression. "Swordsmanship duel, hey? I don't mind but let me tell you something first. There's nothing I want to give you so we won't make any bet," says Buggy. "No problem," says My Hawk while taking the sword on his back. Buggy looks at the sword and he knows it's Yoru without a doubt. But its blade isn't black yet, it still has a normal metal color and is only slightly dark. So Buggy assumes that it still hasn't absorbed enough haki. "Oi oi oi, surely I've agreed to fight you. But we are in the middle of the road. There are many people here so we shouldn't fight here. Let's fight near the empty coast where my ship docked. But after I finished my business," says Buggy while looking at the citizens. My Hawk also looks around and sees many people are looking at them. He sighs and agrees before sheathing his sword again. Then Buggy and Co resume their way to the black market while My Hawk goes to the coast. My Hawk doesn't worry that Buggy will not come because the duel place is near the clown's ship. He will certainly come because he needs to get back to his ship. Also, by choosing the coast where his ship docked has proved that Buggy won't run away. "Captain, are you sure you want to fight him? We are in a hurry, you know," says Cricket. "I know, but this is a chance for me to fight a strong opponent. Furthermore, this is a fight against My Hawk. He has fought Shanks a few weeks ago and their duel ended up with a draw. I want to check if my swordsmanship is on par with them now," says Buggy. "Sigh, whatever then. Just make sure that you finish this duel fast so we can leave before the beasts' pirates find our location," says Cricket. Buggy just nods and they enter the black market soon. They finish the transaction fast and return to their ship. My Hawk has waited near their ship and their men on the ship are on their guards because they all know who My Hawk is. When Buggy appears, My Hawk approaches him and both of them stand face to face. Cricket and Co who accompanied Buggy stands near their ship and explain the situation to their men. They tell their men to relax and just watch their captain's duel. Buggy and My Hawk are getting ready to fight and hold their swords tightly. There's a 20 meters distance between them and they stay silent for some minutes. The tension is very high and it makes the clowns restless. Just when someone wants to ask when the duel will start, both Buggy and My Hawk suddenly rush at each other. They meet in the middle and their haki-coated swords clash. Their first clash creates a strong impact that spread everywhere. Rumble rumble. Lightning-like effects appear from their swords clash. It's the clash of Conqueror Haki and it causes a strong shockwave that pushes the trees and the ship. Cricket and Palu even need to hold their ship using ropes to prevent it from getting away. As I thought, you have it too, says Buggy. I will disappoint people if I don't, says my hawk. Both of them step back a little before starting to clash again. Buggy attacks my hawk with fast attacks and he does it easily because his swords are small. But my hawk can block all his fast attacks by moving his big sword in small movements. Buggy can see that my hawk is very efficient in his movements, that he can match Buggy's attack speed with such a big sword. Then Buggy increases his speed but my hawk still can match him. It makes him very excited to see someone who can match his speed and strength. But it also makes him realize that his swordsmanship is still crude compared to my hawk's. His advantage over my hawk is his higher physical power. My hawk also realizes this and he doesn't find it strange. Buggy is not a pure swordsman like him and doesn't dedicate his life to the way of sword. But it doesn't make my hawk looks down on him because everyone has their own way. They keep clashing at unbelievable speed with high power as well. Only a few people in the audience can see their swords clash. Most can only see blurs and the sound of metals clashing with each other. Both of them has clashed for 20 minutes and they injured each other too. But none of them seem to gain the upper hand so far despite having many injuries. The clowns are confused though because Buggy shouldn't get injured by a sword. Well, it's because Buggy doesn't activate his devil fruit. This is a swordsmanship battle, so he won't use his devil fruit, which is the natural enemy of every swordsman. With his current level, even a haki-coated sword won't cut his body if he activates his devil fruit. Buggy's reflex is very great now that he can split his body the moment a sharp weapon touches him. So even if it is coated with haki, the sharp weapon won't be able to cut him because his body will split immediately, and prevent him from getting cut. He can win easily if he uses his ability, but there won't be any point to accept this duel if he does that. This is a battle of swordsmen and he takes it very seriously. He isn't a pure swordsman like my hawk, but he still has the pride of a swordsman even if it's not much. Then after clashing for 20 minutes, someone finally gains the upper hand. My hawk starts to push Buggy slowly. Both of them have improved in this duel, but my hawk, who has better swordsmanship from the start, has grown more than Buggy. Finally, my hawk creates a strong attack that pushes Buggy a few meters back even though Buggy has blocked it. Then my hawk rushes to Buggy at a high speed and swings his sword from above diagonally. My hawk passes Buggy as he swings his sword and appears behind Buggy. When my hawk stops, a silhouette of Buggy's body getting cut in half can be seen in the background. My hawk closes his eyes and sheaths his sword on his back again before turning to look at Buggy. "Damn, I lost," says Buggy as his upper body floats. My hawk looks at Buggy with widened eyes and an agape mouth, which ruined his cool image. What the? Chapter 223, Ruined Image. My hawk's last attack cuts Buggy in half, but it doesn't kill him because he splits his body. It makes my hawk's eyes widen and his jaw drops in shock. His surprised expression really ruins his usual cool image. "Ha ha ha, I lost. As I thought, my swordsmanship is still far below yours," says Buggy as he attaches his body again. "So this is your devil fruit ability, hey? I've heard that you are a devil fruit user, but I don't know your ability," says my hawk after calming himself. "Yeah, this is my ability. I can split every part of my body like this," says Buggy as he splits his left arm into some parts. My hawk looks at it for a moment before saying, "Doesn't that make you immune to sharp weapons?" Buggy grins and says, "That's right." My hawk sighs and says, "Then you are a swordsman's worst enemy. But why didn't you use it before?" "It's because we are dueling as swordsmen, so I only used my swordsmanship. If it's a free battle, then I will use everything I have, even dirty tricks," says Buggy. My hawk smiles and says, "Well, thank you for just using your swordsmanship in our duel. That's obvious. I am still a swordsman and have the pride of being one. Even if my swordsmanship isn't as good as yours yet, I still won't taint my pride," says Buggy. "I appreciate that. Then, I guess we'll part ways now. I'm sure you have another thing to do," so see you in the future, says my hawk as he turns around to leave. But suddenly, Buggy's hand grabs my hawk's shoulder and stops him. Come on, Hawkeyes, why are you in a rush to leave like that? It's a rare chance for us to meet, so let's enjoy our time, says Buggy. My hawk has a serious expression and asks, how will we do it? Buggy grins and looks at his crew before shouting, let's throw a party as we leave this island. The clowns cheer happily and immediately scatter to prepare for the party. My hawk immediately has a tired expression and sighs deeply. He gets reminded of what Shanks did after their duel. It's the same as what Buggy does, throwing a party. He wants to refuse, but Buggy's detached hand is holding his shoulder very tightly. Now he can't run away, so he finally agrees to join them. They all cheer and immediately throw a big party on their ship. The clowns plus my hawk leave the island after they take my hawk's boat to another coast. They throw a big party not just because they met my hawk, but also for their success in destroying Kaido's business in Breeze Island and selling all the resources they got there. My hawk can only smile seeing the clowns are singing and dancing happily even with him here. He has just fought with their captain and even defeat Buggy, but they don't seem to mind it. But he doesn't mind it and actually enjoys being with people like them. There's no eternal enemy in our world, says my hawk so suddenly. Hey? What did you say, Hawkeyes? Asks the drunk Buggy. My hawk just smirks and says, nothing. I'm just impressed at how lively you guys are. Of course, we are lively. We need to enjoy every moment in our lives. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, so we need to enjoy our lives while we can, says Buggy. Yeah, you're right, says my hawk while smiling. The party continues for hours with a full music performance by Brooks' music team. Then after the party finished, my hawk leaves on his own boat. The clowns wave their hands happily as my hawk leaves as if they are friends already. After my hawk leaves, the clowns resume their way to the next island. They will continue their plan to destroy Beast's pirates' forces slowly. Their current destination is quite far, so they've stocked a lot of supplies on the previous island. But now, the Beast's pirates must have been alerted by their actions and raised their guards. It's not a problem for the clowns because the stronger the enemies, the better it will be for them. Their aim isn't just to reduce Beast's pirates' power but also to raise their own power. Stronger enemies will stimulate their growth better than weak enemies. But if the enemies are too strong, then it will be a problem too, so they need to be careful. Well, they will just escape if the enemies are too strong. However, as long as Kaido himself isn't there, then the clowns are confident that they can win. Even if the All-Stars are their opponents, the clowns are still confident that they can win or at least hold their ground. On their way to the next island, the clowns keep training themselves. They are very diligent in their training because they know the enemies will keep getting stronger. The only way to avoid their demise is by getting stronger. While sailing, the clowns encounter some pirate crews. They attack those crews to gain more battle experience for their men. They don't let those crews leave and destroy them thoroughly because they don't want those crews to spread their whereabouts. From those crews, they get quite a lot of loots, including 2 devil fruits. As usual, the fruits are for the ones who find them. One fruit was found by a normal member, while the other one is found by Mantis. The fruit that the normal member gets isn't recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia yet, so its ability is unknown. Despite that, the man who found it still wants to eat it because obtaining a devil fruit is a very rare chance. He eats the fruit and then the information about the devil fruit's ability appears in his mind. Buggy asks him and the man says that the devil fruit's ability is to see the past of any object he touches. In another word, his ability is psychometry, an ability to get information from objects. The man is disappointed that his ability isn't combat related. But Buggy is excited after knowing his ability because that means he can gather the information that can't be obtained through normal means. Although it can't be used on living beings, this ability is very useful. You are from Cricket's team, right? I will move you to Dion's team then. Your ability is very useful to gather information, so don't be so sad like that. Also, because your fruit still hasn't had an official name, then we need to think of one. How about past fruit? Asks Buggy. Past fruit? That sounds cool. Alright, I will use that name. Thank you, Captain, says the man. Next is the fruit that Mantis found. She isn't a devil fruit user so she can eat it. But she doesn't want to eat a devil fruit because she doesn't want to lose her ability to swim. So she decides to give it to someone else. Mantis already has someone in her mind, and that is Alan the boy. He always said that he wants to eat devil fruit so that he can be stronger. But he hasn't found any when they looted, and he doesn't have money to buy one. Alan and his sister Elin were founded by Mantis, and she has taken care of them since then. They are like her siblings already, and Alan is also on her team, so she really dotes on him. That's why when she found this devil fruit, she immediately thinks of Alan. Mantis gives the fruit to him and Alan accepts it happily. They already know the devil fruit from the encyclopedia, so Alan is very excited knowing he will have that power. He thanks Mantis and eats the devil fruit without leaving any left over despite its disgusting taste. After he eats the fruit, green liquid covers Alan's hands. Some drops fall from the liquid and fall on the wood floor. Then a hissing sound is heard from the spots where the liquid drops. The spots corrode because the devil fruit is acid fruit, a paramecia. It's similar to Magellan's venom fruit, but this is acid. Then just like venom fruit, this fruit isn't a logia despite its ability to form a liquid. Alan is very excited to see his new power, but Palu isn't. He bonks Alan's head and scolds the boy for corroding the floor. The others laugh seeing it, and then they throw a party again to celebrate the new devil fruit users in their crew. Chapter 224, Raid's Progress. Some days after they left Broccoli Island, the clowns finally reach their destination. It's another island conquered by Beast's pirates. But this island doesn't have resources, they just collect taxes from here. As usual, Dion goes first to gather information, then he sends it to Buggy. They make the strategy based on the information that Dion gathered. Then they attack the island with an executive leading the raid unit. Now, it's Mantis who led the unit because the leader of the Beast's pirates unit on this island is quite strong. It's just like what they've predicted, after all. The Beast's pirates have raised their guards on their territories. But they don't raise it well enough, and the clowns still can handle it. Well, with Odin's group being a threat in Wano, their main force just can't leave the island. Kaido is stuck there, and he can only send one of the All-Stars if it's really needed. This situation is in the clowns' favor because they won't have any impossible battles in their raids. But they still need to be careful and not become overconfident. They can dig their own graves if they are too arrogant, after all. This raid is also a success even with more than 2,000 enemies. All executives except Buggy, Cricket, and Palu fight in this raid. It's because the enemies are too strong for their normal members, so they need to join, and they succeed. After the raid, they also get support from the locals just like in Coke Island. They even get 6 new members from a resistance group on this island. These people have fought with Beast's pirates since the island got conquered. There are 4 men and 2 women who join the crew. Actually, there are 7 more people who want to join, but they don't have sufficient strength for the clowns' plan. So they can't join because they will just die and become burdens. Then the clowns move to the next island, but they get a call from Coke Island on their way. Beast's pirates have come to Coke Island again, so the clowns change their direction to Coke Island. They can't let the Beast's pirates take Coke Island again and get its resources. From the information, the Beast's pirates unit that got sent to Coke Island is strong. So the clowns prepare to use all they have in this raid. They train hard on their way there to get stronger, even if it's just a little. They arrive in a few days, and just like usual, Dion moves first. His infiltration skill has improved a lot after doing these raids. Using his chameleon's camouflaging ability, Dion can move undetected so far. Now, Dion can even mimic other people, similar to Bon Clay's clone fruit ability. But he has a limitation on his mimic ability. He can only mimic people who have a similar build to him because he can't alter his body proportion. Still, it's useful enough because he has normal body proportion. So, there are many people who have a similar build to him. He just needs to find someone like that and mimic that person to make his infiltration easier. On Coke Island, the new Beasts Pirates unit is stronger than the one stationed here before. They also have a higher number than before. Now, there are 1,500 Beasts Pirates members on Coke Island and they all are stronger than the ones stationed here before. Palu leads the raid this time and the executives except for Buggy, Cricket, Mantis, and Enel join the raid. But as the raid goes on, the enemies are shown to be stronger than they thought. So Buggy sends Enel to help because he doesn't want any of his crewmates to die. After fighting for 2 hours, the raid finally finishes with their success again. Many men get injured quite badly, but Manhwa can treat them. His medical skill is very good now and it has saved their men from death a few times. If they don't have Manhwa, then Buggy is sure that some of their men would have died in these raids. With his current skill, Manhwa can be considered one of the best doctors in the world. Well, it's just what the clowns think, but it shows that they are very proud of Manhwa. Manhwa also has created supplements to hasten their training progress. The supplements are mixed in their food and they take those every day. It is just a small amount and only increases their progress slowly. But it's effective enough and doesn't give them any bad side effects so far. With Manhwa's supplements, Mantis' nutritional food, and Enel's electric therapy, the clown's training progress has become faster. Of course, the normal members' progress isn't as fast as the executives because they only have normal talents, but they still grow faster than other normal pirates. Their fast progress is also the result of their hard work. They always train to their limits and the executives always help them in their training. Buggy and Co will also keep pushing them so they won't slack off. But Buggy and Co still let them slack off a few times so they can rest. Resting is also important for their progress, after all. Training too much will only break their physique and mental. Besides, they are pirates so they need to enjoy their lives. For the next months, the clowns keep doing their raids in random patterns. They skip the closest islands many times to confuse the beasts' pirates. But as the raids keep succeeding, the territories that they can attack also reduce. The beasts' pirates just need to focus their forces on the remaining territories. They focus on stopping the clowns because this is very shameful for them. A rookie pirate crew is messing with their territories but they can't handle it. They plan to stop the clowns first before recapturing the lost territories. It is a good plan but not good enough to stop the clowns. After all, the clowns will just leave the island and go to another island if the enemies are too strong. Of course, the beasts' pirates will chase them, but Black Pearl is too fast for them. Even without using its machines, Black Pearl is fast enough. So when its machines are used, none of the chasing ships can catch the Pearl. In their raids on beasts' pirates' territories, the clowns get some new crew members and now they have 73 people in their crew. Other than new members, the crew also get more fame and is called Beasts Hunters. And because of their infamous beasts hunting, their bounties were also raised. Killer Clown Buggy, 1 billion. Red Fist's Mont Blanc Cricket, 540 million. Black Hammer Palu, 468 million. God of Thunder Enel, 376 million. Demon Giant Magnus, 289 million. Mantis the Dancer, 253 million. Ash Girl Ariella Jude, 123 million. Fatman Manba, 102 million. Rainbow Hair Bunglin Dion, 99 million. Soul King Brook, 87 million. The Inventor Ruff, 56 million. Buggy, Cricket, Enel and Brook have new monikers now. The clown becomes Killer Clown because Buggy's crew has massacred many beasts pirates. Chestnut becomes Red Fists because Cricket's fists are always covered in enemies' blood. The Thunder becomes God of Thunder because of Enel's strong lightning power. Then Brook finally gets his moniker from the series. Buggy always called him Soul King in front of people, so it becomes his moniker now. Also, Ruff now has a bounty because the Marine knows that he is the one who creates the clown's strong weapons. His bounty is quite small because his battle strength is not that high. But his inventions are dangerous, so he gets his current bounty. Some lesser members also gained fame during these raids. But they didn't get any bounty yet because the executives are more dangerous in WG and Marine's eyes. It's not a problem for them though because bounty isn't their goal. In these few months, the clowns lost 7 lesser members. 4 of them died while the 3 lost 1 or 2 limbs and can't become pirates again. They aren't Shanks, who still can be an emperor after losing an arm. But they all are ready for such results because it's the risk of being pirates. Buggy has given the 3 who can't continue being pirates a lot of money to continue their lives. As for the deceased ones, he will give their shares to their families after this war is finished. What he did make everyone's loyalty raised because they know Buggy cares for them even if they died. Now the ones who survived have become much stronger. They all are ready for the final war against Beast's Pirates' main crew after a few months of raids. So now, they set their destination to the main battlefield, Wano country. Chapter 225, Way to Wano. The clowns are on their way to Wano after finishing their raids. It's been a few months since they started their attack on Beast's Pirates' territories. Buggy thinks that it's enough and it's time to attack Kaido. He doesn't know the exact time of Oden's last battle with Kaido. So he goes to Wano right after the new year. He hopes that it isn't late yet and Oden hasn't attacked Beast's Pirates. His attacks on Beast's Pirates might change Kaido's plan, after all. Kaido might hasten his plan and makes Oden attack him faster. There is a mole in Oden's group, after all, so everything can happen. On their way to Wano, clown pirates encounter a marine fleet. It's a fleet led by a vice-admiral, but they can destroy the fleet fast. The clowns use their railgun to destroy the marine fleet from afar while testing their improved railgun's power. The encounter with the marine fleet is quite a problem for them. It's because the marine will know their current location and it will spread. So Kaido will most likely know that they are on their way to Wano. Now a surprise attack doesn't seem possible, so they need to fight Beast's Pirates' main force head-on. The clowns aren't afraid to use a frontal attack, but the enemy's number is high. Even after they killed many Beast's Pirates members, there are still more than 10,000 enemies in Wano. RioBL.cm. It seems we need to work together with Oden's group to fight Kaido. But the problem is that bastard Kanjuro. I'm glad that I've known about Kanjuro's real identity before I got sent to this world. If not, then I will think that he is an ally and the information will leak, ponders Buggy. Buggy then thinks of a plan to dispose of Kanjuro first before attacking Beast's Pirates. But he can't just tell Oden that Kanjuro is a spy because Oden and his retainers trust Kanjuro. They will just think that Buggy lies and might even see him as an enemy. He can't let them hate him because he needs their help to fight Beast's Pirates. There are many samurais who follow Oden and they will be a great help in the battle against Beast's Pirates because they are strong. The clowns have gotten much stronger since they started their raids. But they can't just ignore the enemy's number. Besides, the Beast's Pirates' main force is composed of their strongest members too, so it will be difficult against that number. Buggy thinks of something and then picks his Denden Mushi to call someone. He calls Shanks to ask if the red hair wants to join this attack on Beast's Pirates. In Sabayati, Buggy has told Shanks his plan to attack Beast's Pirates in Wano and he has asked whether Shanks want to join or not. But now, Shanks still doesn't give him a clear answer. So Buggy tells him that they will attack in 2 weeks. It doesn't matter whether Shanks wants to join or not. Buggy and his crew will still attack Beast's Pirates in 2 weeks. Buggy calls the executives and starts a discussion with them. He needs to tell them about the current situation and asks for their help to create a plan. They will do this together, so they need to think about it together too. Shanks still hasn't decided anything and I don't know the current situation on Wano. It's better to think that they won't help us in this, so we can only try to get Oden's group's help now, says Buggy. What if Odin doesn't want to be our ally? Asks Cricket. Then we won't attack until we have enough men. I don't want my crew to get slaughtered. If everyone in our crew has the strength of an executive, then the enemy's number won't be a problem. But that's just wishful thinking, says Buggy. That's an impossible thing to have in any crew, says Palu. Of course, that's why we need to make Odin our ally. But even if we can, there is a problem on Odin's side. There is a spy among them, or maybe a few spies. I only know one who is very close to Odin. We need to remove him before doing anything, says Buggy. It seems you know who the spy is. How can you know it even though Odin doesn't know? Asks Dion. I have my own way, you don't need to worry about it. Or maybe you don't believe me? Asks Buggy teasingly. As if I'll not believe you. It's just that I am curious about how you get the information. I thought that my information gathering skills are very good already. But it seems I am still lacking compared to you, says Dion. Haha, have you forgotten that I was the one who taught you how to gather information? If my skills are lower than yours, then I will get ashamed of myself. I have done this for years even before I made this crew while you have done this for just around a year, says Buggy. Sigh, I guess you're right. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, says Dion. They all then start to discuss their plan for the main attack on Beast's pirates. Buggy already has a plan but he needs the others' opinions to improve the plan. They give him many opinions and discuss them. It takes a few days for them to reach Wano and they use this time to prepare themselves. They formulate many plans based on the information that they have. Such a big mission needs many plans in case the main plan failed, after all. So they think of many situations that might occur during their attack. They think of the best to the worst situation and create plans according to them. Even so, there might be situations that they can't think of so they need to prepare themselves. The crew also keeps training to raise their power even if it's just a little. A little improvement in their power can raise their survival chance. A small difference in strength can decide their life and death in a war of this scale. Buggy and the executives also train themselves while helping their men to get stronger too. Losing 7 members in the raids is enough for them. They don't want to lose more men even though it's almost impossible. But at the very least, they want to increase their crew's survival rate and reduce casualties. That's why they need to create some good plans and get stronger. War is merciless, after all, and even the executives or even Buggy might get killed. But they've done everything they could in these few months to raise their crew's power. They improved a lot of things like their physical power, mentality, battle skills, and other things including haki. Currently, many crew members who have trained haki since they were in Paradise can use haki already. Of course, their mastery is still low and they can only use one type of haki for now. Some trained A haki while the others trained O haki and they've reached a decent mastery for people who have just trained haki for a few months. The A haki users can only cover a few parts of their bodies, but it's good enough to help them in battles. The O haki users can use it to predict enemies' movement but not for a long time. Still, it's very useful against strong enemies. It's not just the normal members who improved their haki. Even Jude also improved her haki and now she can use A haki a little, so she can use 2 types of haki already. Brooke and Ruff also can use O haki a little but still can't use A haki. To raise their chance, Ruff's science team also has worked hard. They've improved the crew's weapons and even create some new weapons. Good weapons are very important in a war of any scale. The clowns have done what they could to prepare for this war. So now, they can only work hard to achieve victory. They prepare themselves for the final battle on Wano while looking at a massive waterfall in front of them. The clowns have arrived at Wano's border. Chapter 226, Wano Country. Buggy looks at the massive waterfall and says, "Wano, I'm finally here." His crewmates are looking at the waterfall with amazement. They've seen many spectacular views in Grand Line, but new things will always amaze them. Furthermore, this waterfall seems like it's filling the sea, so it's very amazing. They snap back to reality when Buggy shouts his orders to them. The sea around Wano is violent, so they need to control their ship. It's an easy thing to do for those who have gone through many dangerous situations on the sea. Enel holds the steering wheel while the others are doing chores to keep their ship safe. Buggy is on the front railing looking around for something in the sea. Then after some time, he finds what he searched for. Fishman, go to the sea and get some carp to pull our ship. Palu, prepare ropes to tie our ship to those carps. Shouts Buggy. What will we do with the carps? Asks Palu. We'll make them pull us to climb the waterfall, says Buggy while smirking. Everyone gets confused because Buggy hasn't told them anything about this. He didn't tell them on purpose to make it more exciting. They need to have fun even if this will be a very dangerous trip. Buggy tells them to hurry up and they immediately move to do their tasks. The fishermen dive into the sea and search for the carps while Palu and his team tie thick ropes onto the ship with the others' help. Some men also roll the ship's sails so that the carps can pull it easier. They finish fast, and when the carps are ready, they make the carps pull the ropes. Their ship moves fast toward the waterfall as the carps pull it. Then they get very close to the massive waterfall and most of them gulp their saliva nervously. Just when they think that they will get crushed by the waterfall, the carps jump and swim upwards. The ship gets pulled upwards and they start to climb the waterfall. It's truly exciting and all of them are amazed by this. Some of them have sailed on knock upstream to reach Skypiea. So they've experienced sailing upwards before, but it's a different experience. Knock upstream's water moves upwards while this water moves downwards. They just followed the current at that time, but now they are going against the current. The excitement and thrill are very different even if they are similar. The world really has many things that can always surprise them. When they almost reach the top, Buggy shouts again, "Get ready! There should be a giant whirlpool up there." The others widen their eyes and they shout back, "Why are you only telling this now?" They all scatter to do their usual task when they face dangerous currents. Grand Line, especially New World, is full of dangerous sea currents and weather. So they've gotten used to it and know how to handle such situations. Their ship finally reaches the top and jumps a little because of the carp's pull. On top of the waterfall, there is really a giant whirlpool waiting for them. Buggy cuts the ropes immediately to avoid getting dragged down by the carps. He gives a signal to his crew and then 4 square windows open on the ship's rear. Big round metal pipes come out of the windows and they shoot strong air pressure. The air pressure pushes Black Pearl forward and it flies above the giant whirlpool. This mechanism is similar to Sunny's coup de burst. But it doesn't use cola energy to gather the air pressure. It uses the machines that Ruff has made and also dials that they bought on Sky Island. It also has higher power because Black Pearl is bigger than Sunny, so it needs higher power. That's why it has 4 tanks and exhausts to release more pressure. They named this mechanism Clown's Fart, which they made when they were drunk. Black Pearl flies quite far and finally lands on the calm water. But they are still quite close to the giant whirlpool, so Ruff activates their underwater propellers to get away from there. The ship moves quite fast to the calm water. Black Pearl has some advanced technologies despite its traditional look. Buggy believes that their ship is the most advanced ship in the world, for now. Well, maybe the legendary Pluton is better, but he never sees it, so he doesn't know. "Good job y'all," says Buggy while looking at his men who lay on the floor after they reach the calm water. They all have tick marks on their heads, but then they just sigh. Buggy often pulls this kind of stunt when he knows that there are dangerous but interesting situations ahead of them. So they have gotten used to it and know that there's no use reprimanding him about it. They rest for a short time and then go to the land that is located rather close now. While moving there, the clowns are looking around in amazement. It's the first time they see a sea on an island and islands on an island. From afar, they can see a small island with the shape of a giant horned skull. Buggy tells his crew that it is a Nagashima, Beast's pirates base. So there is a high possibility that they've been detected by Beast's pirates now. It doesn't matter though, because the chance of entering Wano undetected is low from the beginning. Especially after they caused a ruckus for a few months. The beast's pirates must have observed their movements and might have predicted that they'll come to Wano. Buggy guides his crew to Kuri, where he and Roger pirates sent Odin in the past. Odin is also the daimyo of Kuri, so that place is the safest location to land. It's also safer for their ship if they keep it on Kuri's shore. Before reaching the land, Buggy tells his crew about their plan once more. Then he tells the executives their jobs while they wait for the final battle. They need to watch over their crew while doing some other jobs to prepare for the war. Dion, you must finish your task flawlessly. Our success in this war will depend on the result of your mission, says Buggy with a very serious expression. I know, you've told me many times on our way here. Don't worry, Captain, I won't disappoint you and finish this. I will succeed even if it's impossible, says Dion while smirking. All right, I leave it to you, says Buggy. Dion then gets inside the ship's cabin while the others gather on the deck. Buggy then assigns some people who will guard the ship today. Magnus will guard the ship like usual because his giant body will create a ruckus if he just goes to Kuri. They get ashore and the clowns descend. Only the guards stay behind on the ship and Dion is nowhere to be seen. The ones who get down then go to the forest near the beach with Buggy leading them. Do you know where we need to go to find Odin? Asks Cricket. No, but it shouldn't be that hard. We will find him eventually, says Buggy nonchalantly. Everyone has an expression of disbelief when they heard what Buggy said. Sometimes they even wonder why they follow such a person. But they can't go back now that they've come this far, so they just follow Buggy. Enel, use your mantra to find where the people are. It will be better if you can find the strongest person around here, says Buggy. Enel sighs and does what Buggy asks. His mantra or ohaki has the widest range in the crew because of his devil fruits ability. His lightning power enhances his mantra and increases its range a lot. Suddenly, Enel gets alerted and tells Buggy, Captain, there are some strong presences that move toward us. One of them is moving very fast and has a very strong presence. Right after Enel said it, Buggy also detects the strong person that Enel means. He has just entered Buggy's range and he really has very strong power. Buggy is sure that it is Odin and he is also sure that Odin thinks that they are his enemies. So Buggy tells his crewmates to step back and says, get ready. A wild beast is coming. Chapter 227, Kojiki Odin. The strong presence is approaching fast, so Buggy gets ready and prepares his swords. A moment later, a big and tall man with flat circular hair on top appears. The man has angry and haggard expressions as he jumps and swings his twin katana at Buggy from above. Clang! Buggy blocks the attack with his own twin kopis swords. The clash creates a lightning-like effect and a strong shockwave. It makes the clowns surprised because the last time it happened was when Buggy clashed with Hawkeyes a few months ago. Long time no see, Odin, says Buggy while grinning. You know me? Who are? Wait. That red nose, Buggy Jiro. Says Odin in surprise. Buggy is pleased that Odin remembers him, but the reason and the way Odin calls him are making him pissed. It makes Buggy has a big tick mark on his forehead and then he exerts more power on his swords to push Odin back. I told you, stop calling me Jiro. Shouts Buggy as he swings his swords with more power. Odin widens his eyes as he gets pushed by Buggy and flung back with high speed. He crashes onto the trees behind and destroys a lot of them until he stops himself. Buggy's strength has surprised Odin because it is much higher than a few years ago. Odin runs back to Buggy while laughing, ha ha ha, you have become very strong, Buggy Jiro. And you even dare to clash with me, unlike your old self who always preferred escaping. You are not the same cowardly boy as back then. Of course, it's been years since we parted ways. There's no way I will stay the same, says Buggy while sheathing his swords. Odin smiles and says, but I never thought that I would meet you again. It's been 5 years I think. You seem to be doing well. Yet, my crew grows well these years. My years of experience as an apprentice in Roger Pirates are very useful. But I can't say the same to you, Odin, says Buggy as he looks at Odin's clothes. There are many patches on Odin's clothes that make him look poor. It's very contrast with his status as a daimyo who should live in luxuries. Buggy knows the reason, but he acts as if he doesn't know anything. Odin also has this haggard expression even though it's not too clear. What happened in Wano must have stressed him a lot. He has held off against Kaido and Orokai for years now. Buggy can't imagine Odin's feeling at all, it must have been very terrible. They talk casually and Buggy introduces his crew but Dion is nowhere to be seen. Odin doesn't say anything about his country's problem while they talk though. Then some people who followed Odin finally arrived. They are the 9 red scabbards, but there are only 5 of them who come here. They ran as fast as they could but Odin was just too fast, so they've just arrived now. The 5 of them are running out of breath, but they still take a battle position to fight the invaders. Odin-sama, are you all right? Asks Kinemon. I'm fine, don't worry. Also, put your swords down, they're not enemies, says Odin while hugging Buggy's shoulders. Odin introduces the 5 which are Kinemon, Kanjuro, Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. Then he introduces Buggy and his crew to them and the 5 sheaths their weapons after knowing that Buggy was Odin's friend. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi also finally remember Buggy even though they've just met for a short time in the past. Buggy is happy to see the cat and dog minks, they are very funny, after all. Then he looks at the other 3 and his gaze stops at Kanjuro for a moment. He wants to kill this guy now if he can, but that will just cause problems. Is there something wrong? Asks Kanjuro when Buggy looks at him. Yeah, your makeup is really thick. It makes my face itches and hot just by seeing it, says Buggy. This is not makeup, it's my real appearance, says Kanjuro while smiling stupidly. What? Says Buggy and his crew in surprise. Buggy gets genuinely surprised because he thinks that it's just makeup. He never thought that it was actually Kanjuro's real appearance. But then Buggy calms himself because it might be a lie too. Ha ha ha, even Buggyjiro who has seen many things out there is still surprised by this, says Odin. Well, the world is full of surprise, after all. And I haven't seen everything too, so some things will surprise me, says Buggy. You're right, there are always things you don't know out there. Anyway, let's go to my place that you're finally here. Toki and my kids must have wanted to see you. We'll throw a feast, just like the past, says Odin happily. Odin-sama, you can't. We don't have enough money and food to throw a big feast, says Kinemon. Come on, Kinemon, let's just spend a little, says Odin. We can't, says Kinemon. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Odin. Let's use our food instead. We've just killed a giant seeking, so we have plenty of meat. You don't need to worry about alcohol too. Pirates like us always have a lot of alcohol stocks, says Buggy. Are you sure? Asks Odin. Yeah, no problem, says Buggy. Then, I'll accept it, says Odin while smiling. Odin then orders Inuarashi and Nekomamushi to call his family and the other retainers. They will hold the party on the beach rather than at his residence now. There's no way he will ask the clowns to carry the food to his residence after they gave it to him. After the 2 minks left, they go to Black Pearl, and Buggy introduces the rest of his crew. The 3 guys are surprised to see Magnus, a giant because they have never seen one. Kawamatsu is also surprised to see some fishmen like him so he talks to them. Odin is impressed when he sees the ship and he is surprised when he knows that its base is made of atom wood, just like Oro Jackson. The feeling in this crew is also similar to Roger Pirates and reminds him of the past. You sure have many strange people here, says Odin. That's what makes this crew more interesting, says Buggy. You're right. Oh? They've arrived, says Odin while looking at the forest near the beach. The two minks have returned with some other people. Among these people are Toki, Momonosuke, Hiri, and the rest of 9 red scabbards. They are still on their guards now even though Odin said that it's safe. Well, there is a pirate crew that suddenly appeared in their place, so they are very worried now. Not to mention, they have a bad experience with a pirate crew that has troubled them for years, the Beasts Pirates. "Oh, it's really you, Buggy Jiro," says Toki when he sees Buggy. "Sigh, I told you to not call me Jiro," says Buggy tiredly. "Phew phew phew, you still say the same thing. But where is Red Duro?" asks Toki while looking around. "Shanks isn't here. We've moved separately since the Roger Pirates were disbanded. Now we run our own cruise," says Buggy. "Oh, so that's how it is," says Toki. They talk while the others are preparing the party on the beach. Toki introduces Momonosuke and Hiri to Buggy. He follows along and introduces his crew to them. Momonosuke is having lewd eyes when Buggy introduces the girls. It makes Buggy wants to hit the kid, but he holds it back. After a few minutes, the preparation has finished and they start the party. Of course, the party is pirate-styled because the clowns are the ones who hold it. But there are some Wano things mixed in as Odin's group also join it. Mantis's cooks team and some cooks from Odin's group are cooking together. Brooke's music team also plays together with some entertainers from Wano. The others are doing what they want and talking with each other. They hit off quite well at this party. "So, Buggy Jiro, can I ask why you come here?" "I don't think that it's just a coincidence," says Odin while drinking. Buggy smiles and drinks his booze from its bottle. It's time to tell his aim to Odin and ask for cooperation. Chapter 228, Talk with Odin. Odin asks Buggy his reason for coming to Wano country. Buggy thinks that it's time to tell Odin about his intention to come here. "Let's talk in my office. We can't have a serious talk here or it will ruin this party atmosphere," says Buggy. Odin looks around and says, "Certainly. This is not a place to talk seriously." Buggy then leads Odin to the captain's room and asks Cricket to take care of the party. He also asks Palu to not let anyone come to his office. Then he enters the room with Odin and they sit face to face. "Odin, I want you to listen first until I finish. Don't cut off my talk, all right?" asks Buggy. "Sure," replies Odin. "Well, actually, I come here for Beasts Pirates," says Buggy. Odin suddenly stands up but Buggy extends his hand to stop Odin. "I told you to let me finish first," says Buggy. Odin grits his teeth and sits on his chair again. "I know that news from the outside world didn't enter Wano and so is the opposite. That's why I will tell you everything from the start," says Buggy. Buggy then tells Odin the story that he has prepared. It's not a fully made-up story, but just a real story that he changed a little to convince Odin. "A few months ago, my crew finally arrived in New World. Eventually, we arrived on an island that get conquered by Beasts Pirates. They tried to make us their subordinate crew but of course, I refused. It led to a war and we defeated their unit that was stationed there," says Buggy. Odin still listens, so Buggy continues, "But that won't be the end of it. Defeating a Beasts Pirates unit means we are challenging Beasts Pirates. You know how things work in New World for pirate crews. It's either you join strong crews or challenge them. You don't want to join anyone, aren't you?" asks Odin. Buggy smirks and nods, "That's right. Submission isn't my thing and that's not what I learned from Captain Roger. That's why now we are in a war with Beasts Pirates. We've been attacking their units one by one because we don't have a high number like them. We used the hit and run tactic in these few months and have succeeded." Odin gets surprised and wants to say something but Buggy resumes his talk. "However, we found a surprising thing when we attacked them. It is the location of their main force that we have searched since the beginning. I never know that Kaido is in Wano." Buggy is lying but also not at the same time. It's because when Odin was in Roger Pirates, he didn't know that Beast's pirates were working with Orakai. So Buggy shouldn't know it. He only knows it because he came from another world. I thought that it's strange for them to stay in Wano even though you are here, so I have some assumptions. It's either they conquered Wano after defeating you, or you join them and work together with them. Based on your answer, we might become enemies, Odin, says Buggy with a serious expression. Again, this is just a lie that Buggy made to show that he doesn't know anything. Odin seems to believe it because he suddenly hits and breaks the table between them. Please don't look down on me, Buggy Jiro. There is no way I will join and work together with that bastard, says Odin angrily. Well, sorry if that pissed you off, but I don't know anything that happened on Wano, says Buggy. Odin finally realizes it and he holds his head. You're right, we are a closed country, after all. Sorry about that, Buggy Jiro. Don't mind it, it's just a table. Anyway, can you tell me what happened? It's fine if you don't want to, says Buggy. No, it's okay. I will tell you what happened here, says Odin. Odin then starts to tell Buggy what happened to Wano since he left and joined Whitebeard pirates. He tells Buggy how Orakai manipulated many things to become a shogun. Then he tells Buggy that Orakai is working together with Kaido to face Odin. Buggy already knows it, but hearing it directly from Odin feels different. He thought it won't affect him, but it actually makes him angry. He can feel Odin's hopelessness, sadness, anger, and resentment that were built over these last 5 years. Odin tells Buggy some stories that even his family and retainers don't know while crying. He feels that he can tell everything to Buggy. It might be because they have the same enemy or that they were from the same crew. But he knows he won't need to worry about anything when telling Buggy. You've gone through a lot, Odin, says Buggy. This is how life is, says Odin. You're right. So, what do you want to do now? Asks Buggy. What else? I will keep silent so that my people will be safe, says Odin. Sigh, that won't do. Do you think Kaido and Orakai will not do anything just because you do what they asked? You can't trust a pirate like Kaido and a traitor like Orakai. Kaido isn't Captain Roger or Whitebeard. For him, benefit is more important than the relationship. Promises and vows are just decorations. You can't trust anything he said, says Buggy. I know, but I will still do it if it can save my people, says Odin. No one will be safe if both of them are still here. Sure, your people are alive now, but are they truly alive? Do they live as people now? Are they happy? Do you know what they want? Asks Buggy. Odin can't answer that and Buggy continues. Think about it, Odin. Is what you did for your people or you? If it's for your people, then ask them what they want and hear them. A good lord never ignores his people's wishes just because he thinks his decision is correct. It will just make you a selfish lord who thinks that he knows everything. Buggy then leaves the room after saying all that bullshit. He doesn't fully know what he said, but he feels that it's cool enough. As long as it can make Odin joins his plan to attack Beast's pirates, then he doesn't care if he needs to say bullshit. After leaving the captain's room, Buggy joins the party again. He talks with Toki and plays with Hiri while Momo plays with some girls from his crew. The kid has lewd eyes, but Buggy ignores him because Kinemon's lewd eyes are more unpleasant. Buggy flicks a small stone toward Kinemon's face. He aims the spot between Kinemon's eyes and it hits perfectly. He has trained his marksmanship a little and found out that he has some talent in it. Kinemon falls on his back and faints instantly because the hit is strong. Buggy grins and continues to play with little Hiri using his devil fruit power to make her fly. Hiri laughs and Toki is happy seeing it. Toki talks with Buggy about the outside world while he plays with Hiri. Do you have a spouse, Buggy Jiro? Asks Toki so suddenly. Yeah, but I haven't met her for 2 years now. I told her that I'll return after going around the world. But maybe I will return faster. Going around the world will take a longer time than I anticipated. If I do that, then maybe she will have kids already when I return. I don't want that, so I will return faster, says Buggy. Do you think she will leave you for another man? Asks Toki curiously. I don't think so. But it might happen if I make her wait for too long, says Buggy. You're right, you shouldn't make a lady wait for too long, says Mantis, who suddenly chimes in. Mantis brings some new plates of food and overheard their conversation, so she chimed in. Do you know who his lady is? Asks Toki to Mantis. Everyone in the crew knows her name, but no one knows her appearance. We never met her, after all, but Captain always talks about her, says Mantis. Toki gets very interested and starts to talk with Mantis about it. Mantis, being Mantis, starts to tell Toki everything she knows and even tells her about Jude's one-sided love for Buggy. The two women are absorbed in their gossip and left Buggy alone. He sighs and takes Hiri to walk around the ship. They prank some people while walking around and little Hiri is very happy about it. Then when they want to climb the crow nest, Odin calls Buggy. It seems he has made a decision and wants to talk with Buggy about it. Chapter 229, Alliance. Odin and Buggy talk again on the rear deck with Buggy still carrying Hiri on his shoulder. Just like what Buggy thought, Odin has made a decision. He decides to attack Kaido together with Buggy. It will be foolish of him to not use the chance when the clowns attack Beast's pirates. They have the same enemies even with different goals, so they are on the same side. They will get strong allies and get stronger, so they'll have a better winning chance against Beast's pirates. Then, this will be the start of our alliance, says Buggy while smiling and offering his hand to Odin. Odin grabs Buggy's hand and says, "We will be in your care, Buggy-jiro. Let's announce it to everyone," says Buggy. They go to the main deck and call everyone before announcing their alliance. Everyone cheers and the party gets merrier. Buggy takes a glance at Kanjuro before ignoring him. He needs to take care of this guy soon before their plan starts. The party lasted all night and the men are wasted in the morning. Only a few people survived the party, but they still need to rest in the morning. Surprisingly, Buggy and Odin are not among the survivors. They were too happy with their reunion and the creation of the alliance. So they drank too much and got wasted like the others. Now they are sleeping on the floor while the women who could control themselves watch. It's been a long time since my husband got this happy. Our lives were very hard these years and it was harder for him as a lord. It seems the alliance with Buggy-jiro's crew has lifted a lot of his worry, says Toki. That's good then. We don't want our allies to be stressed when they fight alongside us, says the drunk Jude while walking toward Buggy. Yeah, they can't fight with their full power if they have too much to think, says Mantis as she catches Jude's back collar. Release my collar, Mantis, says Jude while struggling to release Mantis' grip, but to no avail. No way. I won't let you attack Captain while he sleeps. You are a girl, so mind your behavior more, says Mantis as she bonks Jude's head. Attacking him? Asks Toki while watching Jude rubs the bump on her head. Yeah, this girl has been constantly trying to sexually harass our captain lately, says Mantis with a tired expression. Toki is shocked and asks, why would she do that? It's because she likes Captain, but he already has someone he loves. She doesn't give up though and keeps trying to get his love, but she never succeeds. Then a few months ago, Enel gave her a very bad idea, says Mantis. Enel told Jude to just use force if she couldn't use a normal approach. He just said that as a joke, but Jude took it too seriously because she was quite desperate at that time. So she started to attack Buggy like this since then. Buggy himself doesn't know anything about it because she gets stopped before he could know. Mantis and Cricket have stopped her many times but she still does it. They also punished Enel who caused this to happen. Jude actually stopped doing it since last week, but she is quite drunk now, so it happens again. Luckily, Mantis is there to stop her from doing her crime. Toki can't believe what she hears, but Jude's behavior is proving it. What a complicated love life, says Toki. Yeah, it is. Jude, you better stop doing this or our captain will hate you. He still likes you as his friend, so you'll still have a chance. But if he hates you, then everything will end, says Mantis while patting Jude's head. Jude looks down before she cries and hugs Mantis. Mantis sighs and hugs her back while patting her back. She is quite the trouble when she is not sober like this. Mantis then leaves Jude to Toki after she fell asleep. The drunkards will wake up soon, so Mantis needs to cook hangover soup for them. It will be a mess if there's no hangover soup when they wake up. Soon, the drunkards wake up just like what Mantis predicted. They all grumble because their heads hurt, so they drink some water that has been prepared by Alan and Elon. Mantis then gives them the soup and they get a lot better. After everyone wakes up, the clowns get ready to leave the ship. They will go to Odin's place and will stay there until the attack time comes. All of them need to prepare for it, after all, and they need to make a plan. The clowns have made plans, but Odin's group wasn't involved in it, so they need to discuss the plan again. Buggy also needs to think of a way to remove Kanjuro before they attack or they will lose. On their way to Odin's place, the clowns can see the bad state of Kuri. It isn't as bad as when Straw Hats arrive here 20 years later, but it's already bad now. The houses aren't maintained, the people are skinny, their clothes are tattered, etc. It's like a shelter after a disaster happened rather than a permanent place to live, comments Enel. Bonks. Mantis hits Enel's head because he said something really rude. He just crouched there while holding the new bump on his head. Enel doesn't protest or complain because he knows he can't win against Mantis. She isn't the crew's mother for nothing. I'm sorry for this idiot's tongue, says Mantis while pushing Enel's head down to bow a little. No, it's okay, he is saying the truth, after all. Kuri has fallen into this state because of my bad leadership. But this will end soon, I promise that, says Odin. We need to think of a way to protect the people when the war starts. They will be very vulnerable when all the fighters leave for war, says Buggy. Won't they be safe here? They won't fight, after all, asks Momonosuke. No, they won't be safe. The enemies might come here to attack while we go to strike. They can use the people as hostages and we won't be able to fight again if that happens, says Buggy. They talk about the plan to protect the people while they walk. But no good plan appears even until they reach Odin's house. It's a big house, but it's not a good house because there are many broken parts here and there. Palu, how long? Asks Buggy. 2 or 3 days I think because I don't know the full condition of this house, says Palu. All right, I leave it to you, says Buggy. Palu nods and asks Kinemon for a tour around the house. Their conversation confused Odin's group though because they don't understand anything. What are you talking about, Buggy-jiro? Asks Odin. Oh, Palu will fix the broken parts of your house. So he needs to know the condition first. That's why he asks Kinemon for a tour. Don't worry, he has good skill, says Buggy. Fixing the house. Will you really do that? Asks Odin in surprise. His family and men are also surprised. Yeah, we will fix it. There's no way I will let my men sleep under a broken house for who knows how long, says Buggy. I am grateful that you want to fix it, but somehow your words are hurting my heart too, says Odin with a conflicted expression. You should feel hurt because I mocked your house, says Buggy nonchalantly as he leaves Odin who has a twitching mouth. My lord, says Toki with a concerned tone. Odin raises his hands and says, it's okay, Toki. I just forget that he is a pirate, a ruthless sailor. Pirates usually have foul mouths, after all, even though their intentions aren't always bad. We need to tell our people so they won't fight over a few words. Sigh. I hope there won't be any conflict before we even start. Chapter 230, A Big Secret. While the clowns stay in Kuri, Dion and his team are in Flower Capital. They have come here since the crew landed on Kuri's beach. Buggy has sent them on a mission in Flower Capital to gather information and infiltrate the palace. Dion and his team are specialists in this type of job, and they've done this every time before their raids in these last few months. They are like the crew's version of Cypher Pals or ninjas. Their skills are also high enough as they have always succeeded in their mission so far. They've arrived in Flower Capital last night when the crew was having a party with Odin's group. They are quite pitiful to not being able to join the party. But they have important missions and everyone on the crew has their job. There are 6 people on Dion's team including him. But only 5 are in Flower Capital while 1 stays with Buggy in Curry. The one who stays in Curry has the same job to gather information, but his job is in Curry instead of Flower Capital. This guy is also very skilled, only second to Dion in their team. He has mastered the art of stealth and can even hide from weak observation hacky users. Buggy needs this guy because his mission is to spy on Kanjuro. They need to know Kanjuro's movements and possibly remove him in the process. But that's difficult, so at least they need to know what Kanjuro does and planned. They can also find out about Orokai and Kaido's plans through Kanjuro. His mission went well so far and so are the others' missions. They are now spreading in Flower Capital and disguised as normal citizens. Dion even has infiltrated the palace by disguising himself as a servant. The team really move fast and they send a lot of information to Buggy on the second night. But it's still the second day, so the information that they get is mostly about what happened there before they arrived and important issues. That's enough for now because the clowns don't know what happened in Wano before they arrived here. Even Buggy only knows a few things from the series. He never knows the details and only knows the gist of what happened. Yes, he can ask Odin too and he has done it. But Odin himself doesn't know much of the things that happened in his country because he is basically being confined by Orokai and Kaido. Also, he doesn't know what happened inside the enemy's circle. Dion's team's job is to get information from the enemy's inner circle. They have other jobs but the information is the most important. Having enough information is the key to winning a war and it has worked for the clowns so far. So Kaido knew that I have arrived here already but he doesn't make any move. I guess it's because I'm in Curry and Odin's group is here. He must be wary of our combined force. Coming to Curry immediately is a correct choice it seems, says Buggy while smirking. Currently, Buggy is having a meeting with his executives in a closed room. Only Magnus and Dion aren't here because one is too big while the other is on a mission. What should we do now, Captain? Asks Enel. Let's take our time first. There are many things to do before the war, after all. We need to gather information, train ourselves again, prepare our strategy and weapons, and some other things to do. Odin also needs time to gather more allies for the war, says Buggy. Well, there are more than 15,000 enemies based on Dion's report. So of course, we need more people on our side. Still, the most important thing for us is to get stronger for the war even if it's just a little. We need to train our men more seriously now, says Cricket. Well, I agree, but is it okay to move so openly like this? If Odin gathers more men, it will cause a rather big ruckus and the enemies will realize it. They might try to attack us before we have more people and get stronger, says Enel. It doesn't matter even if they know. Kaido already knows that we are here but he still doesn't make a move. He still won't do anything even if we gather more men, says Palu. Yet, he knows that it's better to prepare themselves in the meantime rather than rushing to attack us. Also, he must have known that we are prepared for a case where they attack now. If he still attacks now, then it will be them who lose because we are more prepared for it, says Mantis. They will even think that we are hoping for them to attack, says Jude. Sigh, you guys are too complicated with your thinking. They won't attack us because they will know our every move through their spy. They can just wait and do things based on the information they get from their spy. It will be more effective for them, says Cricket. Well, it doesn't matter whatever their reason is as long as it benefits us. Anyway, we need to use these days well to get our crew stronger. Try to get closer to the samurais too and learn anything useful from them. Brook, there are many audiences here, says Buggy. Yo ho ho ho, I've waited for this. There will be so many panties, says Brook before Mantis hits his head and stops him. Brook and his music team will play their music to entertain everyone before the war. It will raise their morale and make the samurais like them. Music is also a form of training for Brook, so it's very useful. Buggy then tells Della to help the people of Wainos to have better clothes. Most of their clothes are tattered or patched badly. Della's sewing skills and fashion sense are top-notch after she learned on many islands. Leave it to me, Captain, says Della. Buggy nods and then they talk about other things to do before the war. After they finished, Buggy returns to his ship to do something. It's midnight so most people have slept and the town is very quiet. He arrives on the ship after walking for a few minutes and goes to his room. Buggy opens a crate that has a small box in it, some treasures, and a devil fruit. This crate is where Buggy keeps his most valuable items. The treasures are his personal saving and he still has a few more crates to keep treasures. He has a lot of wealth, but it's actually very low compared to his crew's wealth. Most of their wealth is for the crew's needs, only some are for him and his crewmates. The devil fruit was the one he found on the volcano on Ruff's Island. He keeps it because he has a very good feeling about this devil fruit. It might be a very rare and strong devil fruit, so he won't give it to just anyone. Buggy plans to give it to Belmere so that she can protect herself better. His name is very big already now and he is one of the most wanted men in the world. If Marine and WG knows his relationship with Belmere, they will use her as a tool to get him. She will also get put in danger many times because of it. Also, there's the Arlong incident where she gets killed in the series. He won't let it happen, so he needs to make her strong, and this devil fruit will help. FEBNL.com. But Buggy doesn't come here for the treasures or the devil fruit. He comes for the small box that he opens slowly. There are 2 compartments covered with soft red cloth in the box. In one part is a ding-dong with its balls, while in the other one is a beating heart. They are Buggy's ding-dong, balls, and heart that he keeps here. He has kept them in the box for a long time to keep himself alive in most situations. It proved useful when he fought Kizaru because Kizaru stabbed his left chest, but he didn't die because his heart wasn't there. Ding-dong and balls are men's weaknesses, so he needs to hide them in this box made of atom wood. The crates are also made of atom wood, the leftovers of the material for this ship. Palu also coated these crates with strong metal to add durability. But even Palu doesn't know that Buggy keeps these things in this small box. None of his crewmates know it and they thought it was just to save his treasures. It's not that he doesn't believe his crewmates, but he needs to be very careful. Buggy closes the box and says, I need to hide this box somewhere else along with the other treasures. This war will be very big and this ship might even get destroyed, so I can't take a risk. Chapter 231, Sparring. Buggy returns to Odin's place in the morning after finishing his business at night. He arrives right when Odin comes out of the house to search for him. You searched for me? Asks Buggy. That's right. Buggy-jiro, I've gathered a lot of people who wanted to join the war yesterday. But they don't really trust outsiders, especially pirates like you guys. I've told them that you are my friend but it's not enough to appease them, says Odin. Well, it's normal for them to not trust pirates easily after everything that Beast's pirates did, says Buggy. Yeah, that's why we need to do something. I've discussed it with Toki and my retainers. Then we decided to hold a sparring session with your crew to deepen our relationship. Samurais like us prefer to let our swords do the talking. We can understand others' real selves through their swords. So I believe that they will understand you guys after a spar. But we still need your concern, so I need to ask you first, says Odin. A sparring session, hey? Sure, that's not a problem, says Buggy. Odin smiles hearing Buggy's answer and asks, are you sure? Buggy nods so Odin says, thank you, Buggy Jiro. I was ready to accept your refusal, but you agreed easily. Don't worry about it. My men are battle junkies too. We can also use this to train our men. They never fought samurais, so it will be a good experience. Also, if the samurais know that my men are strong, then they will agree to fight together with us, says Buggy. You're right, it will be a good experience for all of them. Then, I will prepare everything while you tell your men, says Odin before leaving. Buggy goes to tell his crewmates about this and they won't protest at all. It's because they have planned to do this too, but Odin has proposed it before them. This just means that they will do it faster than their plan. Just like he thought, no one protests, and they get excited instead. These guys have started to like a battle because they like the feeling of getting stronger through each battle. They are affected by Buggy and the male executives who like battle too. You guys can fight however you want, but you aren't allowed to kill. This is just sparring, after all. But you still need to go all out and win your fights. The ones who lose will get punished to help me train for a whole day, says Buggy while smirking. The crew's excited smiles suddenly turn into horror expressions. Some of them have helped him to train and they all were suffering after that. Their helping job is to face him for a whole day without rest. Surely they can learn a lot from Buggy by being his training partners. But that will make them happy if they don't need to worry about their lives. Buggy will keep forcing them to fight even when they don't have any energy left anymore. None of them can match Buggy, even Cricket and Palu can't match him. So training with him just means that they will get beaten up one-sidedly. Furthermore, Buggy won't stop as long as they are still conscious and he knows how to prevent them from losing their consciousness. He will hit them hard enough to make them almost faint, but weak enough to prevent them from fainting. He even hits the most painful locations most of the time, so they will need to strengthen their defense. But he doesn't just beat them up, he trains them through the sparrings. He keeps telling them what they do right and wrong so they can improve. The beating will make them feel the urgency to improve and also train their durability. The proof is that now the ones who have trained with Buggy have become far stronger after the training. He mostly trained those who are weaker than the rest so they can catch up to their peers. But those who have experienced it don't want to repeat the training even if it makes them strong. They still value their health, after all. The crew members are more motivated to win their sparring with the samurais now. They can't lose or they will touch the door of death if they spar with Buggy. They want to get stronger, but they don't want to get tortured through sparring. To avoid that, they need to win, so they are very motivated now. The clowns immediately prepare themselves and get ready to fight with the samurais. They all are determined to win so that they can enjoy their lives before the war. About half an hour later, Denjiro comes and tells them that the sparring location is ready. He guides them there and it is located in the training area behind Odin's residence. Many samurais who will participate have arrived here. Buggy Jiro, you've finally come with your crewmates. But I guess not every one of them is here now, says Odin while looking at the clowns. Yeah, some of them are guarding our ship so they can't join, says Buggy. Well, it's an important job, so that's fine. Too bad though, that giant isn't here. I want to make one of the red scabbards fight him, says Odin. The red scabbards flinch when they hear it and Kinemon says, Master Odin, how can you make us fight a giant like that? His size is unfair, a cheat. The other scabbards nod but then Odin says, are you all chickening out? Samurais shouldn't be afraid of any opponent, even if it's a giant. The red scabbards are troubled when Odin said it like that. Their real opponent in this war is Kaido, who can become a dragon. A giant is nothing compared to it, so they shouldn't be afraid if it's just a giant. The situation becomes awkward, so Buggy chimes in, well, it will be fairer if everyone has similar sizes, so I agree. It's not really a problem too because you can just spar with him later. You're right. Let's just focus on our main purpose of holding this sparring session, says Odin. The clowns go to their spot on the opposite side of the samurai's spot. They look at each other and wonder which one will be their opponent. Both sides have different reasons, but all of them are anticipating the spar. Buggy himself is sitting on a seat located on stage with Odin. The Clown Pirates executives and 9 red scabbards are sitting below the stage's front side. Toki, Momo, and Hiri are on the stage with Odin, while Buggy is accompanied by Della, his secretary. "What's the match system?" asks Buggy. "Ah, that's right, I haven't explained it to you. The match will use a challenge system. Someone from each side will challenge anyone from the other side. The one who gets challenged can accept or refuse. But they only have 3 chances to refuse because they will keep refusing if they don't want to fight," says Odin. Odin then continues his explanation about the match system. He says that after the one who gets challenged agrees, then the match will start. The match has a time limit of 10 minutes and it will be stopped after 10 minutes. The fighters can use any available dummy weapons. Then they can fight however they want as long as they don't kill or cripple their opponents. The winner will be decided after someone can't fight anymore, give up, or has more damage for those who don't finish after 10 minutes. It's a good match system, except for the fact that the dummy weapons are all short-ranged weapons. So the ones who use guns won't be able to show their real power. But using guns is too dangerous, so they can't use them. Still, Buggy isn't worried, so he says, "Well, let's start this." Chapter 232, First Match. The sparring session between samurais vs pirates finally starts. Odin's side will send a challenger first. A middle-aged man walks forward while holding a wooden sword just like the other samurais. The samurais wield wooden swords as their dummy weapons. There's no variation except for their weapons sizes. But the clown pirates wield many kinds of weapons and some of them are bare-handed. The first samurai looks at the clown pirates and chooses his opponent. He chooses a tall black man with sharp facial features and short dark blue spiky hair. This man is from Enel's team, so he is a helmsman, not a pure fighter. He doesn't use any weapon, he just uses his bare hands and legs as he is a kickboxer. His martial art is learned after he joined the crew. They have many martial art manuals that they collect along the way, after all. Both fighters get on the stage and get ready to fight. Everyone waits in anticipation as the referee gets ready to start the match. Some audiences even start to bet on who's gonna win. "Start!" shouts the referee, starting the match. The match starts and both fighters get into their fighting stances. The samurai just stands and waits because he wants to judge his opponent first. But the pirate immediately rushes to attack the samurai. His sudden movement surprised the samurai who thought that he will wait first before attacking. But waiting in a direct battle isn't exist in the clown's library. They always move first in a war because that means they have the initiative and will have a better chance to win. The black pirate guy sends a jab at the samurai who succeeds to block it with his wooden sword reflexively. But suddenly, a punch hits his jaw from the side, unhindered by his hand and sword that blocked the jab. The pirate has sent a hook with the other hand. He has prepared it even before he sent the jab because his jab has a high possibility to get blocked. That's what normally happens to the first attack, so he has prepared for the second attack. The hook on his lower jaw makes the samurai's brain shakes. It makes him pass out in an instant and falls to the floor. His jaw even gets dislocated because the punch was very strong and he didn't defend it. Everyone gets silent in surprise, even the one who causes it. None of them expects that the match will end just like that. The silence finally breaks after Brooke farts and wakes up everyone, returning them to their senses. After they wake up from their stupor, the referee checks on the fallen samurai and concludes the match with the pirates' victory. An uproar happens because everyone starts to express their disbelief and surprise. They all thought that it will be a rather good and long battle. At the very least, they will exchange some moves before it finishes. But this is not even a battle, not even a one-sided beating, they don't even know what to call it. Buggy-jiro, this is, Odin doesn't even know what to say. I know what you think and I think you are correct. I could feel that their strength is actually similar to my observation haki. So the result isn't caused by their difference in strength. But it's because of their difference in experience, says Buggy. But we samurais have been through many battles and gained a lot of experiences too, says Kiku. I know, but who did you fight? I bet you have just fought other samurais, ninjas, or other kinds of fighters on Wano. There aren't that many types of fighters on Wano, it's very few compared to the fighters who spread all over the world. My crew has seen more than what you guys have. Your world only revolves around Wano, while our world is far bigger than that. We have met more people and more kinds of fighters out there. So our experiences are surely higher than yours, says Buggy. You're right. What I experienced when I was confined in Wano and when I sailed around the world were very different. Wano is just like a speck of dust in this vast world, says Odin. There is a famous idiom that people often use. A frog in the well. The frog that lives at the bottom of a well only knows that the well is the whole world. It never knows that the world is a lot bigger than the well, says Buggy. Do you want to say that we don't know how big the world is? Asks Ashuradaji rather angrily. Are you not? You might know that the world is big, but do you know how big it is? Do you know what the world outside Wano looks like? How it is outside of New World, outside of Grand Line, under the sea, in the sky, etc. Even I who have sailed around the world for 2 years won't say that I know how big the world is. There are still many things that I haven't known, says Buggy while smirking. Cricket and the boys also smirk and Cricket says, we all are frogs that have left the well. But when you guys are just standing on the well's wall, we have explored the world around that well although we don't know how far we've gone. The red scabbards know that they are true, but it still makes them pissed when being told like that. Also, Buggy and Cricket's tones were very irritating because they sounded as if they are looking down on the samurais. Palu added the fuel and says, maybe these frogs are too afraid to leave the well? There are many scary things out there, after all. Enel thinks it's fun and joins too, yahaha, I think they are still tadpoles, not frogs. Ashuradaji who has the shortest circuit gets angry again, what did you know? Master Odin has tried to open Wano's borders so that we can get connected to the world. But Orokai and Kaido messed up everything. You don't know what we've gone through, so don't say as if you know everything. The other scabbards don't say anything because they agree with Ashura. But they also can't refute the clown's words. Palu suddenly says, so what if we don't know what you've gone through? You also don't know what we've gone through. We can say anything we want with our mouths. If you don't like it then show us that we are wrong. The red scabbards and the executive boys start to argue and fight verbally. Buggy just watches while smirking and the girls are sighing. They don't know what Buggy and the boys are up to, so they just keep silent. Odin and Toki are dumbfounded at the turns of the event. This sparring session is supposed to make them closer, not fighting for real. If this goes on, they will hate each other and grow apart. It is not good for their war against Beast's pirates. Buggyjiro, what is? Odin wants to ask but Buggy cuts his words. Odin, we are called clowns for a reason. I will tell you my reason for doing this later. Let's just enjoy this show, says Buggy while smirking and looking at Kanjuro. This guy is really good at acting. He truly looks as if he is very angry. Although maybe he is truly angry because we also ridicule him. But it doesn't matter as long as this works. We need to move fast after this though so it won't hinder the war, thinks Buggy while looking at Kanjuro who also argues with Cricket and Seo. The executive boys and the red scabbards keep arguing. Their verbal fight gathers everyone's attention and they look at them confusedly. Then how about this? Let's just make this a free-for-all battle. We'll still use the other rules because this is still a sparring session, says Cricket so suddenly. The red scabbards are surprised then Kiku suddenly says, fine by me. This is the best solution to prove who's right. Kinemon hesitates and tells them to rethink it, but he finally agrees after the others persuade him. So now, the sparring system will change. Chapter 233, Mini War. The Red Scabbards and executive boys ask Odin and Buggy for permission to change the match system. Buggy agrees immediately while Odin hesitates a little before agreeing too. He knows Buggy has a plan, so he decides to believe in Buggy's plan. The sparring finally continues with a free-for-all system. But the stage isn't enough to house a battle between so many people. So they decide to use the whole training ground for the sparring match. The samurai and pirate groups are standing on opposite sides. They hold their dummy weapons and get ready to fight. But only the normal pirates and samurais will fight. The Red Scabbards and executives will fight later to make it fairer. After everyone is ready, the referee starts the match. Both sides rush at each other and start to fight. With so many people who fight at once, it looks like a small war instead of a match. Both sides clash and the higher UPS are watching it. Buggy, Odin, the Red Scabbards, and the executives are very focused now. They observe the mini-war seriously to see their men's power and prepare if any accident happens. As the mini-war goes on, it becomes clear which side is better. The clowns gain the advantage slowly and they push the samurais back. It is clear that their power is quite equal, but the clowns have better movements, and their teamwork is far better. Well, they have been fighting together every few days in these last few months. So of course, their teamwork and war skills are better than the samurais who never fight together like this. Also, the clowns are more experienced in a crowded war like this. The samurais are strong individually and they have good swordsmanship. But they often fight individually, not in a crowded war like this. So their individual skills and power are high enough, but skills and power aren't the only things needed in a battle or war. Teamwork is also important and being able to help each other in the mess of war is also important. The clowns who have gone through many wars together have good teamwork. They don't hinder each other and even help each other. Compared to that, the samurais who have just been gathered never went to war together. There is no big-scaled war in Wano before because Orokai took over the country without waging war. Furthermore, these samurais come from different groups. They have just been gathered by Odin to join this war. So it's a normal thing that they have bad teamwork and fights individually even though they are together. The results of their bad teamwork are that they hesitate a lot because they are afraid to hit their allies, their movements hinder their allies, they lose focus because of what their allies do or what happens to their allies, and some other things. However, some of them have good teamwork because they come from the same group like the Yakuzas from Hyagoro's group. Hyagoro agrees to help Odin and has sent his men yesterday while he will come tomorrow because there are a few things he needs to do. But even the Yakuza's teamwork isn't as good as the clowns' teamwork. The scale of war that they've gone through is different. Besides, their number in this mini-war is far too different because there are only 11 Yakuzas in the samurai group while there are 50 pirates. The samurais get pushed by the pirates so they need to do something if they want to win. A samurai suddenly has his wooden sword cracks. If he loses his weapon, then he will lose for sure, so he needs to prevent it. He immediately coats it with a haki, or the people of Wano call it ryuo to make his wooden weapon tougher. No one used haki so far and just relies on their battle skills. But suddenly, someone uses haki and it changes the game. Some other samurais who can use haki also start to activate it. They gain more confidence because being able to use haki gives them more options. Although they are also wondering why they didn't use it since the beginning. The samurais start to hold their ground after some of them can use haki. Not everyone can use haki, but those who can are strong, stronger than those who can't at least. With that, they are holding their ground and even start to push the clowns back. Such a turn of the event makes the Red Scabbards elated because their men don't lose. They look at the clowns' executives smugly but then realize that the executives are still very calm. None of the executives are worried about their men even though they are being pushed. It makes the Red Scabbards wonder why they are very calm. The answer appears soon when 31 clowns suddenly use a haki too. They have activated their a haki in these few months after going through many wars. Also, there are 13 more people who can use o haki. So there are only 6 people among the 50 people who can't use any type of haki yet. They are still new, after all, as they've just joined the clowns in the last few months. Now the direction of this mini-war changed again with the samurais being pushed back again. The clowns haven't gone all out before, but now they go all out after they can use their haki. They could use it before, but they don't, because it won't make the mini-war interesting, as they would win instantly again. For the clowns, war is a source of entertainment too. The thrill of war is one of the things that make them feel alive. They never know when they will die, so they always try to enjoy every little thing they have. Slowly, the samurais got defeated one by one after the clowns go all out. The clowns' war skills and experience are too much for them to handle. In the end, the samurais are completely defeated by the pirates in less than half an hour. The red scabbards are very surprised, and even Odin is surprised. Not only do the clowns win as a group, but they also win overwhelmingly. None of them were considered defeated based on the sparring rules. It's because when one of them almost gets defeated, the others will always help. This is something that they always do in every war. If they can't do that, then their friends will die, and none of them want that. The clowns treated this mini-war as a real war so that they can use all their power. They might appear like they were playing around a lot, but they are always serious in a war. With death being the risk, the clowns just can't be not serious in a war. Only after they finish the war will they relax and joke around, just like now. The clowns smile and laugh, then talk to each other while boasting. Their boast even makes them fight among themselves, very different than when they worked together in the mini-war. It makes the samurais dumbfounded, but the clowns' executives just laugh at it. Fights like these are different because they show how close the clowns are. They aren't fights caused by hate but closeness instead. The mini-war participants then get treated with the samurais looking down all of the time while the clowns behave like usual. Winning a war is not unusual for the clowns, and even if they lose, they won't get dispirited. For them, losing their comrades is worse than losing the war, after all. The samurais can only accept the fact that the clowns are better than them in a war, and the red scabbards also think the same. But they still want to win, and they need to get it in the next match. Finally, the clowns' executives will fight with the red scabbards. Chapter 234, Battle of Higher UPS. Now is the time for the sparring between the red scabbards against the executives. There are 9 people in red scabbards group. Kinemon, Denjiro, Kanjiro, Kiku, Ashura, Reizo, Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. Meanwhile, the executives only have 8 people now. Cricket, Palu, Enel, Mantis, Jude, Manba, Brook, and Ruff. They are short on Magnus, who guards the ship, and Dion, who infiltrates the palace. Also, Ruff isn't a fighter, so they basically just have 7 people now. So you only have 7 fighters. Then we will also send 7 people, says Kinemon. No need, the 7 of us will face the 9 of you. We don't need your concern. This kind of situation is a normal thing in any war. We can't hope that the enemy's number is the same or lower than us, says Cricket. Fine, if that's what you want. Don't regret or use it as an excuse when you lose, says Ashura. Don't worry, it won't happen because we won't lose, says Enel. The 2 sides then move to the center and get ready to fight. Buggy-jiro, let's make a bet, says Odin, finally enjoying this. Fine by me. What will we bet? Money? Asks Buggy. That won't be interesting. How about the loser tell the winner one of their secrets? Says Odin smugly. Buggy smirks and says, sure. Hehe, my men are strong, you know, says Odin. I know, but my guys are better, says Buggy. We'll see, says Odin as the match is about to start. The referee finally starts the match after checking the fighters. Both sides rush at each other, but not all clowns' executives move forward. Jude and Enel stay behind while the others move forward. Seeing the 2 stays behind makes the red scabbards wary. But they can't think too much about it and focus on the ones who rush forward. It will be a 9 vs 5 now with 2 people staying behind, so their chance of winning gets higher now. But suddenly, the 9 red scabbards trip on something and fall at the same time. Jude has sneakily moved her ash on the floor to trip them. Then she grabs their limbs with her ash to make them unable to move. The 9 of them can't move at all because Jude's ash grab is strong. They lay on the floor and try to retaliate. But before they can even do something, a loud rumbling sound is heard from the sky, and the 5 clowns move back. Rumble rumble boom boom. A massive lightning beam strikes the 9 red scabbards from the sky at the same time. Enel has prepared this attack since the match started. Then after Jude held the 9 of them, he struck them with his massive lightning attack. Fawbolom. Enel's attack destroys the floor, making dust and smoke scattered everywhere. The clowns wait in their positions while cracking their necks. They know that attack won't be enough to defeat the 9 red scabbards, and they are right. The 9 silhouette can be seen standing through the smoke. Then after the dust and smoke disperse, the 9's figures can finally be seen. There are some black charred marks on their skin and they look hurt, but they still can stand. Cricket and Co grin because it won't be interesting if the scabbards get defeated just by that. Both sides get ready to fight again, but now the 9 scabbards are more careful. Enel's attack was very strong and they would get defeated if they didn't use their Ryuo at the right time. However, they also know that Enel isn't the strongest among the executives. They know that Cricket and Palu are stronger than Enel. It's just their intuition, but they believe it because fighters like them need to believe what their hearts say. The 9 have made a plan before and it changed a little after they saw Enel and Jude's power. They rush again, but now they watch their surroundings more carefully. Jude's ash is still scattered around, after all, so they need to be careful. The clowns also rush at the 9 and now Enel moves too while Jude still stays behind. They are curious about how the 9 scabbards will attack the 7 of them. Soon, the answer appears. Cricket and Palu have 2 people attack them each while the others only get attacked by 1 person. Kinemon and Ashura attack Cricket, while Inuarashi and Kawamatsu attack Palu. Kiku attacks Mantis, Denjiro attacks Manba, Kanjiro attacks Brook, Reizo attacks Jude, and Nekomamushi attacks Enel. Previously, they planned to make Inuarashi and Nekomamushi fight Palu while Kawamatsu fights Enel. But Enel's lightning power changed that composition. Nekomamushi fights Enel now because he can use lightning power to some extent and they hope he can reduce the impact of Enel's power. The battles start and the 9 red scabbard try to spread the clowns. They've seen how the clowns' normal members work together, so they assumed that the executives can work together that well too. That's why they need to be separated or it will be very troublesome. This plan is very predictable that the clowns want to laugh at it. But they still don't resist and let themselves get separated. They aren't worried about anything even if they get separated. It's a normal thing for them, after all. The red scabbards and the clowns fight with their basic skills first. No one uses haki yet, even Cricket, who fights bare-handed. His fists are hard enough even without haki. Blocking wooden swords with his bare hands is easy for him. Cricket also still uses his basic fighting skills without any flashy skills. He just uses his hands to fight against Kinemon and Ashura, who use wooden swords. Kinemon uses 2 swords while Ashura uses 1, so Cricket faces 3 weapons with his 2 hands. He should be at a disadvantage without any weapon against the 2, but he is not. Cricket's hands movements are very nimble and he can move his hands in unusual motions at difficult angles because his joints are very flexible and his hands are quite long. With his nimble hands, Cricket can block or parry the 2's sword attacks that come from many angles. Cricket also utilizes his observation haki efficiently to predict the 2's movements. He can always move 1 step ahead and make the 2 samurais overwhelmed. They can't believe that they are the ones who get pushed even though they are together while Cricket is alone. Now they can only admit that Cricket's fighting skills are better than theirs. But they still want to win, so they attack more fiercely. As the 2 attacks more fiercely, Cricket's movements also become better. He wasn't using his full power before, so he still can move better than before to match Kinemon and Ashura's movements. Cricket really lives up to his title as the first mate and vice-captain. He is strong enough to hold 2 of the red scabbards without much problem. As the second rank in the crew after Buggy, he should be able to do at least this much. What's wrong? Can't you handle one enemy together? Asks Cricket mockingly. Stop looking down on us! Shouts Ashura while swinging his wooden sword from above. Cricket grabs the sword and pulls it as he sends a punch at Ashura's stomach. Ashura gets hit and sent flying back, then he crashes and rolls on the floor. It distracts Kinemon, who then gets hit on his jaw by Cricket and falls too. Cricket smirks and says, "Is this it? Such a letdown." Chapter 235, Overwhelming. Just like Cricket, who uses his basic fighting skills, the other executives also do that. They are still testing the water to check their opponent's strength. But the red scabbards also do the same, so this becomes tricky. No one uses their real power now, so they can't judge each other's strengths. But seeing Cricket punch Ashura and Kinemon quite hard until they crashed gives the clowns an idea. They can use this as a chance to hit the scabbards really hard when the scabbards still haven't used their real power. The clowns do that, and in an instant, all the 9 scabbards get hit really hard and get knocked down at the same time. It makes Odin surprised while Buggy smirks because the executives could think of the same idea without talking to each other. "Ha, they always know what to do," says Buggy. "Your crew is really good in battle, Buggy-jiro," says Toki. "We sure are. It will be disappointing if we don't because we've gone through a lot of battles to reach this point," says Buggy. "That lightning attack and these sudden attacks are really surprising. It's like they always know what to do even when they fight unknown people," says Odin. "We always fight unknown people with unknown characteristics. Have you forgotten, Odin? On the sea, nothing is unfair. The only thing you need to think about is survival. It's fine to use anything, even dirty tricks, to stay alive. We've fought people who used such things numerous times. So we always need to know what our opponents are up to and think one step ahead," says Buggy. Odin smirks and says, "Of course, I remember, I've fought people like that many times too. But I'm really surprised, Buggy-jiro. You really have changed since the last time I saw you 5 years ago. I think you are far braver and don't just think about money or treasures now. It's been 5 years, after all. People change and I can change too," says Buggy. "That's right, maybe I've changed too, although I don't realize it," says Odin. They stop talking and watch the battle again. Now the clowns' executives are attacking the red scabbards with more power. The scabbards who get knocked down are getting pushed back and can't fight back yet. Then suddenly, the 9 red scabbards hit each other's back in the center. The clowns have pushed them to one spot and now they are gathered. None of them realize that they've been pushed toward each other, so they are very surprised. They want to escape, but suddenly, a green mist covers their feet. It's Brook's soul power. He can create green mist-like energy using his soul power. This energy is the one that he spread on the red scabbards' feet. The red scabbards want to get away from it, but they can't do it. When the mist disappears, they find their feet have been frozen and stuck to the ground. Brook has used his power to summon the coldness of death to freeze their feet. After that, Palu suddenly coats his wooden warmer with A.K.A. Then he swings it from above to the ground below very strongly. When it hits the ground, a vibration spread on the ground, but it just spread below the red scabbards. He has high mastery over his Hashoken that Palu can choose where the vibration will move to. Cricket can do it too, but he rarely needs to use that because he usually won his battle without using Hashoken, he just used his punch like Garp. The ground beneath the red scabbards breaks and a 1-meter deep hole appears. They fall because they can't escape with their feet frozen. But now the ice has broken because of the vibration. It doesn't mean they can escape though, because Jude's ash has filled the hole and held their bodies. It's just like what happened when this battle started. So the 9 look up reflexively and really see a blue light flashes from above. Enel grins and says, "El Thor. Rumble rumble boom. A massive lightning beam strikes on the 9 red scabbards again. Now Enel uses more power and it causes more destruction to a wider area. But he still holds back because he doesn't want to kill the 9 as they aren't real enemies, just sparring partners. The lightning stays like that for a moment before disappearing. When the lightning disappears, Cricket suddenly jumps to the scattered dust and smoke. He jumps rather high and then falls on the spot where the 9 red scabbards are located. Cricket cocks his right fist back as he falls and says, "Has Hoken original, area break." As he says that, Cricket punches downward, but he just hits the air. Nothing will happen if it's just a normal punch, but it is not. Vibration ripples appear in the air where Cricket punched and the vibration spreads to the ground below. The vibration pushes the dust and smoke away, showing the ground and the 9 red scabbards' sorry states. But they can't get relieved just yet because they can feel a strong vibration in the air. Their bodies also start to vibrate and so is the ground below them. Crack crack boom. The ground cracks and suddenly the 9 red scabbards get pushed down. They can't resist it because it's too strong and they can only cover their bodies with their Ryuo. Then they get pushed really hard when the ground gets destroyed because of Cricket's vibration punch. The ground beneath the 9 red scabbards gets destroyed even further and caves even deeper. Their sparring battle has destroyed the training ground. It's not a problem though because they can just fix it. The problem is what happened to the red scabbards. The 9 of them are lying on the caved ground and not moving. Their Ryuo also has disappeared from their bodies. Kanjuro, Kiku, Reizo, and Denjiro have their eyes turned completely white, showing that they've fainted. Only Kinemon, Ashura, Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi are still conscious. The 3 non-humans have naturally strong bodies, so this result is predictable. Kinemon and Ashura also have the same feat, meaning they are stronger than the others. The 5 of them stand slowly and with hardship. It is clear that they've received a lot of damage from the clown's attack combo. They are trying hard to even stand but they still try nevertheless. The referee should have stopped this match but he is not. It seems he gets sentimental and still hopes that the red scabbards can fight again because he is also a samurai. The clown sigh then Cricket gives a signal to Mantis. Reinvl.c. She nods and then moves fast toward the 5 who still try to stand. Mantis moves past the 5 with her dance-like movements. She uses her wooden staff to hit the 5's heads and shakes their brain a little. Her attacks make the 5 of them start to lose consciousness. Then finally, they faint after struggling to stay awake for a moment. Now, the referee doesn't have another choice but to stop the match and declares the clown's executives as the winner. The clown's normal members cheer while the samurais are in disbelief. They can't believe that even the 9 red scabbards have lost too. All of them know that these 9 are very strong, after all. "It seems I win the bet, Odin," says Buggy while smirking. "Humph, it's just luck," says Odin. "Luck or not, this is the result," says Buggy. Odin sighs and says, "Fine, I'll tell you my secret later. But I'm still not satisfied. Buggy-jiro, let's continue the match. It will be us both who fight now." Buggy sees that Odin is smirking so he says, "This is what you're after from the beginning, isn't it?" Chapter 236, A Plot. Odin wants to have a sparring match with Buggy but he refused. Buggy doesn't want to show his capability to Kanjuro because it will reach Kaido's ears. He will need to go all out if he fights Odin, after all. "Come on. Don't be such a coward, Buggy-jiro," says Odin. "Why not? I can survive to this day because I am a coward who runs away from many enemies," says Buggy while smirking. Odin is dumbfounded to see Buggy being so smug about self-deprecating himself. But then he laughs because he just remembers that Buggy is a pirate and pirates are free-spirited people who do what they want. "Well, I can't spar with you right now because of some reason. But mainly, it's because I think this arena isn't enough for us. We'll just destroy everything if we fight here. You don't want a half-assed fight, right? We need to schedule it at the right time and place," says Buggy. I guess you're right. I've seen a glimpse of your power when you just landed here, so I know what you mean. It sure will be a mess if we fight in this small training ground. Fine then, I will make a schedule and find a good place for our spar, says Odin. Buggy sighs in relief because Odin buys his lie easily. There's no way he'll say that his reason is to hide it from Kanjuro because the guy is a spy. Odin believes in Kanjuro, after all, so he can't just handle this carelessly. Dion should have finished his mission soon. Only after he finished his mission can we do whatever we wanted. The sparring session between my executives and the Red Scabbards is something that I haven't predicted. Our win can be a problem because we've shown our strengths. But it also makes our relationship with the Red Scabbards look bad. It can be an advantage as long as we can fix it before the war, thinks Buggy. The sparring between the higher UPS from both sides really sours their relationship. Kanjuro will report it to Orokai and Kaido will also hear it. Infighting like this will lower their chance to win the war. But it will also make the Red Scabbards train harder to get stronger. What they really needed right now is a strength because the enemies are strong. The samurais also need to learn to fight people who use dirty tricks because this won't be a fair war. Our inability to work together is never a problem from the beginning. I have never hoped that we can have good teamwork. We've just met, so something like that will never happen. Making them feel some competitions right now is better because it will motivate them to get stronger, thinks Buggy. He looks at the Red Scabbards who have their eyes burning with the will to get stronger and smirks. If they are good fighters, then they won't just hold grudges, but they'll show what they can through their actions. Buggy then leaves the training ground and his men follow him. The samurais look at them while gritting their teeth and clenching their fists. They really look angry and Kanjuro is very happy about it, but he doesn't show it. Master Orokai will be very pleased by this. They have infighting among themselves right before the war. Such a stupid thing to do, thinks Kanjuro without changing his angry expression. This guy is really great at hiding his emotion because Buggy doesn't feel anything even after using observation haki. Well, if he can't do it that well, then he won't be able to fool Odin and the others for years. The clowns then return to their ship instead of Odin's residence. It will show that they don't want to live together with the samurais even for a few days because of their bad relationship. But Buggy still has his spy to watch over Kanjuro, so they'll know his movement. After the sparring session, the pirates and samurais start to train harder. Competition has grown in their hearts that making them want to get stronger and not lose to others. It's a really good result, just like what Buggy hoped. The pirates always trained every day, even if it's just for a little. That's why they can be this strong and defeated the samurais. They all believe that process will never betray results, after all. Of course, they know that the samurais have worked hard too. But they have worked even harder and they need the samurais to do it too. They need the samurais' help in this war, so they need those guys to get stronger because they don't need weak allies. 2 days after the sparring match, Buggy finally received news from Dion. He has waited for this and it makes him very happy to know that Dion has succeeded. Now they will have more freedom to do what they want. Buggy gathers the executives and says, Dion has succeeded. It's time to start our plan. Brook, I leave Kanjuro to you. Dion has confirmed that he is the spy, so we need to remove him by destroying his soul slowly. Yo ho ho ho, leave it to me, Captain. I can use my new skills for this while also training myself, says Brook. Fawbolom. Buggy smiles and says, good, you need to succeed. It will increase our winning chance, after all. You guys too, do your job well. We need to make sure everything is ready before the war. We shouldn't let our months of work go to waste. They all smile and say, aye, Captain. After that, they talk about the detail of what they'll do for half an hour. Then they leave and start their plan immediately. They brief their men because everyone will participate in this, but they don't tell the men the real reason and details. Listen, you degenerates. I have a job for you. Your training must be boring, right? So why don't we make it more exciting? asks Buggy. The men doesn't have a good feeling about this. Sure, their daily training is boring but they never complain. Still, if there is a way to make it more interesting, then they'll happily do it. But they also know that what's interesting for their captain isn't always interesting for them. Buggy raises an eyebrow seeing their reactions and says, "What's with your faces? Do you think it won't be interesting? They must be afraid of your idea about interesting. You've almost killed us many times with your interesting ideas, after all," says Mantis. The men nod furiously, making Buggy dumbfounded. But then he laughs because he knows that it is true. He just wanted to go through a lot of thrills even if they'll kill him, so of course, his men never like his interesting ideas. "Well, don't worry, this will surely be interesting for you. You just need to fight the samurais again. But now you are the one who will go find them and challenge them for a duel or any kind of fight that you want. It will be a good training method for you because you'll train your skills while getting battle experiences. You can challenge anyone and I prefer you fight a lot of them because everyone has a different fighting style. So how it is? Quite interesting, isn't it?" asks Buggy. The men are surprised to hear that Buggy really has an interesting idea. As battle junkies, the thought of being able to fight others is very interesting to them. They can fight while also training themselves, so they get very excited. "You can do what you want, I will take full responsibility for it. But you are prohibited from killing them, they are our allies, after all. Show them your strengths and trample them under your feet," says Buggy vigorously while raising his fist. The men also raise their fists excitedly and shout, "Aye aye, Captain." Chapter 237, Working on It. After Buggy gave his order, the clowns leave the ship to challenge the samurais. Of course, the ones who are on guard duty can't leave. It includes Enel who will guard the ship today. He is very pissed because he can't fight and need to stay on the ship. While Enel is pissed, Magnus is very excited because he finally can fight. He has stayed on the ship for a few days and it is suffocating. As a giant, Magnus can't just go around as he pleases because he might scare people. Now, he can finally go to Kuri and even fight some samurais. The people in Kuri have heard about him so they won't be too surprised. Some samurais even want to fight him because they have never fought a giant before. But they've lost miserably to the clowns before and Magnus didn't even join. So now, some of the samurais who want to fight Magnus become unsure and cancel their plan to fight him. Only a few still want to fight Magnus even after getting beaten by the clowns. Just as Magnus enters the town, these people immediately come to meet him. He doesn't even need to challenge them because they are the ones who challenge him. These people also want to prove that samurais aren't weak by fighting Magnus. Magnus accepts their challenges but he'll only do it after he walks around the town. He also asks them to find a wide place for the fight because he needs a wide place to move around with his giant size. They agree and then Magnus to A.K.A. around the town while they prepare the location. As that happens, the other clowns have started to fight after challenging any samurai they met. It's easy for them to make the samurais accept their challenges. They just need to taunt them with insults and no samurai will refuse. As pirates, the clowns are really good at insulting people. Well, not every pirate is good at insulting others, but the clowns are really good at it because they've learned it. Insulting others is useful to taunt their enemies sometime, so they learn it, and apply it in battles. Fights between pirates and samurais spread all over Kuri. Of course, the news reaches Odin and the Red Scabbards. They are very confused why the clowns do this so suddenly after being silent for 2 days. Suddenly, Kanjuro says, "This is an insult. They must be trying to show us that we are weak through these duels, just like what they did in the sparring match. I hear they insulted our people, that's why the duels started. They just won through dirty tricks, but they think it's their real power." Kanjuro says that to provoke the Red Scabbards while appearing concerned. He wants to make their relationship with the pirates gets worse. Good for him, the other Red Scabbards agree with him, and they are angry. Only Odin stays calm and doesn't get provoked. It is but a small matter, after all, and Buggy has told him that this will happen. Buggy also told him that if the 9 red scabbards are angry, he needs to let them be. Buggy will give Odin an explanation after the red scabbards leave, so Odin doesn't say anything now. When the 9 red scabbards ask him for leave to settle this matter, he allows them just like what Buggy asked him. The 9 red scabbards leave the room and go to find any duel. They want to stop these duels and make the clowns return to their ship. These duels will just disturb the people, at least that's what they think. But before they can find the duels, they are stopped by the clowns' executives that have waited for them near Odin's residence. Magnus is also there after defeating the samurais who challenged him. Still, even with Magnus, they only have 7 people because Enel is on the ship, Ruff won't fight, and Dion is on a mission. The red scabbards now don't have any choice except to fight the executives if they want to go through. "Why are you doing this?" asks Reizo. "What is this?" asks Palu. "Don't act stupid. You know what we mean," says Denjiro. "Ah. You mean the duels? Well, our men are bored so they just go to find entertainment," says Cricket while smirking. Such explanation makes the scabbards angrier and Kanjuro asks, "Then you also search for entertainment?" "Of course, we can't let our men have all the fun," says Manba. "Bastards. If that's what you want, then we'll gladly take it. But just like what your men do, let's not fight in groups like before," says Ashura. "Sure, anything is fine. The result won't change, after all," says Palu. The battle distribution is the same except that Enel's opponent becomes Magnus' opponent. Kinemon and Ashura attack Cricket, while Inuarashi and Kawamatsu attack Palu. Kiku attacks Mantis, Denjiro attacks Manba, Kanjuro attacks Brook, Reizo attacks Jude, and Nekomamushi attacks Magnus. The red scabbards want to settle their scores, that's why they choose the same opponents. They don't know that the clowns have planned all of these. Brook has a job to weaken Kanjuro, so they made him fight Kanjuro since the sparring match. In the sparring match, Brook just wanted to test his chance against Kanjuro. He found out that his chance is high, so he is very confident that he can do his job well. Now, he just needs to do his job and finish it. They all spread to find empty places so that they can go all out. If they fight in the town, they won't be able to use their full strengths because they can destroy buildings or injure people. That's the last thing they want to do. When the red scabbards and executives go to settle their scores, Buggy meets Odin in Odin's residence. Buggy comes with Della like usual because she is his secretary. Toki is also present because she is curious about Buggy's reason too. "So, can you tell me your reason for doing this, Buggyjiro?" asks Odin. "Right to the case, huh? Fine, let me explain it to you. It's because I want to make our men stronger," says Buggy. "Stronger? What do you mean by that?" "They can just train if you want them to be stronger. Also, we don't just need strength for war, but teamwork. What you do right now is souring our relationship and we won't have good teamwork," says Toki. "Yeah, that's correct, but not entirely. Toki, I've gone through a lot of battles and I can say that teamwork isn't always necessary. We have just met and we'll fight together soon. Building good teamwork is something that's very hard to do. So rather than building teamwork, I plan to build a strong sense of competition," says Buggy. Do you mean you want to make my men and yours compete with each other?" asks Odin. "Yeah, that's right. The plan is to make them want to be better than the other. That way, they will exert all their strengths and even surpass their limits to win the war. We've fought beasts pirates many times and we know that this method is effective. They don't have teamwork, so we can win even without it," says Buggy. Odin thinks for a while and he agrees with Buggy. When he was in Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates, Odin has seen this thing used many times. The pirates are crewmates, but they still compete with each other and don't think much about teamwork sometimes. Even so, they still won many battles because they are strong enough to ignore teamwork. So Odin now thinks that this strategy is not too bad. Besides, Buggy also says that these duels will train their men too, so they'll get stronger. Alright, I don't have any problem with that. I will hide this from the red scabbards too so that they'll focus on getting stronger, says Odin. Alright, thanks for your understanding, says Buggy. Sure. So now, it's just us who are left. Let's spar, Buggy Jiro, I've prepared a place, says Odin while grinning. I know you'll say that and I won't refuse again. But I have something to show you first, says Buggy. Buggy takes Odin and Toki outside to see 5 men who are unconscious and have been tied up. Odin widens his eyes and says, Onue Banshu. Chapter 238, Hidden Plan. You know them? Asks Buggy, faking his surprise when Odin knows the captured men are from Onue Banshu. How can't I? They were serving my father in the past, but now they serve that bastard Orokai. There are many of them, so I don't know each of them. But I can recognize any of them if I see them. Where did you find them, Buggy Jiro? Asks Odin. On my way here. They were following me and their gazes were very annoying, so I caught them. I thought they are your men, that's why I caught them without hurting them. I wanted to protest to you previously, I don't know that they aren't your men, sorry, says Buggy. No, it's okay, you helped me a lot by capturing them because they are enemies now. But I'm really impressed that you could even sense them. Onue Banshu's ninjas are known to be very good at hiding their presence, says Odin. Is that so? Then I guess they aren't good enough. I can hide my presence better than them, so I guess I can be a ninja too if I want, says Buggy while suppressing his presence. Odin widens his eyes when he can't sense Buggy's presence even though he is right before him. This is something that Wano's ninjas can't do. Odin doesn't know how Buggy does it and he wants to know, but he won't ask because it must be Buggy's secret skill. He is right, it's Buggy's secret skill that has been trained for years. Buggy trained it to infiltrate many places for his information gathering. But last year, he reached a new level where he can hide his presence even from Ohaki users. Buggy can manipulate his Ohaki to mask his presence. He could do it a few months after he could see the glimpse of the future. Maybe it's a unique ability because he doesn't remember Katakuri and Luffy have it. But it's a good thing for him because it is a very useful ability. He can surround himself with Ohaki while suppressing his presence with the technique that he knows. It will block others' Ohaki, making them unable to sense him. So, what should we do with them? Asks Buggy, back to the topic. I think trying to make them talk will be useless, but we'll try at least, says Odin. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Pirates like us aren't that good at interrogation, says Buggy. Odin agrees and he asks his men to place the captured ninjas in the dungeon. Then Buggy and Della excuse themselves because Odin will need time for the interrogation. The sparring can wait, this is more important. On their way back from Odin's residence, Buggy grins happily. All of this is his plan and he has succeeded so far. Those ninjas were sent by Dion who has infiltrated Onue Banshu. That's right, Dion has infiltrated Onue Banshu and disguised himself as someone in a high position. He killed a high-ranked ninja that has the same stature as him and then he mimicked that person's appearance using his ability. After he became that ninja, Dion gathered a lot of information while manipulating many things behind the scene. One of his main objectives is to interrupt the communication between Kanjuro and Orokai. He can't do that with a random position, that's why he disguised himself as one of Onue Banshu's high-ranked ninjas. This ninja is also one of the few people who can receive Kanjuro's message and send Orokai's message. With this position, Dion can see the letter's contents and change them as he likes. He has changed a few things to make things to their advantage and destroy the enemy's relationship. The ninjas that he sent were also one of the plans for it. Dion has changed all of Kanjuro's messages about what happened on Kuri, especially about the sour relationship between the pirates and samurais. He changed them so that Orokai won't know about it and thinks nothing happens to Kuri. But then his team helps him to spread rumors that something has happened to Kuri. They spread rumors that the samurais there are having conflict with pirates. It makes Orokai and his men curious, so they sent a few ninjas to investigate it. Dion has told Buggy about it, that's why Buggy has been anticipating it. He searched for them on their way to Odin's residence and caught them. Dion has told him their number and where they were sent, so he could find them easily. This is all to make Orokai become suspicious of Kanjuro, and so is the opposite. If the ninjas don't return, Orokai will think that something has really happened to Kuri, so he'll think that Kanjuro has been lying to him. On another hand, Kanjuro will know that Orokai has sent a few ninjas because Odin will tell him and the Red Scabbards about it. He will think that maybe Orokai doesn't believe his messages and sent some ninjas. Kanjuro is always the only spy that Orokai planted on Odin's side. His position is high enough and Odin trusts him very much. That's why Orokai never needs to plant another spy there, and Kanjuro knows it. Now after Orokai sent a few ninjas there, Kanjuro will think that Orokai doesn't fully trust him. He will send a message to ask about it, but Dion will interrupt his message and change it. Dion will also change Orokai's reply to make them misunderstand each other. This will destroy Orokai's relationship with Kanjuro and make them distrust each other. This will also make the enemies unaware of what they'll do from now on. This is a big plot to destroy and weaken the enemies who think they have the advantage. The war has started since the clowns arrived here, after all. A war of intelligence like this is a usual thing everywhere. So the clowns have planned it carefully before they arrived in Wano and acted as soon as possible. So far, everything has gone well and they hope it will keep being like that. They've also prepared if their plan will be exposed at one point. No plan is flawless, after all, so they need to prepare for everything. Back to Kuri, where battles of pirates and samurais are happening everywhere. The Red Scabbards are also fighting the executives. Their battles are on different levels than the normal pirates' battles with normal samurais. Their battles are affecting their surroundings and destroying a lot of things. That's why they don't fight near the town, because they don't want to destroy things. They fight seriously with their real weapons now, so their battles are different from the sparring match before. But in the end, the executives still win the battles just like before. The Red Scabbards return with shame, but their fighting spirits get lit up even more. They want to win from the clowns badly, they haven't given up, and that's good. Brook also has done well in his battle against Kanjuro. He has damaged Kanjuro's soul a little to not raise suspicion. But the damage is bad enough to weaken him for a rather long time. He will still do it a few more times though, because he will still ask Kanjuro for duels. Anyway, after the Red Scabbards returned, Odin calls them to the dungeon. He doesn't ask them about their battles and immediately shows them the captured Onue Bansha's ninjas. It makes them surprised, especially Kanjuro, who never gets a message from Orokai about this. Just like what the clowns hope, Kanjuro starts to doubt Orokai. He questions why Orokai sent these ninjas and starts to get suspicious. Now the clowns need to play their cards well to keep this plan working. Chapter 239, Hyagoro the Flower. The plan to destroy the enemy's relationship is going well. Dion and his team have done great and the others give good cooperation. Everyone on the crew contributes a lot to this plan to make it succeeds. This plan won't only destroy the enemy's relationship but also stop their information network, which will weaken them as a result. The clowns will also get a lot of information about the enemies as they've infiltrated the enemy's inner circle. With everything set in its place, Buggy finally can be more relaxed. Now he can finally prepare himself for the main war. It's time to show his power and spar with Odin to train himself so he can get stronger. He goes to Odin's residence to ask him for a spar. But Odin is still busy with the interrogation of Onue Bansha's ninjas, so he can't spar with Buggy. Well, it's his own fault for giving those ninjas to Odin. Are you the pirate captain that Odin has been talking about? asks a man from behind as Buggy walks back to his ship. Buggy has sensed this person, but he doesn't sense any hostility, so he doesn't do anything and lets the man talk. He turns around and sees a big tall middle-aged man with cyan hair that is shaped like a flame. Hyagoro, thinks Buggy in surprise. The man in front of Buggy is Hyagoro, the Yakuza boss. Hyagoro is still gallant unlike his small and wrinkly appearance 20 years later in Uden when Luffy frees him. Buggy is surprised to see him because he has been busy these few days and couldn't come here even after his men came. Flaming cyan hair and those tattoos. You must be Hyagoro, the boss of those Yakuza punks, says Buggy. Hyagoro smiles and says, it seems you know about me. Well, Odin has told me about you, and I have gathered information on my own. There's no way I will not know a figure like you, right? Asks Buggy while smirking. So that's how it is, says Hyagoro shortly. Then, can you tell me what do you want, old man? Asks Buggy. I just come to see you and judge what kind of person you are by myself, says Hyagoro. Buggy grins and says, I don't have any problem with that. I'm anticipating it instead. Ho, then let's change the location, says Hyagoro. The two of them then leave and go to the bamboo forest in the south of Kuri. They make a distance between themselves and unsheath their sword. Hyagoro's method to judge Buggy's character is by fighting. Swords will never lie. I will see what kind of person you are by crossing our swords, says Hyagoro. Whatever, I just want a strong sparring partner. Odin is busy so I can't fight him. I heard that you're strong, so don't disappoint me, old man, says Buggy while grinning. I will do my best, says Hyagoro as he gets into a stance. Both of them get ready for a moment before rushing to each other. Hyagoro swings his katana with both hands diagonally from above. Buggy parries it with a sword and uses his other sword to attack from the side. Hyagoro jumps aside to evade the strike while swinging his sword back to Buggy, who dodges by falling to the ground. Then Buggy uses his hands as pedestals to send a kick with both of his legs to Hyagoro. It surprises Hyagoro, who can only use his hands to block the kick reflexively. He gets pushed back by Buggy's kick, but he is fine. He only gets some dirt on his hands because Buggy's shoes touch them. Hyagoro wants to move back to attack Buggy, but Buggy has made an attack first. He has rushed to Hyagoro's position and then slashes diagonally from below with his right sword. The experienced Hyagoro evades to the side and sends a horizontal slash using his sword. Buggy blocks it with his left sword's hilt and strikes with his right sword again. Hyagoro can only jump to the side again to evade Buggy's attack. He has been forced to dodge Buggy's attacks a few times so far. This young man is strong. He could block my attacks that used both of my hands just with one hand, and he used the other one to attack. When he couldn't use his hands, he used his legs too, so he is very adaptable to the situations. But I don't think that this is his full capability. He seems to hide a lot of his power, thinks Hyagoro. Young man, it seems you are holding back a lot in this fight. You can just use all your power, you know, says Hyagoro. Really? But you have been overwhelmed even when I don't use my full power. What will happen to you if I go all out? Asks Buggy. Well, I think I'll get defeated instantly, but it's fine. Let me see your full capability even if it's just for a moment, says Hyagoro while holding his sword tightly in front of him. Buggy thinks for a while before saying, fine. Just don't regret it. After saying that, Buggy spread his legs a little and holds his swords on his sides. He looks at Hyagoro with firm and sharp eyes as if he is looking at his prey. His gaze makes Hyagoro nervous a little and sweats trickle on his old face. Buggy suddenly appears in front of Hyagoro and the middle-aged man doesn't know when he moved at all. What he knows is that Buggy is in front of him right now, and Buggy appears to be very big in his eyes. Buggy looks very big and tall in Hyagoro's eyes as if he is a giant. He looks down on Hyagoro with intimidating eyes, pressuring the old man's mind. His swords are moving down to Hyagoro with very strong pressure, making the old man can't even lift his sword to block them. Buggy's twin kopis swords keep moving toward Hyagoro as if they'll cut him. But then they stop right in front of Hyagoro's face, just 1 millimeter away from the skin. With widened eyes, Hyagoro looks at the swords, and then he falls to his knees. In Hyagoro's eyes, the young man in front of him is very big and tall despite his normal stature. He has a domineering aura that makes others look weak. Hyagoro has met some people with such aura like Odin, but Buggy's aura is very different, and he can't describe it other than strong. "Are you all right, old man?" asks Buggy as he sheaths his swords and extends his hand at Hyagoro. His question makes Hyagoro comes to his sense again and says, I am fine. Thank you for your concern." Hyagoro takes Buggy's hand and stands up again. He also sheaths his sword because this fight is over now. Then he looks at Buggy seriously with an indescribable feeling. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" asks Buggy. "Is that really your full capability?" asks Hyagoro. "I have used my full power in that attack. But I can't say I've used everything I have," says Buggy. Buggy still has many other skills, techniques, and tricks that he can use. That last attack has really used all his power but not using all his abilities. He used all his physical and mental power to create that super strong attack. But Buggy still has his devil fruit abilities, his swords abilities, hidden weapons, martial arts, and even some battle tricks. That's why he said he has used his full power but hasn't used everything he has. Hyagoro smiles bitterly and says, "What a terrifying young man." "Then, it's over, right, old man?" asks Buggy. "Yes, it's very clear that you are very strong. As for your character, I can see that you hide a lot of things but I also feel that I can trust you," says Hyagoro. "That's good then. Make sure you tell that peeping old man about it," says Buggy as he walks away while waving his hand. Hyagoro is surprised and says, "It seems he knows you're here, Lord Usopp." "It seems so. I thought I'm good enough at hiding but it doesn't seem to be the case," says Usopp as he comes out from his hiding behind some bamboos. Chapter 240, New Swords Again. His battle with Hyagoro is quite exciting for Buggy. But he knows that Hyagoro hasn't used all his power too, just like him. Well, he didn't give the old man a chance to use it because he finished the battle fast. He should have been able to use advanced A.K.A because he teaches it to Luffy. Sigh, I should let him use it before so I can see it. Well, Odin can use it too, so I will see it when I spar with him, says Buggy on his way back to his ship. When he arrives on the beach, Buggy sees his crewmates have returned. They all still challenge the samurais for duels every day. The executives also still do it because the red scabbards also want to fight them. Everything goes well so far without any difficult problems. Now, they just need to focus on getting stronger even just for a little before the final war. They don't know how strong the Beast's pirates' main force is, so they need to get as strong as possible. The next day, Buggy finally can fight with Odin because the interrogation has been finished. The Onue Bansha's ninja's lips are quite tight but not so tight. Well, nothing can be expected from people who don't have loyalties and switched sides easily in the face of benefit. Buggy and Odin choose a beach as their battle location. Unsurprisingly, many people come to watch their battle. Everyone knows it will be a high-caliber battle, so they want to see it because it might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Among the audiences, there are Hyagoro and Usopp. The two of them have talked after Buggy's battle against Hyagoro. They have concluded that they can trust Buggy but they still want to see his full capability, so they come here. The 9 red scabbards are also present, but one of them looks strange. Kanjuro looks very tired and he even dazes off sometimes. The others often ask about it but he just says that he gets tired because he has been training harder lately. They believe it even though Kanjuro is lying to them. He himself doesn't really know why he has become very tired lately and often lost concentration. The only thing that he can think of is the problem with Orokai, that's why he can never say it to anyone. But Buggy and his executives know why Kanjuro becomes like that. It's because of his battles with Brook in the last few days. Brook can use his soul power to damage someone's soul. A damaged soul can make someone get tired easily and lost focus very often. But it's just a side effect of the real effect that a damaged soul caused. The real effect is obviously death because a damaged soul reduces someone's lifespan. Basically, Brook can reduce someone's lifespan just like Big Mom. But he can't take their lifespan and use it like her. However, his power can hurt them and even make them ill. Being tired and losing focus are just the first side effects. Kanjuro can be gravely ill if his soul keeps getting damaged by Brook. Big Mom's power gives its victim instant damage, but Brook's power gives its victim long suffering. Brook needs to do it slowly on Kanjuro though, so it won't cause any suspicion. The problem with Orokai that Dion created has helped them hide the fact from Kanjuro. It seems working because now Kanjuro still hasn't realized it. This won't last long, so I will ask Dion to do something to solve this, thinks Buggy. Buggy sets aside the problem about Kanjuro and focuses on his incoming battle with Odin. They won't use dummy weapons or even their real weapons for this battle. Buggy has proposed to use something that no one will ever think of, long grasses. You sure have an interesting idea, Buggy-jiro, says Odin while holding a long and rather wide grass that is shaped like a two-bladed sword. The grass that Odin holds can't even stand straight and always fall to the side. The only thing that can be used to make the grass firm is a haki. So they need to keep using their a haki if they want the grass to become a sword. But there is another problem, the grass isn't as sharp as their swords. So now the sharpness of their grass swords will depend on their swordsmanship level. Then to make their attacks more lethal, they need to use advanced a haki. So this battle will really test their swordsmanship and a haki. This is the best method that Buggy can think of to spar against a strong swordsman like Odin. Surely, it will put him at a big disadvantage because he isn't a pure swordsman like Odin. But Buggy does this because he wants to improve his swordsmanship and a haki. To hurt Kaido's tough dragon body, he will need these two things. With strong swordsmanship and advanced a haki, he will be able to cut those super tough dragon scales. Buggy and Odin pick the grasses that they will use in this battle. Of course, Buggy's grasses are short because he uses short swords while Odin's grasses are long like his twin katanas. Buggy just takes random grasses while Odin is very picky with his swords. Come on, just choose two of them. They are all the same, says Buggy. CK, that's where you are wrong, Buggy-jiro. A sword's quality is very important, so you can't just pick any, says Odin very seriously. Oi, they are just grasses, not famed swords, says Buggy with a sweat drop. It's the same. Sharper and stronger grasses will be better as weapons. Grasses also have different qualities, says Odin while checking the grasses. Really now? You suddenly become a grass master even though you only ever stepped on them? Asks Buggy with an annoyed tone. How rude, I've been growing grasses in my garden, says Odin. Master Odin, that is young lady Hiri's garden, and it's our garden who take care of everything including the grasses, says Kawamatsu honestly. But that's in my land, so it's still my garden, right? Asks Odin. Maybe, but it is not you who take care of it, says Nekomamushi. Odin can't say anything now and he just laughs to hide his embarrassment. Even so, he still takes his time to pick the grasses that he thinks to be the best. Buggy needs to wait for some minutes before Odin finally picks a pair of grasses. I don't see anything special about them, says Buggy. Hehe, that means your eyes are still not good enough to see the quality of swords. You are still too green, Buggy-jiro. I think Red Taro can tell the difference and see their qualities, says Odin to tease Buggy. He sure will. Idiots are similar, after all. They also think the same, says Buggy, undisturbed. Odin has a strange expression seeing Buggy doesn't get affected by it. If it's the original Buggy, he will get disturbed by being compared with Shanks. But the current Buggy never thinks too much about it. He just needs to act a little like the original Buggy sometimes. It will make him look like he has changed a lot through these years, but he still has some of his old personality. The original's personality will also make those who know Buggy feel more at ease about him. Anyway, after they choose their grass swords, Buggy and Odin test their grass swords. They make the grasses straight before infusing them with A.K.A, making them hard and firm. They play around with their new swords a little to get used to them. Then at the same time, Buggy and Odin swing their swords vertically from above toward the water. Each of them makes a pair of vertical flying slash attacks, so there are 4 of them. The 4 flying slash attacks cut through the sand and the water. Big and wide cuts appear on the sand, and the cuts in the water are wide, long, and deep too, that the water needs time to fill the gaps. Their strikes don't look like they were made by grasses, but real swords, making the audience dumbfounded. Buggy grins and says, "Perfect. Now, let's get to the main event." Chapter 241, Buggy vs Odin. Before we start, I want to express my surprise at the new Yonko names that get announced in Manga Chapter 1053. It is late, but wow, I can't believe Oda makes Buggy an emperor before me. He got me, LMFAO. As I thought, my man Buggy is truly the best. The final enemy in One Piece isn't Shanks, Teach, Marine, World Government, or whoever it is. My man Buggy is the final enemy before Luffy can be the Pirate King. Now we just need to wait for God Usopp to beat the crap out of Teach and take over Blackbeard's position as an emperor. Then when Condoriano becomes the fleet admiral, it will be perfect. Well, let's stop this. I don't want to be a prick by giving too much spoiler to you guys. Underscore 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 un. The preparations have been finished, and now both Buggy and Odin have held their grass swords. They make a distance between them and get ready to fight. The referee is Yasui, and he starts the match immediately. Both men rush at each other at high speed and they clash in the middle. As their haki-coated grass swords clash, a rumbling sound and lightning-like effect appear between them. It's the clash of sea haki that also creates a shockwave that pushes everything away. The audiences need to cover and defend themselves, especially the weaker ones. Only a few are fine and don't need to even take a step back. That's just how strong these two sea haki users' clash is. After staying in their positions for a while, Buggy and Odin finally move again. They start to clash with their swords like how swordsmen should be. Each of their swords clashes is strong enough to create a loud clashing sound and a weak shockwave. They are also just using grasses that are coated with a haki. But the sound of their clashes is just like what gets produced when normal swords clash. The metal hitting metal sound spreads all over the beach and makes everyone mesmerized. All of them can tell how high this level of battle is just by the sound and vibration that they feel. Most of the samurais have never seen this level of battle before, while the clowns have seen it a few times when Buggy found strong opponents. Still, everyone looks at the battle with reference and they all hope one day they will reach that level. They know it won't be easy, especially for those who don't have monstrous talents like the two fighters, the clowns executives, or red scabbards. But they still want to dream it. Buggy and Odin just keep clashing purely with their swordsmanship. Buggy's swords are faster and more agile, while Odin's swords are stronger and heavier. They have different styles, but they are quite equal right now. In the end, experience really matters, and it is the one that causes the equality to break. Odin starts to push Buggy back because he has a lot more experience in sword fighting. The way Odin moves show that his swordsmanship is more refined than Buggy. But Buggy is not Buggy if he gets defeated just by this. He suddenly detached his body at his ankle and flies to Odin's back from the left. It takes Odin by surprise as Buggy strikes horizontally with his sword. Odin can block it with his sword even though he gets pushed because he can't use more power to block. But Odin doesn't have time to think about it because Buggy flies to him at high speed with swords ready on his sides. Buggy attacks Odin with more speed and at more angles. He can fly everywhere around Odin as long as his feet are near. But he also needs to be careful so that Odin won't attack his feet because Odin knows how his ability works. Odin gets a little overwhelmed as Buggy keeps attacking him from everywhere. Front, sides, back, above, and even below. There's no position that Buggy hasn't used in his attacks on Odin. Buggy is pinching Odin and Odin knows he needs to get out of this situation fast. So Odin puts his swords on his left and spins his body to the right. His move creates a small sharp tornado that reminds Buggy of Zoro's Dragon Twister. "Hat, what an interesting coincidence," says Buggy as he backs away. Odin finally frees himself from Buggy's attacks and can take a long breath. He grins excitedly because Buggy is far stronger than he thought. So he decides to just go all out in this sparring because he knows Buggy can take it now. Buggy sees the change in Odin's eyes and he knows why. Then a red light flashes in Buggy's eyes as he sees a glimpse of the future. It makes him grin excitedly and he prepares himself for the next clash. As Odin rushes to him, Buggy also rushes to the samurai. Odin swings both of his haki-coated grass swords horizontally from his right side. Buggy sees them coming and he swings his haki-coated short swords from above. The audiences have expected a big clash like the first one. But what happened next is levels ahead of what they thought. The clash is far more powerful and creates more effects. Furthermore, the two swords aren't touching each other at all. Both Buggy and Odin grin in this powerful clash that destroys the grounds around them. They are using advanced A.K.A. in this clash and create powerful effects. It is very similar to how Roger and Whitebeard clashed in the past. Just like Odin, Buggy has been able to use this level of advanced A.K.A. A few months ago, he just could emit his A.K.A. outside. But through the wars with beasts, pirates and some more forces, he can finally use its next level, destroying from inside out. However, Buggy still can't code it with C-Haki to make it stronger. Even so, his advanced A-Haki is powerful enough to match Odin's power. But Buggy knows he needs to improve it if he wants to cut Kaido's body. The deep scar that Kaido has after his fight with Odin is caused by advanced A-Haki coated with C-Haki. Without C-Haki coating, the injury will be shallow, just like the ones caused by the red scabbards on Onigashima's rooftop. That's why Buggy wants to fight Odin because he wants to awaken it. The fight against Odin might trigger the thing that he needs to level up his C-Haki. Haki gets stronger in the battle against stronger people, after all, so his battle with Odin will make his Haki grows. "You've really grown beyond expectation, Buggy-jiro," says Odin while grinning as he jumps back together with Buggy. Buggy also grins and says, "No need to lie. No one expected anything from me. It's always Shanks who have all your expectations." "That's not true, you know. At the very least, we knew you could get far stronger if you were more serious at that time. You've just liked to fool around unlike Red Taro who was more serious to be stronger. Even so, you could chase his progress and not fall far behind him. That shows how incredible your talent is. But your behavior made everyone lose their hope for you," says Odin. "Is that so?" asks Buggy with a surprised expression. He is genuinely surprised because he never knew this. Now he knows why Gaban and Rayleigh weren't surprised at his strength, but at his change of personality. They've expected him to be this strong if he just becomes more serious. Unknown to him, tears flow from his eyes because he never had people who believe in his potential. It's not only as Buggy but also as Bob in his past life. No one ever expected him to do great things, so it makes him truly happy. Everyone is taken aback by seeing Buggy cry, especially his crewmates. Buggy has only cried once before, after they burnt their old ship, the Little Hunter. He will only cry if he is very emotional, so the clowns know that he is very happy now. It really reminds me that Captain is also a human," says Cricket. "Haha, his inhumane strength always makes us forget about that," says Palu. "Really? He always looks like a human to me, says Magnus confusedly. That's not what we meant, you damn giant, says Cricket with a sweat drop. Magnus still doesn't understand it, but no one wants to bother explaining it to him. They just want to watch the match again because Buggy has regained his composure. The match starts again with both fighters using all they have. It lasts for a full day until they stop because they are tired. They've constantly used their haki for a full day, so it really tires them out. No one wins this spar, but they really enjoy it. Chapter 242, Disease. After dueling with grasses as swords, Odin keeps asking Buggy to duel again every day. Buggy welcomes it because he can train with a very strong swordsman every day. He can train his swordsmanship and haki at the same time through the duels with Odin. He also uses his devil fruit abilities but not excessively. Buggy just uses his devil fruit as support in his duels with Odin and trains it alone when he's not in a duel. Still, he gets some ideas of his devil fruit abilities usage in his duels, so the duels are very helpful. Everyone else is also dueling on their own after they see Buggy's duel against Odin. They are very motivated to have duels so that they can get stronger. The samurais have understood that the clowns taunted them to make them fight seriously so that they can get stronger for the war. Kanjuro also has realized it, but it's too late already. His relationship with Orokai has become very bad now with Dion's interference. Orokai's trust in him is very low now and Kanjuro can't do anything about it. Dion has manipulated all their interactions in these few days. The clowns also use this chance to reduce the enemy's force. Buggy ordered Dion to make Orokai send Zanue Bancho's ninjas daily to investigate, but then the clowns will capture them. It will reduce the enemy's number a little, but of course, it will raise suspicion. However, they have a perfect scapegoat, Kanjuro. They kept making it so that Kanjuro would be suspected to be the one who revealed the ninjas' locations. The clowns have purposely set up something in one of these days so that Kanjuro would be the one who discovered them. Then everyone around him attacked the ninjas, but the clowns purposely let 2 people leave. The escaped ninjas then told Orokai that Kanjuro was the one who revealed their locations. It made Orokai's trust in Kanjuro plummet and his suspicion disappeared. Now, Orokai never sends any message to Kanjuro and orders all Kanjuro's messages to be destroyed. All of this makes the clowns very happy because their opponents are actually fools. If they think about it more carefully, they will realize that they are being manipulated. But they are too arrogant to even think that there are spies among them. The matter of Orokai's relationship with Kanjuro has been settled. But Buggy still has a plan for Kanjuro through Brook's help. Brook still duels with Kanjuro every day because Kanjuro keeps asking him for duels. The guy doesn't have another choice because the other red scabbards and even Odin say they all will keep sparring with the clowns to raise their strength. Orokai might have abandoned him, but he still needs to act or he will get killed if they know he is a Kurozumi. Buggy used that to his advantage and ordered Brook to keep damaging Kanjuro's soul. The damage to his soul weakens Kanjuro a lot and it keeps accumulating. Then after dueling for more than a week, Kanjuro finally reaches his limit. He doesn't die yet, though, just becomes very ill as the side effect of getting his soul damaged. But no one suspect Brook and the clowns at all because Kanjuro's illness symptoms are very normal actually. I don't know why he is suffering this much, it is just a fever, and it's not even a very high fever. I'm sorry, but I am very confused right now. This is something that I've never seen nor learned. I'm sorry for my incompetence, says a doctor from Ueno after he examined Kanjuro. Kanjuro lays on the futon while breathing hard because of his fever. He is still conscious but he can't even do anything because he is very weak right now. Even you, the best doctor in Kuri, can't do anything about it. Asks Kin Eamon rather angrily. Enough, Kin Eamon. This is not his fault. Even he has things that he doesn't know. This is why opening our border is very important. There will be many benefits including knowledge, says Odin. Knowledge from outside, hey? Can't we ask the pirate doctor to check Kanjuro's condition? Asks Inuarashi. That's right, he must have a vast knowledge of disease from all over the world, says Kiku. Alright, Reizo, you go to their ship and tell Buggyjiro that we need his doctor's help. I'm sure he will gladly help us, says Odin. Yes, replies Reizo before he leaves. Reizo goes to the clown's ship on the beach as fast as he can. As a ninja, he is very fast with his running even with his big head. He arrives on the beach in a short time and immediately goes to the clown's ship. Oh, isn't this Reizo the ninja? Are you here to challenge someone? Asks Buggy as if he doesn't know anything. No, it's not like that, Buggy Dono. I am here to ask for your crew's doctor's help, says Reizo. Manba? Why do you need him? Asks Buggy. Reizo explains the situation with Kanjuro and Buggy has a fake concerned expression. Obviously, he knows what happened to Kanjuro because he is the one who planned it. But he can't show it so he fakes his expression. After Reizo finished his explanation, Buggy calls Manba and tells him to go with Reizo. He asks for the reason fakingly too because he also has known it. Buggy goes with the act by saying that Kanjuro is ill and needs his help. Manba nods and then takes his tools before he leaves with Reizo. After the two leave, Buggy smirks and almost laughs, but he holds it. He hasn't won yet, so he can't laugh now, but he still giggles, followed by the crew. Some time later, Manba and Reizo arrive at Red Scabbard's place. They go to Kanjuro's room immediately to check on him. The others move aside to let Manba examines Kanjuro's condition. Manba frowns and says, "What kind of disease is this? Do you not recognize it, Manba-chan?" Asks Odin. I don't, but maybe it is written in one of my books on the ship. But going through them will take time and we don't know what will happen to him in the meantime, says Manba. Odin and the Red Scabbards bite their lips, but then Manba gives them a solution. I have a solution, although this won't solve it but it will help us in the meantime, says Manba. We're listening, says Denjiro. He is a devil fruit user, right? Then we need to stop his ability in the meantime. Devil fruit ability is good but it also absorbs its user energy constantly. It will be fine if he is healthy, but with his current condition, his ability will be a burden to him. We need to put sea stone on him to stop his devil fruit from working temporarily, says Buggy. Is that true? Asks Odin. It is, I've done it to our devil fruit users a few times and it worked. Sure, it will weaken the users, but that will also help them save their energy while they are already weakened by their disease, says Manba. Surprisingly, Manba says the truth because he really has done it on Jude when she was sick, and it worked. I don't have any sea stone with me, so can I leave it to you? Asks Manba. Yes, we have many sea stone here, says Kiku. Alright, I will go back to the ship and find out what kind of disease this is. I will return as fast as possible, so please take care of him. Ah, please change his clothes too. It is very wet with sweats, so it will make him feel colder, says Manba before he leaves. After Manba leaves, Kiku also leaves to take a sea stone handcuff. This is the easiest to get, so he just takes it along with its key. He then puts it on Kanjuro's left hand. Kanjuro wants to resist because he won't be able to use his devil fruit ability if he touches sea stone. But he is very weak now and can't resist at all. So the sea stone handcuff finally gets installed on his left hand. The Red Scabbards then start to strip Kanjuro's clothes to change them. He wants to resist again but he fails. As Kanjuro's clothes are stripped off, the Red Scabbard suddenly paused. Then Manba, who has just left, gets surprised when the building suddenly gets exploded. He is genuinely surprised and asks, "What happened?" Chapter 243, Discovered. Manba runs back to the destroyed building to find Odin's group. But then he stops when he sees the enraged Odin and the shocked Red Scabbards who surrounded Kanjuro. Manba sees the center of destruction is below Odin and Odin's right fist is rather bruised. So he was the one who destroyed the building. I guess he punched the floor with a very strong force and it causes a very strong impact that destroyed the whole building. It doesn't seem like their minds are occupied, so I can't talk to them now. I will prioritize saving the ones who get buried in the rubble for now, thinks Manhwa. Manhwa immediately uses his O-Haki to find the victims. Then he moves fast to save them while pointing their locations to some people who have just come after hearing the explosion. They want to ask what happened, but Manhwa shut them off by telling them to save the victims first. While Manhwa and the people save the victims, Odin and the Red Scabbards are still looking at Kanjuro with disbelief and anger. What they saw when they stripped Kanjuro's clothes was Kurozumai's clan mark on his back. What's the meaning of this, Kanjuro? Explain yourself, says Odin with a calm angry voice. Kanjuro stays silent because he is very ill now, but then Odin says, don't be quiet. Manhwa-chan has injected medicine into you so that you'll gain some strength. Also, I know you are awake now. He is silent for a moment, but then Kanjuro starts to laugh, kakik, so I've been found out. Well, there's no use to hide it again because nothing will change. Orokai-sama has abandoned me and I know my life won't last long. Kanjuro doesn't have any intention to resist nor hide his identity from them. He thinks that Orokai has abandoned him after everything that happened without knowing that it is all being manipulated by the clowns. Odin grabs Kanjuro's collar and then pulls him closer before asking him to explain everything. Without resistance, Kanjuro explains everything from his identity to Orokai's group's deeds. He even tells Odin everything that Odin and his men haven't known yet. Anger boils inside Odin's and Red Scabbard's hearts. They've been with Kanjuro for years and trust him so much. No one ever thought that he is Orokai's spy and a Kurozumi at that. He is someone from the same clan as Orokai. As Kanjuro keeps talking, Odin's anger also keeps adding up. It gets to the point where his anger becomes uncontrollable. He unsheathes one of his swords, Inma, and wants to execute Kanjuro right now. Odin swings his sword toward Kanjuro's neck, but then a hand grabs his wrist, stopping him. He doesn't look back at all and keeps staring at Kanjuro with angry eyes. He also keeps trying to move his hand, but it doesn't budge. I know you want to kill him, but keeping him alive for now is more useful, says Buggy, the one who holds Odin's wrist. Odin still doesn't listen, so Buggy sighs and detached his other hand. The detached hand moved downward and then shot up to punch Odin's jaw. It is very strong that Odin flings up quite high before he falls and crashes. The 8 of you, what are you staying still for? Hurry up and capture him. He is a valuable source of information, says Buggy to the Red Scabbards. The Red Scabbards come to their sense and capture Kanjuro immediately. They want to beat him up too, but they know Buggy is right. So they just capture him and secure him, preventing him from running away. Buggy leaves them and goes to where Odin fell after he punched him. Odin seems to have come to his sense even though he is still very angry. He just sits there while looking at Kanjuro with very angry eyes. Thanks, Buggy-jiro, I was losing control of myself, says Odin. Don't worry, I know that you are very angry, after all. Sorry for eavesdropping just now, says Buggy. No, it's okay. You will know it sooner or later, so it doesn't matter, says Odin. Master Odin, we've secured Kanjuro, reports Denjiro. Good, put him in the dungeon for now. Send people to tell Lord Yasui and Old Man Hyagoro about this. Tell my family too, says Odin. Understood, says Denjiro before he leaves. Manhwa then comes and calls Buggy, Captain. I'm glad that you're here. Can you call my team? I've saved the ones who get buried in the rubble, but we are short on personnel and tools to treat them. So I need my team to come and bring our tools. Buggy nods and takes his Denden Mushi to call Palu on the ship. He also asks Palu to come and help to rebuild the destroyed building. As for the ship, Buggy calls Enel to guard it, replacing Palu who has other work. Odin, leave this place to me. You have another thing to do, right? Asks Buggy. All right, thanks Buggy-jiro, says Odin before he leaves. Buggy then starts to take care of the situation and gives orders to his crew and samurais there. He can manage the situation and put everything in order fast. Then after Manba's and Palu's teams come, everything becomes more arranged. Odin goes to meet Yasui, Hyogoro, his family, and some higher UPS. He needs to tell them about Kanjuro and discuss their next step. This is a very serious matter, after all, so they need to take care of it carefully. Meanwhile, the one who causes all of this to happen is grinning in his heart. Buggy doesn't show it on his face, but he is very happy right now because his plan has succeeded. He and his crew have worked hard to make this happen and they've done it now. With Kanjuro's problem solved, their chance of winning this war has risen exponentially. The enemy's biggest source of information about their group has gone. Now they have more freedom to do everything. Also, Buggy finally can get rid of that super annoying bastard. He still remembers how pissed he was in his past life when Kanjuro's real identity got revealed. There's nothing he wanted than ripping Kanjuro's face at that time. Something that Buggy hates the most is traitor. He has a very bitter experience with a traitor in his past life, after all. Well, the correct word is cheater, not traitor, but it's still correct in a sense because it was about his ex-girlfriend who cheated on him with his ex-best friend. He was actually quite afraid of getting in a love relationship with someone. That's why even though he knew Belmere is a good person in the series, he still took his time to know her while he did his bounty hunter job. Only after he was sure that she really is a good person that he asked her to date him. He doesn't want to experience the same traumatic thing as in his past life. It's better to be overly cautious rather than regretting everything. That cautiousness also affects other things in Buggy's life. His cautiousness is the reason why he always collects information before doing things. It's the reason for most of his success so far. After all, information is very important. But just because he is super cautious, it doesn't mean he can't trust people. He trusts his crewmates and some other people that he knows. Of course, it includes Belmere. There's no way he doesn't trust his girlfriend. My cautious mind has saved me many times. It's because I'm cautious that I always strive to get stronger too. If I'm not strong enough, I will be dead in this world of the strong, thinks Buggy. While Buggy thinks about all of that, suddenly Reizo comes and calls him. The ninja tells him that his presence is required by Odin. He just nods and leaves the ruins because everything is in order already. As he walks, Buggy mumbles, "Now, the real plan can proceed." Chapter 244, Preparation. Buggy goes to meet Odin and the other higher UPS in Odin's house. They all have grave expressions when he arrives there. So Buggy doesn't say anything and just sits on an empty chair that an attendant points at. After a moment of silence, Odin finally speaks, "Buggy-jiro, I'm sure you've known what has happened, so I won't explain it. We've also talked about the matter with Kanjuro just now, so it's not a problem anymore. The problem is what will we do from now on? Our enemies must have known our strategy from Kanjuro. They must have been prepared for it too. Yasui adds, it will put us at a big disadvantage in this war." Everyone except Buggy has a grave expression, but Buggy is very calm. Then suddenly he grins and laughs, surprising the others. They all are confused why Buggy suddenly laughs when they are worrying. "What's wrong, Buggy-jiro?" asks Odin. "Nothing, I just think that you are thinking too much about this. Our enemies know what we'll do? Doesn't matter. It will just mean that they all will come to us at the same time. That means we can swoop them all in one go," says Buggy. "You say it as if it's an easy thing to do," says Hyogoro. "What's so difficult about that?" asks Buggy. "Well, the enemies know our strategy, so they can counter it perfectly," says Hyogoro. "Then let me ask you, what is our strategy?" asks Buggy. "Hey? That's," says Hyogoro before he realizes something. Everyone also realizes it, they haven't made a clear strategy. What they've talked about was just that they'll attack Onigashima through the water using ships 7 days later. They haven't talked exactly how they will attack, the route, and other details. You are worrying too much. The enemies don't know what we'll exactly do. They just know when we'll attack them and maybe our number. It won't affect much because we also know their number. Besides, if they know our plan, then we just need to change it, says Buggy. I guess you're right. We still have some days left and we can always change the date if we want. But we also need to be careful because they might just attack us before the date that we planned, says Yasui. If that's what you're worried about, then we can gather in one place. The best place that I can think of is the beach. It is very wide so we can build a big camp for everyone. We are also building and repairing our ships there, so we can protect them from the enemies because they are crucial for our plan, says Buggy. Just like what Buggy says, they are currently building and repairing some ships on the beach. These ships will be used as transportation to Onigashima. Palu and his team are working with local shipwrights right now. Everyone in the room thinks about it and it seems to be the best plan. They need to protect their people and ships, so the best way is by gathering at the same place. It will make them stronger in case the enemies attack them. So they all agree and they do it immediately because they are worried about their people's safety. No one knows what the Beasts Pirates and Orikai's group will do. So it's better to do things as fast as they can while the enemies are still unaware of it. Buggy orders his men to help with the plan by building the camp. Palu and the others who are rebuilding the Red Scabbard's place complain. But there's nothing that Buggy can do because it has just been decided. The people of Kuri also help with the plan and it makes things progress faster. The clowns also move fast in building the camp. They've done it a few times when they were on uninhabited islands and needed to make camps. All the moving processes finish in just a day with everyone's cooperation. The town of Kuri has been emptied and become a deserted town now. Nothing but empty buildings remain there as even pets and livestock are taken to the camp. After moving to the camp on the beach, the higher UPS gather again. They discuss the strategy that they'll use in the main war. The Wano people are thinking hard about what to do while the clowns' executives are very relaxed. Again, you guys need to relax more, says Buggy. No, we aren't tense. You guys are the ones who are too relaxed, says Hyagoro. Well, it's because we've made strategy, says Cricket. Silence happens in the room before the Wano people shout, why don't you tell us then? At the same time. You never ask us, says Enel. The Wano people are speechless because of that statement. They surely haven't asked anything to the clowns. It's not only them who are fighting in this war, after all. So, what's your plan? Can you share it with us? Asks Odin. Della, show it to them, orders Buggy. Della nods and then she takes a big roll of paper. She spreads it on the big round table and everyone looks at it. It's a map of Wano with almost all of its details. Jude was the one who made it based on the map they purchased and other information from Dion. They aren't the only ones who gather information about their enemies, we are doing it too. I've sent some men to Flower Capital to search for information. Although they can't get everything, they can get some important situations. We've planned our strategy based on their finding, says Buggy. The Wano people are very surprised that Buggy has sent his men to Flower Capital. They've even succeeded to gather important information in these few days. It is something that they've also tried a few times but they never succeeded. Orikai always found the men they sent for infiltration. It made them very confused at first, but now they know why. Everything was because of Kanjuro who sent information to Orikai, that's why they kept failing. But now with Kanjuro being found, they will be able to move more freely. Their movements also won't get found by the enemies so their winning chance will increase. Just by finding out a spy, many things change on their side. Back with the discussion, everyone is still looking at the map. Buggy then stands up and approaches the map. He gathers everyone's attention and then explains the plan to them without any worry because he has investigated all of them, they all are safe. They talk about the plan that the clowns have built. Most of the Wano people are very surprised at the clown's brilliant strategy. No one expects pirates like them to be this smart at creating a strategy. It is just a simple strategy, but sometimes simple is the best. Everyone agrees with the strategy that the clowns made. They only made some changes, but there are no major changes, just some adjustments. The general plan is still the same because everyone thinks it's good enough. Then for the next few days, everyone prepares themselves. They train more seriously and prepare their weapons too. The shipbuildings are also being hastened, but they still maintain the ship's qualities. Everything went well for the next few days. Some attacks happen, but they can handle those easily. Then the planned date finally comes. It's time for the war against Beasts Pirates and Kurozumi family. Chapter 245, Start the War. The day for the final war against Beasts Pirates and Orikai's group finally arrives. The clowns and samurais who will attack Onigashima have prepared everything they need. They've done what they could in these last days and they move in the morning when they still have a lot of energy. Now they are ready and they get aboard the ships that have been prepared. Palu, his team, and Wano's shipwrights have prepared these ships. These ships now can handle Wano's violent water. But among these ships, only the clown's ship has strong weapons. The others just have some cannons as their weapons. Well, even if they have strong weapons, the samurais who aren't skilled in naval battle won't be able to use them well. These samurais are land fighters, unlike the pirates who have fought on the sea many times. They almost never use long-ranged weapons including cannons. So giving them strong cannons will be dangerous. It's like giving knives to kids. After all the attackers get on their ships, they all set sail. The Black Pearl leads the fleet and the other ships followed behind. All the ships are helmed by the pirates. Buggy has assigned his men to helm the ships because none of the samurais can do it well enough. But even the most unskilled pirate can helm a ship, so it's better for them to do it. The ships move to Onigashima in a V formation with Black Pearl in the front. It's still morning and the weather is good. Even so, the sea is not calm at all and the waves are still big. The previous day, the sea is calm, unlike today. It's like the sea knows that a big storm will appear in Wano today. But the group can't cancel their plan just because of this. Besides, this kind of thing is an everyday occurrence for the clowns, nothing to be worried about. As they sail through the violent sea, Bastia, who scouts their route, gives a signal. He has sharp eyesight because of his Owlzo and Devil Fruit. So he can see a very far location clearly, and now he sees some Beasts Pirates ships some km in front of them. The samurais are panicking a little, but the clowns are grinning from ear to ear. Naval battle is something that they enjoy, more than direct battle on land. It's because naval battle makes them feel more like pirates, like sailors. Besides, they have some deadly weapons for a naval battle. Seeing their weapons in action always makes them excited. Now, it's time to use their weapons and show them off to their allies and enemies. Buggy grins and orders, "Take out the main railgun." Ruff, who hears it, also grins excitedly before he goes to the inner cabin. Then a big door opens on the Black Pearl's front deck. A big square metal box comes out of the door, surprising all the samurais, including Odin, who joins the clowns on Black Pearl. "Buggy-jiro, what is that thing?" asks Odin. "An amazing thing," says Buggy without explaining any further. Odin knows Buggy won't say anything else, so he just looks at the big box. Then he gets surprised when he sees the box transforms. Two long barrels come out of the box's front and a chair with handles comes out of its back. "Enel, you do it. Let's open it with a bang," orders Buggy. "Aye," replies Enel while grinning widely. Enel hands over the ship's steering wheel to his teammate. Then he goes to the railgun and sits on its control chair. Ruff sets the railgun mechanisms and changes them to match Enel's ability. Enel's power has grown a lot since he joined the crew. Now he might be as strong as when he wants to destroy Skypiea in the series 18 years later. So he can destroy an island if he is prepared. But he still can't defeat Buggy, Cricket, Palu, or even Mantis. The three men are just abnormal while Mantis seems to have an unknown power that can always defeat Enel. It's just like how Nami can defeat every man in the Straw Hat even though she is weaker than them. Well, it doesn't matter because Enel also never makes big trouble now. He has become fond of the crew and becomes a real part of them. Now, he won't do what he does in the series because it's not interesting for him anymore. Enel then charges the railgun with his power to the limit. This railgun has been developed by Ruff and it can handle Enel's strong lightning power. His power is stronger than the electric generator that the ship has. The railgun glows and electric currents appear between the barrels as Enel charges it with his full power. Odin and the samurais watch in amazement because they can feel the power of the lightning on the railgun. Enel's lightning power has been enhanced by the railgun. He can make up to 200 million volts but the power can still be enhanced. The voltage doesn't increase, but the damage that it causes can, and that's what the railgun does. After Enel charged it for a moment, the railgun is ready to be fired. But Enel isn't good at aiming, so he needs help. The clown's best sniper, Dini, helps Enel aims at their target. Then after they're ready, Enel shoots the railgun. Swish dot. There's no loud sound when he shoots and they don't even use cannonball. It's just a pure lightning energy ball shot that doesn't look that flashy. But the lightning ball travels at a very high speed across the sea. As the lightning ball moves, the sea water parts, and the waves are destroyed. The enemy ships that are located 6 kilometers in front of them can only see bluish light getting close to them at high speed. Then before they know it, they have been hit by the lightning ball. As the 200 million volts lightning ball hits the ship in the middle, it destroys the ship instantly. But then the ball breaks and creates many big lightning bolts. They spread everywhere, hitting the other ships in the group. Even the spreading lightning bolts are still very strong. They can break the ships into pieces almost instantly. In an instant, all the Beast's pirates' ships that block their way are destroyed, no one survives. The samurais can only watch in shock when they see the power of that strike. Now they can understand why the clowns didn't give them strong weapons on their ships. It's because they don't need to do anything, so the weapons will be useless. Alright, let's continue, says Buggy, making everyone wakes up from their trances. Odin and the samurais want to ask, but they keep silent because they know the clowns won't tell them. Such a weapon is surely a very secretive thing and won't be shared easily with others, even their allies. So they just continue their way to Onigashima with the group having more confidence. With such a powerful weapon, they don't need to worry about anything. Their winning chance has increased a lot just by having such a weapon. But it's too fast for them to get relieved because their enemies are not weak. The Beast's pirates also surely have some powerful weapons. And their most powerful weapon is no other than their captain, Kaido. Out of everyone's expectations, Kaido in his dragon form suddenly appears in front of them. He has waited for them and just now, he watched as his fleet get destroyed instantly. So he decides to take the matter into his own hands and come here by flying. Buggy looks at the gigantic azure dragon and comments, "Oi oi oi. Isn't this too fast for the final boss to appear? Really, a strategy will be useless against this kind of thing." Chapter 246, Kaido. Everyone on the ships watches as the gigantic azure dragon flies in the sky. Almost everyone gulps their saliva as they see the sheer size of Kaido's dragon form. He is simply the biggest creature that they've ever seen. "So you've come, Kaido," says Odin angrily. "Kojiki Odin, you've finally decided to wage war against me. You even teamed up with the brats who have caused a lot of trouble to me," says Kaido as he looks at Buggy. "Hey, he talks about us," says Buggy as he looks at his crew. "We know, Captain. You don't need to tell us about it, you know," says Cricket. "Kaido, you and Orokai have gone too far. So I've thought that it's enough and decided to end this all," says Odin. "Worororo, you've just thought it now? Don't you think that it's too late already?" asks Kaido. Better to be late than not doing anything, right? Besides, he isn't the only one who is late. You are also late, Kaido. A lot of your men have died in our hands and you also lost most of your territories, says Buggy while smirking. Humph, it just means that they are weak. I can always find replacements. As for those territories, they aren't as valuable as this one. As long as I still have this one, then it won't be a problem, says Kaido. By this one, do you mean Wano? Asks Odin. What else? Asks Kaido back. Humph, Wano isn't yours. And even if it is, it won't be long before you lose it, says Odin. Then you can try to take it, says Kaido before his mouth glows. A bright energy ball forms in front of Kaido's dragon mouth. He is preparing a breath attack that will be used against the alliance. Everyone on the ships can feel its power and the samurais start to panic. The clowns are calmer, but they are still nervous as they see the energy ball. They can feel the power of that energy ball. It is the strongest attack that they've ever felt. Well, Kaido is the strongest enemy that they've ever faced. Buggy and Odin are unfazed though and they go to the front. They stand on Black Pearl's front railing side by side with their swords ready in their hands. The only way to handle that breath attack is by countering it and both of them know it. Whirl breath. Shoo. Kaido shoots the energy ball, creating a big and strong breath attack. Odin and Buggy place their swords between them at a low position. They fuse their swords with their haki and get ready to use their strongest attack. Buggy's swords even start to glow white and dark purple. He is activating Pollux and Castor's Devil Fruits abilities, the pressure and hard abilities. He also detaches his wrists to strengthen his swing and attack. Then Buggy and Odin swing their swords upward diagonally, to the outside positions. Their swing creates 4 massive flying slash attacks which then form into a double-lined cross. Its size is bigger than Kaido's breath, but no one knows the power behind it. The cross and breath beam move toward each other and finally clash in the middle. It creates a booming sound that can be heard from Kuri and Onigashima. The clash also creates a shockwave that pushes the seawater and the ships. Both attacks collide and Kaido's attack is getting pushed back. Buggy's and Odin's combined attack is stronger but it doesn't overwhelm Kaido's breath attack. It just pushes the breath attack before both attacks get destroyed at the same time. Worororo, so you can handle that. It seems this war won't be that boring, says Kaido. Kaido sounds happy, but Buggy and Odin are not. They've used their full power, but it can only push and destroy Kaido's breath attack. They thought that their attack will destroy the breath attack without getting destroyed. But it gets destroyed, meaning that their attack doesn't overwhelm Kaido's attack. Even worse, they are working together while Kaido is alone. Also, they don't know if Kaido has used his full power or not. He is far stronger than I thought, says Buggy. Yeah, and he is surely far stronger than 5 years ago, says Odin. Well, it is still within my prediction. But this will be very difficult. The current problem isn't his power, but the location. We are still on the sea and everyone is here. Our movement is limited on this ship while he can fly freely in the sky. If we fight in this situation, then he will be able to destroy our ships and sink us all, says Buggy. Odin is worried now so he asks, then what should we do? Do you have any idea? Yeah, and I need your help, says Buggy before he whispers his idea to Odin. Odin nods and agrees to Buggy's idea even though it's quite risky. But he agrees nonetheless because he can't think of a better one. A little danger isn't a problem as long as they can win this war. Enel! Shouts Buggy, making Enel looks at him. Plan G! Take us fly, orders Buggy while grinning. Enel also grins and nods, great, my favorite plan. Enel flashes between Buggy and Odin then the two of them grab onto his shoulder. They get ready as Enel's body turns into white bluish lightning. Buggy and Odin also have their body covered by lightning but it doesn't hurt them. Cricket, you know what to do, says Buggy while he gets clad in lightning. Don't worry, we've done this many times, says Cricket while smiling. Yeah, I leave it to you, partner, says Buggy while smirking. Just don't die, Captain, says Cricket while smirking too. Enough chit-chat, it's time. Here I go. Express delivery, shouts Enel before he disappears into a streak of lightning. Buggy and Odin also disappear along with Enel. What the others can see is just a white bluish lightning strike. But instead of going down like how lightning strikes usually are, it goes up toward Kaido. The lightning strikes Kaido's face and causes a big impact. Then, the three who disappeared before, appear on Kaido's face, in front of his eyes. Buggy taps Enel's shoulder and Enel nods before disappearing again. He returns to the ship. Now, only Buggy and Odin remain on Kaido's big dragon face. They look at Kaido and he looks back at them. The three just stay silent and stay still while looking at each other. Cricket uses this chance and orders the alliance to resume their way to Onigashima. They don't need to worry about Buggy and Odin and just need to worry about themselves. If Buggy and Odin can't handle Kaido, then no one in the alliance can, after all. Kaido knows the ships are moving, but he ignores them and just looks at the two on his face. Just like Buggy and Odin, Kaido also has his trusted men. So he doesn't need to worry about the others and just focus on these two. Worororo, now that you've gotten here, what will you do next? Asks Kaido. What is it, Buggy-jiro? Asks Odin. Buggy just smirks smugly before he says, I haven't thought that far. Kaido and Odin are dumbfounded, speechless at what Buggy says. They never thought of such an answer from someone who has the idea to get on Kaido's face. Kaido can't believe that Buggy is the man who led his crew to destroy many Beast's pirates units. Worororo, I have many years of experience and have met many people. Among them, there are irritating people like you, red-nosed brat. Do you want to know what happened to them? Asks Kaido with dark eyes. They live happily ever after. Asks Buggy while tilting his head. Kaido shows his angry expression and says, they were dead. Buggy blinks his eyes and says, well damn. Chapter 247, doesn't work. Buggy stands on Kaido's face and smirks as he says, our combined attack could only destroy your breath attack. It couldn't pass and hit you. But now we are here. I wonder what'll happen if we attack you directly. Why don't we find out? Asks Odin. No need, it will cut him for sure, says Buggy as he raises Pollux. Kaido's pupils contracted a bit because he knows it'll be bad if he gets hit by the sword. Previously, his attack and the two's attack destroy each other. But that's because it's a clash of energy. Attack vs attack, not attack vs defense like now. An attack that could destroy his dragon breath isn't weak. He will surely get damaged if that attack hit him directly. Kaido is confident with his dragon scale's toughness, but he isn't arrogant enough to ignore his sharp instinct. His instinct of danger warns him to avoid that attack and he does it. Kaido suddenly shakes his dragon head violently. Buggy and Odin who stands on it lose their balance and fall. But they succeed to catch Kaido's whiskers and they try to hold onto them. Buggy-jiro, this turned out to be a bad idea, shouts Odin as he holds onto the left whisker. It's too late to complain. You don't have any better idea anyway, shouts Buggy as he holds onto the right whisker. Both of them are getting swung around as Kaido keeps shaking his head while moving around. They try to attack and stop Kaido, but he realizes it. Then he suddenly transforms into his hybrid human-beast form. The whiskers that Buggy and Odin hold onto disappear. They are in the sky now, so without anything to hold onto, they fall. Kaido still can create his flame clouds in hybrid form so he can float in the air. He watches as Buggy and Odin helplessly fall into the violent sea and disappear. Kaido waits for a moment but Buggy and Odin don't reappear again. So he decides to leave them and goes back to Onigashima. They won't die just by this. But I don't want to waste my time waiting. I'll just watch how the war goes on Onigashima, says Kaido as he leaves in his full dragon form. Just like what Kaido says, Buggy and Oden are still alive. They don't come out soon because Oden needs to search for Buggy, who is drowning now. He is a devil fruit user, so he can't swim and Oden needs to help him. But the violent sea makes swimming more difficult for Oden. He keeps getting thrown around and so is Buggy, who also keeps moving down. Oden needs to be fast or Buggy will run out of breath even though he can hold it for a long time. It takes more than 10 minutes for Oden to take Buggy to the surface. They can finally take a breath after holding it for this long. Buggy can only cling onto Oden because he will drown if he doesn't. Buggy Jiro, hold on to me, we will go to land soon, says Oden. Then Oden immediately swims away with Buggy on his back. He swims like a madman, passing the strong waves like nothing. He swims as he likes, forgetting that he has a passenger behind him. His mad swimming skill makes seawater keep hitting Buggy's face. It makes Buggy feels as if he will get drowned again. So he holds to Oden with his life on the line because he'll surely die if he drowns again now. Meanwhile, the alliance has almost arrived on Onigashima through the front way. The clowns destroy the front gate with their railgun again, but now they use their electric generator, not Enel's power. They pass through and see the port rather far behind the gate. The samurais get their swords ready, but the clowns stop their ship, making the other ships stop too. It confuses the samurai, but before they ask, the clowns suddenly move. All 5 railguns that the clowns have suddenly appear. The main railgun on the front deck is the biggest, while the 4 on the ship's sides are smaller. They are about half the size of the main railgun. The clowns load their railguns ammo and electric energy. They use buggy balls as their ammo. These balls will create a far bigger explosion than normal cannonballs. The railgun's power will make the damage bigger too. After everything's ready, Cricket orders, fire. ZZT shoo. The clowns shoot their railguns toward the port that has many buildings on it. The buggy balls explode as they crash onto the buildings. Their explosions are massive and they engulf the whole port area with all the buildings on it. The clowns' sudden attack surprises the samurais behind. But then they get even more surprised when they see Beast's Pirates members appear in the explosion. These guys have hidden inside the buildings on the port and prepared an ambush. There's really an ambush, says Cricket. You didn't know that they were there? Asks Hyogoro. Not really, but we have a hunch that they would prepare an ambush because they knew we'll come. It will be stupid if they don't prepare it. Captain told me to just blast it all to make it safer, says Cricket. The port is clear now so they can land there without any worry. But the clowns haven't finished yet with their craziness. They load their railguns again and shoot the massive skull building on Onigashima. They keep shooting it with their railguns loaded with buggy balls. Their attacks create big explosions everywhere they hit. The samurais watch with stunned expressions as the clowns laugh like maniacs while attacking. Buggy has told them to do this because it will be stupid if they don't. They have a great warship with great weapons on it, so they need to use them well. It will be a waste to just leave them in the port and fight on land without them. This is a war and they are here to win. Anything works if it can make them get the victory even if they play dirty. But they don't really play dirty here because attacking with ships is what sailors do everywhere. Their attacks cause the Beast's pirates inside to scatter around in panic. They run from the explosions that happen everywhere. No one can rely on each other in this crew because they all are very selfish. In Beast's pirates, there's no friendship or camaraderie. They all are rivals who try to get better achievements to get promoted. All of them will kill each other just to get the things they want if they have the strength to do it. The rivalry doesn't make the crew weak, however, it makes them strong individually. With the law of survival of the fittest here, they all will try to get stronger. That's why they can become one of the strongest crews in the world. It all can happen because the higher UPS here are very strong. If Kaido isn't the crew's captain, this type of system won't work in his crew. It's because he is very strong that the crew doesn't break apart. Everyone on the crew fears Kaido and they all also respect him. That's why no one rebels so far, because there's just no chance of winning. The higher UPS like the All-Stars are also loyal to Kaido, after all. So they just try to get what they can while making sure they are safe. Just like now when they use their comrades as their shield meat against the explosions. They don't care if their crewmates die as long as they survive. This is such a cruel crew, but it fits this cruel world. The strong and smart will survive while the weak and stupid will die. Such selection is what makes Beast's Pirates members strong. But now, these strong people are getting killed by the clowns' attacks. Even if they all are stronger than normal pirates, they all are weaker than the railguns. The clowns need to reduce their massive number, so they do this. They finally run out of ammunition and power after some rounds of shooting. So Cricket says, well, there's no choice but to get down now. Chapter 248, War on Onigashima. The Alliance's ships landed at the port after they destroyed all the buildings. Everyone prepares their weapons and gets down from their ships. Then they march to the skull building that has half of its face destroyed after getting bombarded. Cricket leads the attack, followed by the other executives and red scabbards who lead smaller groups. They march to the skull building where many Beast's pirates have waited. A lot of Beast's pirates have been injured by the bombardment, but they can't retreat now. Both sides stare at each other with different expressions. The Alliance members realize that there are many people other than pirates on the Beast's side. Urukai's men also join the war, be they samurais, ninjas, or other types of fighters. But Urukai himself isn't there, or maybe he hides somewhere because the All-Stars aren't there too. The enemies are led by other high-ranked officers. Their number is also still very high even after many have been eliminated. There are still around 20,000 men on the enemy side while there are 7,000 men on their side. Of course, most of the 7,000 are samurais. The clowns only have less than 100 men, after all, but their strength is high. So the All-Stars aren't here. Well, this will be easy, says Cricket. Boom. I don't think so, says Queen, who suddenly falls in front of his troops. Queen, I told you to wait so we can assess their power, says King, who flies down in his full pteranodon form. You shouldn't say our plan too, King, says a big man who wears a metal mask. He is the current Jack. The name King, Queen, and Jack are granted to the ones who become the All-Stars in Beast's Pirates. By defeating the current name holder, the winner will get that name. Jack in the series has either defeated the previous Jack to get the name, or the current Jack gets killed so the spot becomes empty. After the All-Stars, the other officers also show up along with Urukai's high-ranking generals. They all line up in front of their troops and face the Alliance's leaders. With their buildings getting destroyed, their choices become limited, so they decide to make direct confrontation. As the two sides watch each other, a gigantic azure dragon suddenly flies from afar towards them. Kaido came after throwing Buggy and Oden into the sea. He lands on the remaining rooftop of Onigashima and watches from there. The Alliance members are surprised to see Kaido here. They all are wondering why he comes and where is Buggy and Oden. It makes them worry because something surely happened to those two. Kaido-san, I thought you were busy, says Queen. Maybe after this. Those two fell into the sea, but I doubt they are done for. I don't want to wait there, so I return to watch the war to kill time, says Kaido. The Beast's pirates get more motivated seeing Kaido come. But the Alliance gets rather downed knowing that Buggy and Oden fell into the sea. The Alliance leaders believe that Buggy and Oden are fine, so they need to raise their men's morale. They are thinking of how to do it when suddenly Cricket, Palu, and Enel strike. The three attack the All-Stars, surprising everyone there. Cricket attacks King, Palu attacks Queen, while Enel attacks Jack. What are you standing there for? This is war, so move your ass and attack them, shouts Cricket. There's no need to worry about those two, worry about yourselves. Do you not believe in them? Asks Palu. You better fight now so when they come we won't be in pathetic states, says Enel. They are right, let's believe in our Lord, says Kinemon before he rushes forward. The other executives and red scabbards follow them and start to attack. Then the clowns move following their leaders. Hyogoro also moves after them, making the samurais gain their confidence again and start to attack. The beasts pirates who get their morale raised by Kaido's appearance also rush forward. But suddenly, Magnus the giant jumps and lands in the center of the enemies. He swipes his axe across the ground and sends many men flying as he destroys the ground. Magnus scatters the beasts pirates while also killing some of them. The scattered enemies make it easy for the alliance members to attack them. The war finally breaks and battles between the two parties happen all over the place. Kaido watches as his subordinates fight against the alliance. All of his and Orikai's strong members are confronting the alliance's strong members too. Their fights are creating big impacts, forcing the others around them to move away. Then Kaido looks at the sea while drinking his liquor and says, "You better come soon or I'll annihilate your men if I get bored." In the sea, a shadow moves at high speed toward Onigashima. It's Odin who swims as fast as he can with Buggy on his back. Sea water splashes everywhere as Odin swims through the big waves. Buggy holds onto him as tight as he can to avoid falling. But the sea water keeps splashing onto his face like a waterfall. The sea water weakens him a little but not much because he is used to getting weakened by his sea stone bracelet. Still, even if he has the strength to hold onto Odin, he feels as if he'll die because he gets drowned by the water because it keeps splashing onto his face, making it hard for him to breathe. But he can't do or say anything because they need to reach Onigashima soon. Odin needs to swim as fast as he can even though it might kill him. With Kaido there, their men's winning chance has plummeted. Even Kaido's presence there will make it difficult for them to win, not to mention if Kaido joins the war. Buggy and Odin can only hope that Kaido will not join and just watch while they move as fast as they can. They are lucky that Kaido really just watches. He looks at King who fights against Cricket in his normal form. King uses his sword to fight against the Cricket which is using a pair of metal gauntlets now. Cricket has asked their weaponsmith, Gil, to make this pair of gauntlets. He has prepared it to face King because he knows his bare fists won't be enough against King's sword. It was enough against weaker opponents, but he's sure that he needs a weapon against King. He can just use his A.K.A. on his bare fists, but he will run out of it if he keeps using it. The fight against King won't finish as fast as when he fought others. King is the strongest person after Kaido on the enemy side, after all. Aren't you worried about your captain? He might be drowning now, says King to disturb Cricket. I am, but it won't change what I need to do. As the first mate and vice captain, I have the responsibility to lead our men to win this war when captain isn't here, says Cricket. Ha, so you want to take over the crew now that your captain has gone, says King, still wanting to taunt Cricket. But Cricket doesn't get taunted and instead says, I think it's not me who want it, but you. People who want something usually say that others want it even though it's them who want it. You must be aiming to replace Kaido. Cricket smirks making King quite pissed. But he also doesn't get taunted by Cricket. Both of them now know that there are no use playing mind games with each other. They are too smart and too loyal to their captains to play this mind game. Suddenly, Kaido lands beside them after jumping from the rooftop. It's getting boring, so let me join this game. Chapter 249, Cricket vs Kaido. Kinemon and Ashura who see Kaido suddenly appears decide to help Cricket. They know that only Buggy and Odin have the chance to win against Kaido. If Cricket faces him alone while King is also there, he might get killed. The two dispose of their opponents soon and rush toward Cricket's side. They arrive soon but it's not just them who has the initiative to help. Magnus also thinks the same and he jumps behind the three of them. We come to help, Cricket Dono, says Kinemon. You sure are busybodies. Why don't you just fight somewhere else? Asks Cricket while smiling. How can we let you have all the fun for yourself? Just because you always won against us doesn't mean you can take all the fights for yourself, says Ashura. Hey, I don't think it's a good time for a nice talk, you know, says Magnus. Ah, that's right, says Cricket as he looks at Kaido and King. Kaido and King also look back at them calmly despite the four being rather nervous. Then Kaido orders King to take care of Magnus while he'll have fun with the other three. King just nods and flies to attack Magnus after transforming into his Pteranodon form. Cricket, Kinemon, and Ashura can't even think about how Magnus will do because Kaido has moved to attack them too. He rushes at them while swinging his spiked metal club at his right side very fast and strongly. Kinemon and Ashura can't see the club's movement even though they can feel it. Meanwhile, Cricket can see the club's movement clearly with the help of his strong O-Haki. But although he can see it, he can't really do much against it. One thing he knows is that Kaido is far stronger than him. So taking Kaido's attack head-on is not a wise choice. That's why Cricket doesn't intend to take it and chooses to evade it. Cricket drops himself backward while also pushing Kinemon and Ashura on his sides. The two who can't react get pushed back and fall on their back along with Cricket. Kaido's spiked metal club moves past them, just right in front of their face. Kinemon and Ashura are surprised that they didn't get hit and fall on their back instead. They know it's because of Cricket's fast reaction toward Kaido's fast attack. Both of them know that it would be very bad if they got hit by Kaido's spiked metal club. The two are surprised, but the most surprised here is Kaido. He thought he will defeat them in one strike, but it doesn't turn out that way. Cricket's reaction was beyond his expectation and simply surprising. But that just makes Kaido gets more excited. Worororo, it seems this war will be more interesting. I hope it wasn't just luck that you could evade my attack. Cricket stands up while smiling a little. I think that's just luck, so please don't test it on me again. Kaido smirks as he says, if luck can be used against me, then I would have died a long time ago. Then, I hope we have good luck on our side today, says Cricket as he rushes at Kaido. Kinemon and Ashura also follow him to attack Kaido. They attack from three sides with the two samurais on the flanks. Both samurais attack Kaido first using their swords. But Kaido brushes them off easily by swinging his club in a circle to the side, hitting both of them in one swipe. He succeeds to push them away and they get flung quite far. Cricket uses this chance and sends a punch at Kaido using his right hand. Kaido blocks Cricket's punch using his metal club. Cricket's gauntlet clashes against Kaido's metal club and vibration ripples appear between them. Kaido is quite surprised to see Cricket uses Hashoken and asks, Hashoken? Are you from Kano country? Why should I come from there to know Hashoken? Asks Cricket back. Ha, you stole it, hey? Interesting, says Kaido as he swings his club forward. Cricket gets swung back but he can stabilize himself and lands a few meters from Kaido. Then Cricket rushes again at Kaido and attacks Kaido using his Hashoken multiple times. Kaido just blocks his attacks using the metal club to see Cricket's power. All Cricket's attacks are very strong as it pushes everyone in the surrounding away. Even Kaido is getting pushed slowly by his attacks. His strong attacks make Kaido even more interested in him because he can entertain Kaido for now. Kaido grins excitedly but Cricket isn't enjoying this too much because he knows Kaido is playing with him. So he gets a little mad and pours more power on his attacks. Even though fighting Kaido is Buggy's job, now when he fights Kaido, Cricket won't fight half-heartedly. He knows for sure that if he isn't serious against this beast, he will get killed by Kaido. If he gets killed, then everyone on his side will get killed. He can't let that happen so he needs to go all out and surpasses his limit. Kinemon and Ashura who want to help Cricket are amazed by Cricket's power. But now they can't find a good time to help Cricket attack Kaido. Just there's no room for them to interfere and they can't even get closer. Cricket's barrage of attacks is too strong and the two can't move closer because of the vibration in the air. It keeps pushing them away and they also can feel a kind of familiar sensation in the air, but they can't discern it. Different from them, Kaido knows exactly the sensation that he feels coming from Cricket. Kaido gets more sure when Cricket uses a haki on his gauntlets to strengthen his attack. To confirm it, Kaido also coats his club with a haki, and then lightning-like effects appear from their clash. The lightning-like effects spread everywhere and create a loud sound. It gathers everyone's attention because it's just too eye-catching. Those who know it are very surprised because it is a very rare thing to see. The Clash of Conquerors, comments King, who halts his battle with Magnus for a moment as he flies in the air. The Beast's pirates are very surprised to see another Conqueror haki user besides Kaido. The samurais who know it too after they saw Buggy's and Odin's clash are also surprised. They never know that Cricket has the same Conqueror haki as those two. Meanwhile, the clowns aren't that surprised even though they never see Cricket using it. After all, they always think that Cricket also has it just like Buggy. They all are just happy that Cricket finally awakens his Conqueror haki. Finally, took you long enough to activate it, says Mantis as she stands on an Onue Bancha ninja's dead body. Palu, who is holding Queen's Brachiosaurus form's tail, also comments, I hope no less from our first mate. It will be disappointing if the vice-captain doesn't have it. Enel, who halts his fight against Jack the T-Rex, also says, ha, if you don't have it, then I will take that vice-captain position from you. Say that after you can defeat him, comments Jude, who stands near Enel. Shut up, you damn woman. And get away from here. You disturb me, says Enel angrily. Why should I do what you ask? I am older than you, so I am your big sister. You are the one who should listen to me, says Jude. Both of them start to fight among themselves, but then a metal staff hits their heads, stopping their fight instantly. They look up and see Mantis, who looks at them with a scary face which freaks them out. Mantis hasn't said anything, but they suddenly say, yes, ma'am, as they return to their spots. Meanwhile, Kaido and Cricket have been separated and they stand a few meters from each other. Cricket is surprised by what has just happened, but he doesn't think much about it and just focuses on Kaido. Kaido grins as he laughs, Worororo, this war is more fun than I thought. Chapter 250, Feudal. Kaido grins at Cricket as his body starts to transform. He doesn't transform into his full dragon form, but his hybrid human-beast form. Cricket's Conqueror haki's awakening has made Kaido get more serious. Seeing Kaido's hybrid form makes Cricket a little wary now. Even when Kaido didn't transform, he already has a hard time fighting Kaido because his attacks didn't work. Now when Kaido transformed into this form, his chance has getting lower. But there's no time to worry about that. He just needs to keep fighting with all he has, even if his chance is very low. A low chance is better than no chance, and even if he has no chance, he will make that chance. Cricket covers his gauntlets with a haki again before he starts attacking. He jumps at Kaido and sends a right-hand Hashoken punch using all his strength. Kaido is ready to counter it by swinging his club horizontally on his right side. The two attacks clash in the middle and ripples with lightning-like effects appear between them. They collide for a moment before Cricket suddenly gets pushed back. He flings away at high speed and crashes onto many people on his path. Cricket keeps flying and only stops when he hits a thick pillar. Many people are getting crushed by him when he flies. There are beasts, pirates and samurais among these people. They were fighting before. These people's sacrifice actually helps Cricket because they act as cushions. They reduce the impact of Kaido's attack and lower the damage Cricket receives. Even so, he still gets some injuries, especially on his right hand. His right hand feels numb because he clashed directly against Kaido. Blood even trickles from his gauntlet, showing that his right hand is wounded. But at least his body is still safe because of the cushions, and his right hand is still strong enough to punch. Cricket rushes again at Kaido and attacks the human dragon again. Kaido grins and swings his club at Cricket from above. It seems like Cricket will get hit again, but suddenly he moves to the side right before the club hits him. Kaido gets surprised by it and Cricket uses this chance to punch Kaido's lower jaw. His punch hits Kaido's lower jaw and pushes him upwards. But Kaido doesn't get injured at all even after receiving such a strong punch from Cricket. He lands on the ground easily and shows his perfectly fine lower jaw. There's no bruise or any mark at all on his lower jaw where Cricket punched. Cricket has used all his strength in that attack, but it still doesn't work. Kaido is impressed though. Worororo, your strength is better than I thought. It's a waste for you to be in that brat's crew. How about you join mine? I can make you a lot stronger than you ever thought. Cricket just smirks and says, I know that you are very confident with your strength. But I doubt you can accomplish what Captain has done for us. Look around you, Kaido. Is it your ORR side that dominates this war? Kaido looks around a little and sees that they are quite equal now. But he then realizes that the clowns are dominating his men. They defeat the beast's pirates rather easily while the samurais have some difficulties. It shows that the clowns are stronger than his men and the samurais. It's just that their number is lower than the other groups, so they aren't too eye-catching. They've defeated a lot of beast's pirates, but it's still low compared to the enemy's number. This is what Captain has accomplished Kaido. He has made his crew become this strong even with such a low number compared to yours. I doubt you can do the same or you won't gather these many members. Besides, we've defeated a lot of your so-called strong officers in these last 6 months. Now, it's time for us to defeat you and your main group. There is no way in hell will I join people that will destroy, says Cricket smugly. The clowns also grin when they hear what Cricket says. They all have full belief in their group's power and that they will win. Even though their captain isn't here now, they will still do their best and win this war. Worororo, too bad then. I will lose such a promising potential crew member. Then I'll tell you in advance, there's no room for regret, brat, says Kaido. Say that to yourself, says Cricket as he rushes forward to attack Kaido again. Cricket now covers his whole body with a haki and prepares his Hashoken punch combined with his karate that he learned on Karate Island. This is the strongest punch that Cricket can use right now. Kaido also prepares his metal club and holds it with his right hand. Then he suddenly uses his tail to propel himself forward. He moves very fast and attacks Cricket's body. His club moves past Cricket's punch and hits Cricket's body. Thunderclap 8 trigrams, says Kaido as he swings his club while moving at high speed. A black lightning-like trail is created by his club swing. Cricket suddenly sees a glimpse of himself getting hit on his chest by Kaido's club. So he concentrates his A-haki on his chest immediately because he can't use his hands to cover it in such a very short time. Then the club really hits his chest with a very strong force. Cricket! Shouts Mantis with widened eyes. Mantis, concentrate! This is a war, don't lose your focus! Shouts Palu as he clashes against Queen. But, says Mantis before Palu chimes in again. He will be fine, just believe in him. Worry about yourself for now. Defeat your opponents before you worry about him, says Palu. Mantis is worried but she still nods, all right. Kaido's attack sends Cricket flies at a very high speed. Cricket spats some blood and air as he gets hit by the club attack. The attack is very painful as if it hits his sense of pain directly. His A-haki also seems to not give him much protection. He flies very fast toward the destroyed port and hits everyone in his path. Unlike before, there's no big pillar or anything to stop him. The people who get hit are mostly beasts pirates and some samurais without any clown pirates because they can move to evade it. All who get hit by Cricket fall unconscious instantly. They aren't getting hit directly by Kaido, but they fall unconscious instantly. It can be imagined just how powerful the attack that Cricket received just now. He keeps flying toward the port and seems like he'll fall onto the sea. But suddenly he gets stopped slowly by a pair of wet flying hands. The hands stop him slowly to reduce the damage that he'll get if he stops so suddenly. Cricket coughs some blood but he smirks, took you long enough. The clowns who are worried about Cricket now smile widely and they shout, Captain! Buggy finally arrives with Odin after swimming for some time. Odin is lying on the ground tiredly while Buggy is standing in his very wet clothes. Water drops from his wet hair and body, drenching the ground. His eyes are red because water kept hitting them, making them look like his nose. Achoo! Damn, it's very cold, says Buggy while wiping the snot that comes out of his nose. You don't seem so good, Cricket, says Buggy as he puts down the heavily injured Cricket. And whose fault do you think it is? Asks Cricket with scornful eyes. Kaido. Asks Buggy back. Cricket has a tick mark but then he sighs and laughs because now they can get relaxed. Buggy calls Manhwa and orders him to take care of Cricket. Then he walks toward Kaido and stands in front of the big and tall humanoid dragon. Buggy grins and says, "It's time for payback, Kaido.